Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind. Stop wasting time. Unscramble your mind.
Unscramble mind. Unscramble mind.
Peace and love. Happy Friday, everyone. I'm Dulcinea.
Peace and love, as Dulcie just said. Hi, I'm Sister Freedom, Big Mama.
What's up? What's up? It's D to the O to the T to the S. Okay. Hey, y'all. It's Dots. Happy Friday. Barn Dog, Sakina Muslima, the first two in the building. Welcome. Jimmy, welcome. Oh, I know.
Peace, everybody. Happy Friday. This is Nisha.
Yes, and tonight we're going to have a friend of the show, Nitro, who came here before. He gave us a wonderful interview about Stone Mountain, and we just want to dive into some other things he's working on, including his genealogy course. But peace, Nitro. Want to go ahead and introduce yourself again?
Peace. Yes, ma'am. Once again, thanks to the ladies at Unscrambled Mind for inviting me on. Peace and love to the chat and everybody viewing it. Yeah, I like kicking it with the ladies here. So yeah, let's get into it.
Yes, and we really appreciate you. So go in a little bit as far as like, what do people, if they sign up for the genealogy course, what do they get, and how do you help them as far as with expanding their family tree?
So the course is simple. We give lessons on just a different investigative ways and tactics to find your family. Most people we learn don't even know that their families are in the census. And it just comes through, conditioning. People, just word of mouth a lot of times. We don't know what we don't know. So we thought it'd be a dope idea to work together, with like minds and people who've already done this, and collect different tactics and tools to help people, because sometimes people start their genealogy, they get discouraged. You might hit a brick wall and you can't find a certain ancestor. So we have countless different courses, classes within the course that you can sign up for. And, we give you the tools so you can do it yourself. That way you don't have to call us and say, can you help me do this? Or, nah, we want to be able to put the ball in your court. That way you can learn, take your time. And, you might have to call some elders. You might have to call family members. Everybody's journey is different. So it isn't a cookie cutter thing. It's something that you can, use it as needed on your journey.
Who was the first person you ever got done? Like you completed their genealogy with no issues?
And you said the first person?
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna rephrase that. Was it hard for you to do the first person with the genealogy? Did you find it difficult?
Well, for my case, it's a little different. My mom started the process years ago, like before, we was on AOL dial-up when we started the process, and she did hit a couple brick walls, but luckily for us, our family still kept a lot of the information. So names, at that time, we still had more elders alive. And my mom got a great relationship with a lot of the elders on her side of the family. So she was able to, ask questions. She remembered some things, even when she was, young, a few of her elders were still alive. So she remembered meeting them or hearing certain stories about people. And growing up in Detroit, she still had cousins that she knew too. So it was pretty easy getting back a couple generations. Then we started hitting some brick walls. Once we started getting in the 1800s, you get names misspelled, people was moving around, getting ran off their land, all type of stuff. So it did become more, we did have to use more process of elimination, cross-referencing, all of that good stuff. And what I did, my contribution to her side of the family was more so the history that was going on in these different places our families lived. And that's another thing that helps at times. Knowing what was going on in that area can help you really figure out what your family went through. So we did have a few brick walls that we hit. But overall, it wasn't as hard as other family trees.
Yeah.
Okay. So what was some shocking information that you found out when you first started doing your genealogy that you didn't know? Something, maybe that I already asked. Yes, some piece of shocking information, if you will.
That I had a lot of family members. Um, and my mom's side of the family, like I said, they're in Detroit. I grew up in Georgia. So I didn't know a lot of them. Even some of my like cousins and great aunts and aunties, I really didn't know a lot of them until we started doing the family tree. I saw I had a lot of family. So that really surprised me, just not, I didn't know, I didn't grow up around them. You see what I'm saying? It was just something like, man, like it's really, it's a lot of us, and life could have been a lot different if we all was in touch and had good relationships. So that definitely surprised me. Only thinking that once my mom's father's side, she even thought that it wasn't a lot of them until we got past him and we went to his parents and their parents, and we end up finding about we got a family group chat and on Facebook. It's a group, actually, not a chat, but a group on Facebook. It's about 200 of us in there. So I have a lot of cousins in Wetumpka, Alabama, where the casino is. So that was very surprising.
So what's your go-to source that you use when you start researching?
Ancestry.com. So that's my go-to.
Yeah, me too.
Why do you guys feel like Ancestry is like one of the best ones to go to? Just,
It right now, unfortunately, they have the most documents and records compiled. I will hope for somebody in our community to compete. That way we don't have to be bottlenecked or monopolized into one platform or a handful of platforms. But right now they have the most records, so you can find death certificates, Christianizations, when you get baptized, stuff like that. Um, it's a lot of documents that we're able to use to solidify, our family tree. So I mean, I'm always open to finding more platforms, but right now that's my go-to.
Um, did you ever have a situation where you found your connection in Africa?
No, ma'am, not yet. Not yet.
No, not as far back as you went. You didn't see nothing in the census, nothing in I guess not even those stories. Cause I always wondered, but you never seen that either.
No, ma'am.
No
Um,
family. Okay. Even
and a lot of places they didn't start taking census until the early 1800s.
yeah, you
So it's hard to get back beyond that. But as far as heritage, oral traditions, no, not even language. Nothing was passed down that far. And
right.
and I tell people, my parents had me when they were in their 30s. So I have a relatively, for me, my family is older. Um, so I got to hear a lot when I was young, more from my dad's side of the family than my mom. And even on his side of the family, Like no stories about that was passed down.
Okay.
Okay, Nitro. What were the quote unquote races that popped up in your genealogy?
So far is I have a few family members that were documented into the Indian rolls. So we was able to find their name, get their roll numbers, all that good stuff. And then I traced one line back to European servants. It was one of my great grandmothers. It's a way back like the 1700s, I think I went on that line. And she was a servant that got married and came over. But yeah, those are the two races I've been able to find. So I got a European lineage, and then everybody else that we've been able to trace back was documented into Indian rolls.
So have you seen? Okay, so you say you have it um, on all of the research. For mine, I've seen where it says that some of my ancestors are from Africa.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I've seen that a lot in the 1880 census.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you haven't ran across that at all? No, no Africa.
No, ma'am. Mm-mm. And I have every person in our tree, except for, like I said, some of the 8 people who were born in the 1820s. Some of them didn't hit the census until 1860, 1870s. But yeah, I've helped people find their families, and I have people that do have where it says African. But no, not in mine. I haven't found it.
So I was gonna ask, when you're looking, and I do have like multiple questions, but we'll start with this one since Akina kind of took this. And peace, ladies. Peace to you. But so when it comes to the Indian rolls, how do you go about finding that documentation? I know a lot of people know the Dawes rolls, but if you could be specific of like even outside of the Dawes rolls, how do you go about finding that documentation?
That's a great question. So there was numerous roles that they did in that time frame. The government, uh, I guess you can say, they employed people to go to certain areas, reservations, and anything in between, and document who was a tribal member. And this was before the Bureau of Indian Affairs was created. Uh, and there was even times like in the late 1800s where they had to redo certain roles. So if you you can do a Google search and find Indian roles. The Bureau of Indian Affairs is another website that you can use. Also on ancestry.com, they have a section that's dedicated just for American Indian records. So if you don't have luck with the Dawes rolls, don't trip, because that's just one of many rolls. They have a lot of different rolls. They even did rolls in the 1900s. So yeah, I think I want to say at least 8. There has to be at least 8. I'm pretty sure it's more than that. But some of those roles I knew my family wasn't gonna be in. I still checked anyway, but some of them we knew we weren't gonna find our families in them.
Okay, and sorry, with the Indian Bureau, the Federal Indian, the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Sorry, that one. Do you just have to request for the roles to get sent back, or how do you use that?
No, ma'am. You can go to the website and you should be able. Matter of fact, I'll pull it up now, and I'll drop a link so you can pull it up and we all can go through it. But yeah, it's free, so you can go on there, search for it, and look through there. Like you can start with your family's name, and once you search for your family's name, and sometimes it's the spelling of it, all type of, you just got to be patient with searching for them. I'm about to drop the link. Uh, and then I see she said, "What is it?" It's the Dawes, DAWES. And so yeah, here's another place, the National Archives, archives.gov. They have a list of different roles on here. Hold on, I'm about to drop it in the back. So that's one. And then I see here they have books too that you can buy. But yeah, I just use the digital versions and bookmark. I did some screenshotting too, so I got the actual roll numbers and all that for my ancestors. Let me see. Yeah, most of the other ones are on like ancestry.com, access genealogy. Yeah, here's another good link for the chat. Kind of gives you a rundown on how to trace your family. And then I mean we can get into it later, but I kind of want to dive into that because some people say, well, I can't find them on the roll, so how do I know if they're official or not? And that's a whole different process.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
Okay, I was waiting because I didn't know if he was finished or not.
Oh yeah, I'm done.
It was cool to hear that you got my family has a Facebook thing too. But again, it's the BBQR too, if you want to look it up. The question I want to ask, I want to get back to the African thing just for a second. So when I say, did you see anything? So I'm quite sure if you got your DNA, Africa will pop up, right? But what I'm trying to find out, did you do the DNA thing at all? First of all.
No, man, I got the kit. My mom, she had got the kit for her, but she gave it to me. But I haven't done it yet. I want to try to go back as far as I can first and do my research on the process, like how they come up with the results, because it's not as cookie cutter as people make it seem. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
So yeah, but I haven't done it.
Wait a minute, didn't you say you did 23andMe or something like that?
No, I didn't say that.
Or Ancestry? No,
He's Ancestry. I thought he did too.
yeah.
No, I didn't say I did the test.
Somebody said it, I don't know, but
Nisha, somebody asked you a question and you said Nisha, do you remember the question you asked him about how does he find his?
I was just asking about the source that he used for genealogy, not if he it said just the source, because that's the source also.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Oh,
I'm gonna finish my question. So and thanks, Doc, because I thought I heard that too. But all right, so you're going far as back as you can find your genealogy, right? So if you only get to the 17th century, just for instance, and somehow it says that you have some African in your DNA. Do you think it's going to be possible that you can find a connection?
It could be, but every situation would be different. So let's say they say, all right, well, you have this much percentage of African based off the haplogroups and your centimorgans and all of that. The research doesn't stop there. Then I would have to take that. I would want to look for records, especially when people came through Charleston, South Carolina. Like they took records a lot of times on the people that they brought off those boats, the plantation records, things of that nature. So I would take that and then cross-reference it just to make it add up, because they'll tell you it only goes back to a certain time frame. And And as we know, the slave trade didn't start in the 17 and 1800s. It was happening hundreds of years before that as well. So yeah, if I had a line that I had a problem, I can't find certain people beyond a certain place. But once we found out where they were and the history behind that, as far as them actually creating municipalities, coming in certain places, making new cities, and aligning that with the stories that the family passed down, it made a lot of sense. So the lines that we couldn't find, like I said, that line we ended up tracing back to a European ancestor, with 2 European ancestors. So everybody else, I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but especially from my mom's side, we really didn't feel it was necessary to have to take the test. Our elders knew a lot. Like, they didn't forget, they didn't, some of them wanted to hide stuff for various different reasons, but it really wasn't a case where we just didn't know. We were just in the dark.
Thank you.
No problem. I see a question in the chat. She said, so if I link my ancestors back to a plantation, then no need to look for Indian ancestry on that line, correct? No, I wouldn't say that. So brief history about slavery. The initial slavery here in the States, when it was just colonies, they also had Nitro servants that were Europeans, and the native and indigenous people here. They enslaved them for, I want to say, about up until the 1700s, and then that's when you start seeing Africans being brought into the mix. But you also had a lot of the pale skin colonists were reclassifying certain tribes as Africans so they could use that as a loophole to enslave people. So I see a lot of arguing on YouTube that's not happening in other communities. And I don't blame people. I understand why, but basically, sometimes the African term was used to disinherit people, and it was used as a loophole to enslave people, so they wouldn't get in trouble, basically, for it. So for us being descendants of people who were enslaved, indentured servants, free, whatever the case may be, trying to be as specific as possible about the status of the people in those times is important, because sometimes you'll see you have ancestors that was never enslaved. They might have been listed as black, colored, mulatto, octoroon, all of these different names. And knowing, like I said, the history in these different areas is very, very important, because sometimes we kind of connect dots and fill in blanks that aren't there. But once you see what was going on, and they documented a lot of stuff. So they'll tell you, yeah, we enslaved 8,000 Natchez and sent them here, or we enslaved this many Tuscarora and sent them there. Those little indicators and clues can help you figure out certain things. And the last names or surnames that were used for certain tribes, once they had been Christianized or made Americans or assimilated into the system, all of those things can help. So you definitely can have indigenous ancestors and family members that was enslaved on plantations.
Good question, Sakina. Hi, Barn Dog. Peace, Barn Dog. Okay, so my question, Nitro, deals with land ownership, and I know that definitely has been loophole. And actually a big hot topic, right? Like, for people when they're starting their genealogy, a lot of them may or may not know that their kin, that their peoples, have land, right? Be it in other states or multi-state or many, many acres. And one loophole, if you will, because I liked how you use that word. So one loophole that the government did and allowed, right, was that is property law. Are you familiar with that by any chance?
Yeah.
Do you mind sharing a bit about heirs property and how that's connected to land ownership, and then the loopholes around that for people who are starting their genealogy, don't know that that their people may or may not own land, X, Y, and Z. And then how do you claim that? You know what I mean? When there may be 100 of you guys
Right.
that inherited it.
So I don't want to say all throughout the 1800s, they had a process around the 1860s into the 1880s. But they were giving out land patents. The government was, so you can use cash to buy a piece of land, or it could be given to you based off tribal affiliation. But a lot of our ancestors, they created wills, and even these land patents would it would be perpetual. So for them and their heirs, like if they completed owning the land for a certain amount of time, if they, you know, they might say you have to till the land, work the land for this amount of time, then it's yours. A lot of times through broken lineages, people never knew they had this land. And we have a case, one line that a father and his son both had land patents, and my mom found it on the Bureau of Land Management, so the BLM. You can go on there and you can look up your family's name. And I don't think it's for every state, because I know in Georgia they still haven't added it on there. And it's a lot of politics behind that, because it won't be Georgia anymore if they did start releasing those records. But we found a land patent in Alabama and Nebraska. Over 100, it was combined, I think it's about 300 acres. So the process would be, you know, the same way you would want to pull a title or a deed on land. You would have to go to that county, get the records, trace the title back to make sure it's not broken. Also on the BLM, you want to see if the patent hasn't been canceled. So if it has not been canceled, that means it's still active, and you qualify to be able to claim that land.
Niece?
Yeah, check the back chat. She just dropped something in there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah. So, what I was going to ask as well, I know you went into the Indian role. So I wanted to say, you know, or ask when it comes to census rolls, you know, that started taking place in 1790 and after. So you're mainly going to see census in the 1800s. When people are going back further than that, what records would you say for them to lean on? Should they search for more marriage records, more christening records, or what records would you recommend the search once you get further back than 1790?
Yeah, I would definitely say marriage records. I got a list, I can pull them up. Wills. Let's see what else. Death certificates, but mostly marriage, especially if they were baptized. Anything to do with the church. The church kept more records than the government at certain points in history, and the church would be protected a lot better than other buildings from like getting burnt down, getting raided, things of that nature. So yeah, and even yeah, that's the thing about like how we kind of perceive history. Some of our, like, if you look up the history of certain counties, and like I'm in Georgia, so I usually help a lot of people in Georgia. A lot of our counties didn't get started until after the Trail of Tears. So a lot of people have been surprised to find their families didn't leave on the Trail of Tears and actually stayed and became sharecroppers. A lot of them became servants. They worked in mines, especially in the North Georgia area. They worked in mines, and some of them would move south. So like on my father's side, a lot of them were Geechee. Like my granddaddy spoke the language fluently. Like first time I heard it, it shocked me. You know what I'm saying? Like I had never heard the language before, and I recognized a couple words in it because it was English. But the rest of I really didn't know what he was, you know what I'm saying. But a lot of those family members say they always been there. They don't have yeah, my granddaddy was real strict about that coming on the boat story. Didn't like that. He made it be known that they was here and they didn't come on no boats. But yeah, it's kind of hard when you get back in certain records unless your family was free. A lot of times, like you said, they weren't in the census. They had the slave schedules, but a lot of those weren't created until the 1800s. So for a lot of people, it becomes difficult to find your family unless they were up north. It becomes difficult to find your family in a lot of places.
Okay. Is it my turn? Or is Nisha turn? I think I'm Dulcie turn.
It's your turn.
Okay. So this is now a business for you, Nitro, for you to help people locate their family members. Nitro.
Yes. That was the question.
Yeah, I'm asking you. This is now business for you. Have it been? Has a lot of people been contacting you because it's a very and people don't realize how important this actually is. So
Mhm.
have people been a lot contacting you to help them find, or is it something you just started?
So I'm not the only one that's a part of it. It's it's a group of us. So and Rootz, she'll come on and give more insight on it. But I really kind of help lead the structure of it. So knowing like taking the research me and my mom did and being able to use that plus the research she was doing on her family, we combine that together to be able to help people.
Mhm.
So that's something that she spearheads. I do like a lot of the teaching. I'm the orator out of the group.
How much is it again to get in the class?
So she gonna come on and tell everybody. She told me don't say too much, leave some on there for her. So she
Okay.
Yeah, she did, and she said in the chat to give her a little bit, and she's gonna come on. Let me make sure I
Okay.
pin it to the top too.
Mhm. I think this is exciting. I just want you to know that.
No, I appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I
It's,
really do.
it's
I think
something we've been
exciting.
working on and planning for a minute now, and we didn't want to be premature and release it too early. We
Mhm.
wanted to make sure we had all our ducks in a row. So once the effort got started, she took it and ran with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm very thankful for that. That way I can do what I'm good at. You know what I'm saying? I'm good at rounding up the troops, getting everybody in line, and you know what I'm saying, kind of giving the educational support for it. That way, when they do get involved a certain way, they're not a novice. You get what I'm saying? Like they have a certain level of competency to be able to understand why would you want to do this? It's not always about trying to find some money, find some land, change your status. You know, you hear a lot of those get out of jail free card type things going on, and it's more so about embracing truth, embracing your heritage. um you know in Georgia we deal with a lot of people having babies by their cousins, you know what I'm saying, and
Yeah.
not knowing who their family members are. So different motivations like that was what kind of led us into saying let's put something together where we can help people, because we didn't want people calling us every day wanting us to do the work for them, because that would take us away from other things we doing too. But you don't want people depending on you. You know what I'm saying? If you're gonna really teach liberation, you gotta teach liberation. You get what I'm saying? So creating a course is something where we felt like it's a balance, it's mutual, where you can do it on your own time, but also like we still have our time, like because it's really a kind of a never ending process. Like even with me finding as many people as I found on my tree, I still want to find more cousins, more
Right.
records. You get what I'm saying? Like, so I'm doing research with the people, all of us, like we're still digging and searching. So that's the thing. We want to give people the tools where they're not just depending on us. Like once you get the course and you get the info, it's on from there.
Right. Facts. Thank you. Thank you.
No, for sure, for sure.
I don't have any more questions for you at this time, Nitro.
Uh-oh, I'm doing good then.
Yeah, you very detailed answers, but I'm enjoying definitely the bill, but I'm good for now.
Okay. Did you want us to make a statement or anything?
Hold on, let me ask. I'm back. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. No problem.
So what? Let me ask this. I don't know. Maybe your mom can answer it. What is the end result for? What's the end? What's the goal?
The goal, that's a great question. For us, it was knowing the truth. That was the main thing. Like, who are we? And not letting somebody else tell us who we are. Um, and even just us not being able to know our family, like that bothered us. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They had names, they had children, they got a story. So just kind of living life and not honoring them, uh, that didn't sit too well with us. So from there, it was a journey to be able to find who they were, and we started to learn a lot about just what happened to our families, and it didn't just happen to us. So knowing that, we got family members that's homeless, but if our family had land, then that might be a solution for some of those family members and future relatives that is not even born yet. Like we had a actual piece of land that we could utilize and build compounds and houses and communities on just for our family to make sure they had somewhere to live. things like that. This our ability to self-sustain started to become a goal. Then, you know, as I started to do more research, my mom started to do more research, other family members started chipping in. Then we got into, and this was before it got popular on YouTube and, you know, all through the different social airways, but the identity aspect. Because I have elders, like I know some of my elders, like before they passed, I would hear them say stuff like they would identify as Negro, and they didn't like the African American term. Like they wasn't going for that, and they was very gun ho. If y'all know anything about people born in the 20s and 30s, when they stand on something, they stand on it. And you know, you would look at that, and like I said, this was before everybody started hopping on that bandwagon. So that's to us, that was bubbles in the water, I would say. It kind of intrigued us to like, let's dive into this. So when we when we started finding records to line up with that, it made sense. Then I started realizing, or I say researching and finding out that a lot of the tribes had mixed with descendants of the colonists, and they were intentionally gatekeeping the heritage. So that also intrigued me. I'm gonna drop this link in here, and if y'all could play it for the people, because I remember somebody saying that if you don't know the language, I guess that makes you less of who you are. And that's ironic because if y'all play that link, you'll see that the Omaha tribe has less than 12 fluent speakers left. So they're trying to create books, courses, they're trying to translate the language into stories and all of these things to teach their children how to speak this language. So being disinherited has happened to many different people in many different ways. So for us, our main goal is to be able to solve this fix for ourselves. We all dealing with an identity crisis. So yeah, it's really not about like no money wound. Like it's deeper than that. You know what I'm saying? Us being able to self-identify, let the children know what we know. You know what I'm saying? So they don't grow up having these questions the same way we did. It's really personally for us is the main goal.
All right. Let me go ahead and I'll play it here.
As Nebraska celebrates its 150th year of statehood, the original Nebraskans are fighting to keep their culture alive.
The Omaha tribe could lose a huge piece of their identity if their native language is not passed on to further generations. Reporter Joe Kadad shows us the efforts to preserve their culture.
You might not be able to understand this language, but it was spoken by 10,000 Umaha Indians in what is now Nebraska and parts of Iowa, Minnesota, Missouri, and South Dakota. Rufus White is one of less than 12 fluent speakers left, all older than 60.
You talk to God and tell him,
White is one of several language teachers at the K-12 Umaha Nation School on the reservation, 70 miles north of Omaha.
Our Indian world is getting smaller and smaller. Our native world, we're taking on more of the Western world.
Cultural teacher Oliver Sansosi says if the language goes away, they'll lose an essential piece of their culture.
Now, language is what makes us who we are. Now, language belongs to Umaha. We're the ones who speak Umaha.
Sansosi says it's hard to imagine life without fluent speakers.
It's scary. It's disheartening. And to even to think that that our speakers are going to be gone, our languages will be gone, pushes me to want to learn it. It pushes me to tell myself that if this language is not saved in my generation, then it's my fault.
Those who still speak the native language have been spending the last 18 years trying to translate it into dictionaries and workbooks, which are nearly ready to be published.
Because of these works and recordings and things, this is why I can say to you, our language is not going to die. And so that had to be developed from scratch. Even though we had fluent speakers that worked here in the past, there was no concerted effort to document it and make it in a presentable way where it would be usable in a school-like environment.
The language is an option for the school's second language curriculum. While the language exists online and in books, part of the challenge of teaching it is that kids don't often hear it fluently spoken.
That's the biggest challenge. You need to be in an immersive environment in order for language to truly revitalize in a quick way.
Another challenge is getting kids interested in learning the culture. High school freshman Quentin Dick Jr. has been learning traditional drum, song, and dance since as long as he can remember. He hopes to pass on the culture like his grandfather Rufus White is doing now.
Because one day our elders are going to be gone. Then I want to carry it. I don't want to be one of those ones saying, man, I wish they learned this when they're still around. So I try to pick it up.
It's really important because a tree is not a tree without its roots. It's truly important to Nebraska because we're the first Nebraskans.
Joe Kadat, KMTV Action 3 News.
Hi, everyone. Mark Barden here at Sandy Hook Promise.
Yeah, so
on December 14th, 2012, my 7-year-old son Daniel was shot to death in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary School.
Yeah,
the shooter shot and killed 26 individuals in about 4 minutes using an AR-15.
So yeah, things aren't as cut and dry as they may seem. That I wouldn't tell somebody that in order for you to be who you say you are or who your family may say you are, you need to know the language, the dance, the oral traditions, because I don't think a lot of people have heard stories like this from these tribes. I don't think people have talked to any of the tribal members. I don't think they visited any reservations. So when we make claims like that, we kind of help do what the colonizer did to people by intentionally separating them away from their culture and making them feel as though they weren't a part of that culture. So it was easier to assimilate you into being an American. That's what it was all about. Either you were an American citizen or you were an other. And that time frame, there was strength behind converting people into being American citizens. It wasn't a color thing. You get what I'm saying? At one point, Italians weren't considered so-called white people. Spaniards were not considered so-called white people at one point. So these type of things are very important context and details to us unraveling this truth that clearly has been contorted. It's been changed and sometimes compiled into a narrative that benefits certain people's agendas. Even saying, well, you don't claim certain things, so you must hate yourself. Sometimes it seems like a gang. Like I grew up in environments with gangs, so I know how gangs think. I know how they move. Sometimes when you grew up getting jumped by Crips, you become a Blood. If you grew up and somebody in your family was hurt by a Blood, you become a Crip. So we've kind of marginalized and taken these stances based off of people doing things to us and our families, when we should really just want to get the truth and build from there.
I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it was my turn, wasn't it? I'm not sure at this point.
No, it was mine, but it's okay, Sister Freedom. I can wait.
All right, it's a small question anyway. The question is okay, you see that you just played a short tape on people that are calling themselves Native Americans. How does that, because, and are you saying, okay, that the Indians that look like me and you, okay, they got so caught up that they lost their native tongue, the culture and things, because now they're westernized. But when you show those Indians and we don't look anything like those ones that you just showed, it makes me ponder on why use them.
Well, that was an example of people, a group of people who everybody, if they came in and said, we're Omaha and we've been here, nobody would question anything that they got going on. They've been out there on the reservation since the 1800s, and they're losing their language. So imagine what was going on with people who didn't go on the Trail of Tears and were forced to assimilate fully into an American culture. So you had to learn the language. You had to learn how to be American. And a lot of, like I said, especially in Georgia, helping people, because not just my family, but helping people do their genealogy. their families lived in these same places where they say the Trail of Tears was here and all of the tribes of the Chickamauga, everybody left. Well, that's not true. I've actually gone to North Georgia and interviewed a few people, and they talked about in one city, it was 96 Cherokee families that was there after the Trail of Tears. And this particular elder man, he was in his 70s, I want to say. He heard stories of his elders growing up with the Indians, and they eventually had to assimilate into the culture there because that's just what it was. So their descendants don't speak the language anymore. It's just the utility of it leaves eventually. Just like when you see people leave from the country and go into the city, they lose their country ways. They don't walk outside barefoot sometimes. They don't act the same way. They assimilate into the culture around them. So it's really not about the look, because you had tribes from Alaska all the way down to Chile. And I'm sure everybody didn't look like the people you just saw. You see what I'm saying? There were many different looks, but a lot of people endured the similar situations about assimilation, losing your culture to be forced in or adopting the bigger culture. And you know, sometimes,
I thought that's what you was doing.
yeah.
Just showing that. Okay.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes people willfully chose to assimilate. You know, I don't want to make it seem like everybody just was just forced and beat upside the head to give it up. Some people, you know, chose to give up their culture. Some people even chose to mate with Europeans. So you know.
And since you brought that up, and sorry, Dots, right after I wanted to ask him a question on that. So that's why I was like, okay, you go, because you probably more about the video, Sister Freedom, because you mentioned the indentured servant from Europe in your genealogy. Was there anything weird that you found out, or anything that kind of changed the narrative of indentured servants? Because like I'm finding they got like all this land and tobacco. Like, is that something that's in the story that you've ever heard, or indentured servants coming over and being promised land and resources?
Yeah, so yeah, like I was not necessarily with my family tree. Like I said, I found the one lady who was a servant, but doing just research in general, it was a lot of that going on. Being promised working the land for about 7 years and some change, sometimes you get free. So some people's families have been here free for years because they weren't slaves, they weren't perpetual slaves. They the crown would lease out land. I'm gonna kind of put it in modern terms. So the crown or whatever powers felt they had rulership over the land, it would say, look, I give you permission to go there. In return, you got to pay taxes and pay on this land. You got to make some cotton, some indigo, some tobacco for us. And then if you do that for a certain amount of time, you're good. You free, we'll let you go. Sometimes they honored that, and you have renegades that wouldn't honor that, and they'll come and they'll enslave you or take your land anyway. So yeah, I have seen a lot of that. Even I've seen, especially in the South, you had African families that will work their land for a certain amount of time and become free. You know what I'm saying? So there are those things out there. And that's why I always say we all have to do our own genealogy so we can back these stories up that people tell us of things that was going on. Because if somebody raised their hand and say, like Nisha said, if she's found people in her family tree with African on the census, so then us as a people, well, then let's help her cross-reference that and make sure it wasn't nobody trying to take their heritage away from them. You know what I'm saying? Let's make sure that it is what it is so we can move on that, because there is another side of this where things were done to people, and the families that did these to people and the companies that did these are still alive and kicking. So you know, and that's a whole nother thing where, you know, you got families that are still rich from human trafficking, you know, to this day. You feel me?
Yeah. So the phenotype so how do I let me see. All right. So, you know, in your opinion, like how has race like classifications and reclassifications been a benefit or a hindrance to the American indigenous peoples of Americas? That's North, South, Central, Caribbean. What would your opinion be around that?
You said what were they phenotypes?
No. Sorry, that's why I paused. how has, in your opinion, how has like racial classifications, right? So like racial constructs, i.e., African American, European, white, Indian, da 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 da. How have those like racial classifications and now reclassifications or attempt to reclassify been a benefit or a hindrance to, the indigenous population of the Americas?
That's a great question. I feel, and this is my personal opinion, based off of what I've seen and encountered, it has hindered a lot. Even just how people see themselves. Sometimes they look and see themselves through those racial lenses. And I feel that I have conversations like this. Is what I do. I talk about this all the time with people. I got friends from Central America. I got friends from the Caribbean. I have South American homies. We all talk about this. And sometimes, if we phenotypically look different, they might be a little light skinned. You know what I'm saying? They might say, bro, I got family members that look just like you. You know what I'm saying? They sometimes they might say, I got elders that are a little darker than you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like the internet is helping, where we get to see places and people and things that we wouldn't have saw unless we got to travel there. So sometimes our ignorance, us just not knowing, we look at the world through the racial taxonomy. So and when you really look into race, it was only the true origin of race was created to justify what was being done to slaves. So if we kind of step outside of that box, I mean, I understand people want to group people and be organized and all of these things, but last time I checked, when people have children, it's not guaranteed what those children may look like. Even today, I mean, I got family members where everybody don't look like their parent. They don't have the same skin tone. They all don't have big lips. Some of them got big noses. Some of them don't. Some of them got big old forehead. Some of them got the little forehead. You know what I'm saying? So the variation of DNA is something that we can use to counter that, where it would have to be high amounts of incest in certain areas in order to keep your bloodline pure, where everybody looks the same. But this wasn't the case in a lot of places. I've heard elder stories tell stories about them handpicking specific people out of groups to enslave and trade. The Spaniards coming and mating and keeping their bloodlines pure, and even classifying certain people based off of the mix. So when the Spaniards went into Central America, and let's say it was someone who was a Morisco or converted Moor, and they made it with someone, they had a name for that, and they would continue to name the different mixes of the people. And I actually got that source. If I can, I don't want to hold the convo up, but I can drop it in the back chat. Excuse me. And it was actually interesting to see that they had like they did that. I didn't know. Yeah, here you go. I got the source. I'm gonna drop it in the back chat real quick. And I want y'all to kind of show the people the pictures that they have on here. Here we go.
Can y'all
So
hear me?
yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, just making sure y'all can hear me. Hey ladies, how y'all doing?
Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I didn't mean to cut you off, Nitro. You can go ahead.
You know, it's all good. It's all good. So yeah, on here you can see that basically these paintings were created, and it was used somewhat as a propaganda tool to create a racial hierarchy, meaning that the more pure Spaniard you were seen as delightful, pleasant, upright, things of that nature. The more you mixed in with different caste systems, you would move down further on the totem pole. So they have various different depictions in I guess you can say categories of people mixing. So they would show you that a mother and a father would create the child, and they still have these type of paintings in especially like Spanish families. Some of them had these paintings in there. So if anybody has ever been to somebody's house and you might have seen it, this is the history behind it, is that it was used as a propaganda tool to say white is right. And then as you see, like one of them right there says Morisco, con Espanola, Chino. So they would say A plus B equals C. You know what I'm saying? And this was used to mentally start conditioning the people on who to mate with and how to treat people who have mixed babies. So status and caste was started to become a very important thing, even when intermixing was a thing. Like people couldn't help who they had babies with sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But the powers that be always wanted to have a hand in how it was organized and introduced to the world. And that's why, like tonight, I made sure, you know what I'm saying, I want to show these things, because it's one thing to say it, but then when you can optically show people, it starts to make a lot of sense that what Central America, the Caribbeans, and South America went through the same things we went through, but the mating aspect was a lot more vigorous. So being able to make themselves into the bloodlines and also mating with lighter tribes or lighter people, it could keep that blood alive a lot longer versus mating with somebody who TV off dark. Your blood ain't gonna last that long, believe you me. And a lot of these tribes ran deeper into the forest, deeper into the jungles. They ran deeper into mountains. They stayed away from a lot of the things that were going on. So with that came less resources, unstructured militaries. So when the Spaniards and other colonists would employ these military campaigns, our people were on the short end of the sticks a lot of times, or they had to basically submit or assimilate to get guns, to get access back to the rivers they got pushed off of. A lot of these different things you'll see what's going on in these time frames. So yeah, that's a dope link though. You can drop it in the chat, and everybody can read it on their own and see what I mean about just how they were using the propaganda at that time, to be able to project these caste systems onto people. And unfortunately, a lot of times our families did go along with these caste systems.
Whose turn is it? Because I want to ask a
It's
question.
Nisha's turn.
Okay, Nish.
No, go ahead.
The question that I want to ask, and it's a small question too, does it offend you when you try to explain to the people that we did have this particular heritage, and they keep insisting that you didn't? Does that irritate?
I'm gonna be real. At first, before, like, I've been growing as a person, as a man.
Mhm.
So when I didn't have the empathy that I have now, it did. I felt like they were doing the same thing the colonists did to my ancestors. But once you understand that we're creatures of habit, sometimes we don't have the empathy to be able to see this through. Sometimes we really believe the things that we're taught, like Santa Claus. Like, you ever seen a child defend Santa Claus? They don't have no proof, never been to the North Pole, ain't seen them, ain't seen a reindeer. You get what I'm saying? But the way that their hearts are clinging to certain narratives and things, they're gonna defend it with a certain amount of, you know what I'm saying, like vigor.
I feel attacked.
Yeah. Of course.
Right, Dusty.
And like I said, it becomes like gang banging, where if you watch someone and when they hood get disrespected, that chest come out, you know what I'm saying, them arms tense up, they language change, especially people, if you from out west, you understand, like, that don't slide out there. You know what I'm saying? Same with Chicago. You start talking about gangs and all that and disrespecting them sets, it gets very crucial. So once I understood it, it's a very sensitive topic, and we just don't know what we don't know. We defend the identity that was given to us because someone counters it with saying, well, I'm right because I'm white. So we say, all right, well, black is power, black is love, black is all these things, and we've created a culture around it to marginalize and stand on that separation and say, well, all right, if y'all gonna be that, we gonna be this. So to answer your question, at one point, yeah, it did, but now it doesn't at all. Like, I'm not offended by it. It don't bother me, because now I feel like I have to express my individual power in the conversation. Like, if it get too ignorant, I ain't even gonna converse with them. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just go elsewhere.
Right. And to me, sometimes when they say that you're ashamed of being African and you hate yourself, but when they find out that they have Indian in their background, just even through the genealogy, it makes me want to say you hate yourself.
Definitely. A lot of people don't they say, oh, well, this I have European, but it comes from rape. Again, a lot of our ancestors chose to have babies with those people. And even if they did get raped, that's still a part of your bloodline. So you in that blood, you could represent a better version. You get what I'm saying? Where you can say, well, I have European blood in me, but I'm not going out here doing what some of the Europeans are doing. So I can represent a better version of European DNA. People say that Africans traveled the world and were the first peoples everywhere. So where were those first peoples in Europe? What happened to them? Could you be a descendant of those people, like the Huguenots and some of these other groups, the Pits that had been living in those areas and eventually got assimilated into these cultures? It's very biased. It lacks a lot of substance when it comes to like representing your heritage and your family, no matter what it is. So I that's a great question. Like a lot of people do say that you hate yourself, you're not proud of who you are, you're this and you're that. But I think people should really do their due diligence and find out who they are and represent it the best way that you know how to. It don't have to be through the dances. You can be Scottish or Irish and you don't have to wear a kilt. You don't have to do those things. But being an upright person, like we still have to figure out how we're gonna drink water. We still getting charged for water. So there's many things that we can do to contribute to the elevation of humanity. So it doesn't just stop at knowing who your ancestors or your culture is, but what work are you gonna put in to set the record straight about these things? You get what I'm saying? Because somebody could say everybody that has European blood is a coon. You a sellout. And then you look up and say, well, hold on, I got some Europeans in my family. I ain't none of that. You see what I'm saying? Right. So now you have the ability to represent that aspect of it. And now the math formula can update. And we can say, well, we know that's not completely true. We can't just throw everybody under the bus. And now we get to actually hold individuals more accountable because it's not a group thing where you can hide in a group. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of races hide within racial groups.
Facts. It's facts. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Nisha, did you want to ask your question?
No, I didn't have one. No, go ahead.
All right. Peace Roots below genealogy. Sis, what should we call you?
Peace. Y'all can call me Rootz.
Okay, Roots. Did you want to go ahead and expand on that at all? Like, what do you think of these racial classifications that have been, used to misguide us on who we really are?
You know what? I've heard what everybody said, and honestly, what I think is that hurt people hurt people. When you're looking at white and black, first we have to realize that for a lot of people, white and black was not an option. Europeans, a lot of them could not come over here and be what they were in Africa. I mean, and not in Africa, but in Europe. Even though they came over here with that desire, it was to escape persecution. It was for freedom. And then they got over here and those same freedoms were stripped from them. So in a lot of cases, you could be in love with a quote unquote black woman, but you got the same punishment because you too were breaking the law. So when we're talking about identity and we're talking about what are you, and somebody getting upset when you state what you are, but it doesn't fit into their pretty picture of who you are based off of phenotypes or based off of this common concept of racism or this racial concept of being white, which does not exist. So yeah, hurt people is what I think. We sometimes sit back and we make these claims and we state these things because somebody did that to us. Somebody did that to all of us in America, not just to quote unquote black people. There were many cases where Italians had to go to court to fight for their identity. There were many cases when Germans had to go to court to fight for their identity. Spanish people had to go to court to fight for their identity. Still to this day, a lot of Lumbee people say that they are Portuguese, and there are people who are still trying to take that right away from them and saying, no, you're not Portuguese. Why? Because of this reason, that reason, so many different reasons that they have attributed, to phenotypes, and to whoever was in that particular area at the time. So it's not just something that we face as Black people, and I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize, and we perpetuate it in subtle ways by looking at somebody and saying, you can't be this. You get what I'm saying? You can't be that. But ultimately, I think what we need to do is stand firm on who you are. And there's no other way to stand firm but to show and prove through genealogy. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, of course, that was well said.
I would like, can I follow up real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, you made some good points, but this is why I always say stay in your lane, right? And tribe up, which is real small, because to be quite honest, I don't really, respectfully, right? I really don't give two craps about what the Italian Americans have faced in terms of discrimination. I don't care two craps about what the Irish have faced. Right? I could care less, right? I think that's where the choosing and the conversation sometimes can come, like when you say hurt people, like oftentimes we get into this space when we're talking about identity where you have to choose one or the other. But if you have been here for 100+ years, you know that we are a mixture of many different ethnicities, which is why it is so complicated. If only it was easy, right, for you to say, I am 100% Portuguese, or I am 100% German, or I am 100%, Nigerian, or whatever. You know what I mean? It would be so simple, right? But because we are so diverse, and we have such a blend of different ethnicities, but the bottom line, here's what I always say: allow people to self-identify how they self-identify. Right? Is when we have to choose, because two things can be true at the same time. And if we just submit to just that theory in of itself and let people be who they are, I think all will be right with the world, personally.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. I don't know why they catch such an attitude about it. I really don't understand that to save my life.
And like I say, I always use the example of gangs because that's the closest psychology I've seen to what we talking about. I played sports. People can have multiple favorite teams. You can have multiple favorite colors on the color spectrum. You can have different shoes that you like. But when we get to this race thing, it gets very sensitive. And for us, a lot of us not knowing what we descend from, I think we're more open to people telling us who we are. So then once we realize that, we become firm in defending something. So that's where I think a lot of times that's where the division starts. Unfortunately, is that we start creating a team out of being Black. Or a gang, where it's like if you don't want to identify as Black or African or any of these other terms, then you're not with me. You're not on my team. You're not on my side. I don't care for you. And now we start to tell you people what's wrong with them. It's like almost saying, well, you have a mental illness because you have melanin in your skin and you don't want to identify as this. I think a lot of times that's where it comes from, and I feel dots like I'm all for tribalizing. Getting into our family clans, starting there, finding our cousins, finding family members, and then moving and mobilizing based off that. And initiatives, things about the world we want to protect, sustain, or enhance or change, whatever the case may be. I think having purpose behind why we unite with the few that we do unite with can kind of help push a lot of that to the back burner because I got some cool Mexican homies, and when I start talking this, they don't question none of it. They'll tell you in a heartbeat, nah, bro, like I got some ancestors darker than y'all. So what you saying? You feel me? And it's like the same people that would challenge me would say nothing to Jorge. You get what I'm saying? They won't say nothing. They'll be quiet. So I think challenging a lot of the ignorance with information and continuing to gain more information, I think it'll start to silence a lot of the gang banging, the racial gang banging.
The part is that gets me, Nitro, is they're from here, and they will fight you tooth and nail down about somewhere else, but they're yet from here. And when they go back hundreds of years until they reach the point of the ancestral telling them that they got African in their blood, it's like you don't even and can't find a connection. That's the truth. They can tell you all day long that they have African in their blood, but can't tell you where it starts, who it starts with, what uncle, what aunt, what grandparent, you know what I'm saying, to say how it connects. But they don't argue about here, even though I know all of them's grandmom done told them the same thing my great grandmom told me and my grandma, that we have Indian in our blood. That we are, but sometimes they speak with tribal names. But I just can't imagine that they weren't told the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Like
because they're going to tell you the African part, they should tell you who was it, Uncle Tom, Uncle James, Uncle or Aunt Luce, who was the darn African that started the African stuff.
Right.
That
and somebody that's a great comment. When me and my mom was doing some research, we found some family members that were identified. One family member in particular, I use it as an example. In one lifetime, he was classified as 3 different races. So he started off as white, then they labeled him mulatto, and by the time he died, he was black.
That happened. I seen those mixed up ones in mine too.
Yeah, me too.
And we cross-referenced it to make sure it was the same person, because sometimes you might say, no, it's the same name, different. No, we found it was the same people in the households. We found the same cities, the time frames, the dates, all of that. It all lined up, and they could confer these categories as they chose because they were the powers that be at that time. So once we understand that things like that aren't as cut and dry. Like Dot's beautifully said, we're all mixed. Show me a pure German. Because last time I checked, there were many Germanic tribes. A lot of the Germans took over Rome. That's why it had to split in the 400s. So that this pure thing, it starts to sound like Nazi rhetoric, where you're talking about somebody being pure. I mean, 2 people, unless they cousins, you definitely should be mixed. Like I will hope the DNA is somewhat different. You get what I'm saying? Where you ain't got 3 eyes and 4 teeth, So embracing the different reflections of humanity, us being melanated, from different shades. I think we should embrace that more now in the future because ain't no going back. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like it is what it is at this point. So if I got a cousin that's mixed, I'm not gonna look down on them because they mix with some ethnicity that's not mine. You get what I'm saying? And how we look at it, as long as they're not European, it's all good. But it's people over there. Go ahead.
No, finish it and I'll ask you after.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that basically we bias. Sometimes we accept and say as long as they ain't European, it's all good. I've heard racist remarks from Asians. I've heard racist remarks from people in Africa, even the Americas. So it's more so about the ideology and the love. I would never tell nobody get with somebody that look like you, even if they don't have love for you. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, for sure. I think so. All right. So I don't know how else to express this. I'm gonna just sort of say what I have to say, but I am curious to see what you ladies and Nitro think of my quasi statement / question. Okay, so all right. So I know in this conversation, oftentimes, a lot of Pan-Africans, they immediately will go to this idea that you must hate yourself, right? If you're beginning to question stories, or if you are verbalizing your genealogy in a very different way other than it being African centered. My thing is that for me at least, I can absolutely acknowledge the atrocities and the major acts of aggression, right, that have been placed upon the African continent by outsiders, by invaders, but also by Africans themselves. Let's not, right? That's really important. That African clans were very much a part of the if you want to go with the slave story, kidnapping of Bibles, right? So, but I can acknowledge the acts of aggression placed on that continent, right? If I go back, 600, 700, 800 years, right? If I go with the slavery, the Middle Passage and when it happened. But if I bring it current, which I think should be the focus, because we focus a lot by looking behind ourselves, but that already happened, right? So if I'm looking in the now and in front of me, which is what I hope everyone is doing, but it don't seem like people are. It seems like there seems to be this like very unhealthy obsession with always looking behind your shoulder about things that happened pre-1400 or pre-1500 or pre-8. But if I look in the present, acts of aggression have been placed upon melanated bodies here in the Americas. And even if you want to go with the numbers in the Middle Passage story, and we say this started around the 1400s, that's what, 700 plus years that the descendants of those African bodies have been in the Americas. Aren't they indigenous enough? And to this day, there's still continued acts of aggression on melanated bodies. So what is this obsession with everybody claiming like only lineage or only stories, right, that came out of Africa how many centuries ago? But I thought we were supposed to be looking in the past, and I see so many similarities because the same stuff is happening to our babies over here in this nation. It hasn't stopped. So how long would each of you say, and to the cousins in the chat, how long must a person be here for them to claim indigenous and it be okay?
That's it.
I can answer that. Okay, so for one, we have to look at the word indigenous. Indigenous to me means that it's two ways to look at it. You can talk about culturally and you can talk about bloodline. These are two different things. And the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because when you look at Black Americans, right? Regardless of how mixed we are, meaning some of us are mixed with people from Europe, some of us are mixed with people from Asia, some of us are mixed with people from Africa. But regardless of that, when you get to America and you are born here, all it takes is one generation really for you to then start being ingrained in American traditions. And these American traditions are indigenous to America. This is why you don't see them anywhere else in the world. You don't see our accents anywhere else in the world. You don't see hip hop anywhere else in the world. You get what I'm saying? So our culture is indigenous to America because it formed in America. It formed out of all these different cultures coming together and being American at the end of the day. Now, bloodline wise, that's a different story. Two Chinese people can come here and it doesn't matter how much their child wears long nails, listens to Nicki Minaj. It doesn't matter how their accent changes. Bloodline wise, they are still their bloodline is still indigenous to China. You get what I'm saying? So it's not a cut and dry thing, and I think we try to make it a cut and dry thing when there is no way to do that. There's no way to even do that in Africa, because a lot of people in Africa are native to Africa because they've been in Africa for so long, but their culture, certain parts of their culture are, an amalgamation of many different cultures that come from Asia, South Asia. You get what I'm saying? And so and in my opinion, it's not a cut and dry thing. So how long? Okay, I can say, you know, I'm very much so a Georgia peach through and through, because my mama's mama was born here, and her mama was born here, and my daddy's mama's mama was born in Georgia, going all the way back. But even if you go further back, somebody might be from, well, some people are from Virginia, some people are from South Carolina, some people are from North Carolina. But does that still mean that I'm no longer a Georgia peach? No, my culture is ingrained in Georgia. My accent is Georgia. Everything about what I do is Georgia influenced. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. I wanted to ask you, so because you made that statement about a Chinese person would still be a Chinese, but if you say that to a Pan African, they're gonna say, well, an African person will always be an African. You see what I'm saying? Even though they came over here with the Chinese people, you said came over here with the culture.
Well, your ancestors will be African. You get what I'm saying? Your ancestors will be African. There's no way to white out, if your ancestor was born in Senegal, there's no way to white that out and then say, okay, never mind.
Your ancestors, but not you.
Right. Now, and that is true.
Okay, I don't want to interrupt.
And that is true. But that's why I say what I say in terms of it's not going to be cut and dry, because how much of that culture do you still have? If your culture is ingrained in a culture that was created here, it doesn't matter how far back you were, in Africa, because when that African ancestors moved here, they mixed the people from America, and you became ingrained in American culture.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is we've never been in African culture. You see what I'm saying? Because we've never been in Africa. What I'm trying to say is we don't know how long, if by any chance all melanated people came from Africa, which I believe we were all over the planet. But if somebody want to say that, how many thousands of years back would they try to connected to say that you're from that continent? How many years back? Because it's only been Africa since the 1700s. That's why I'm saying I'm using it and saying that continent. I'm trying to figure out how many, when did it happen? If these people can't tell you no stories, they don't even have no language that they can give you, you know what I'm saying, from the slave trade, you know what I'm saying? Where's the stories? Where is?
See, those people to me, they don't count. Honestly, I'm gonna tell you right now, they don't count, because, like I said, you gotta stand on your actual genealogy.
No, but if they saying that we're African is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and she's answering it right now.
To me, it's like saying like that's what I mean by hurt people, because they can't tell you where they're from and go with details, with facts. Then they try to push this notion onto us. And the only reason they're trying to do that to us is because somebody has already done it to them. And that's why I don't get offended. Like, they can't then tell me that I am, because I'm dark skinned, you get what I'm saying? Because I'm a brown skinned girl, that I'm African by default. People in Africa don't even do that. People in Africa people in Africa know that some of their ancestors came from Asia. They know this. You get what I'm saying? They know that some of their ancestors came. I watched hundreds of DNA results at this point from people taking the test. And there are people with Eurasian, Siberian DNA living in Africa. They don't reach back to find that ancestor and then start calling themselves Indigenous American just because they have 5% Indigenous American ancestry, because their culture and everything about them is now ingrained in Ethiopia or South Africa. And they are sure and aware of that and proud of that part of their culture. And this is what I mean by hurt people. Nobody's doing that to people around the world except us. So the example that I gave about those two Chinese people, it was to show like a range, right? There's a range where some people have an ancestor from China and they know it, but it's their great grandparent, and they have no parts of that culture today that will, you know, stay with them that they know of, because you also have to do the research to find out. Sometimes it's 1 or 2 traditions passed down and you don't know it, but that they know of, no tradition passed down. Then sometimes you have first generation. This first generation American is more quote unquote ratchet, because I'm from Georgia, right? So you got people here who go all out. Atlanta, you know what I'm saying? I've been living in Atlanta for a while too. I see people who are more ratchet or more quote unquote ghetto than me, and they are first generation American. Culturally, they have
Roots,
adopted.
can you land your plane? Almost get ready to land your plane, please, Roots.
Oh, go ahead. Y'all can go ahead.
No, finish. I'm saying just get ready to land your plane.
Okay, so yeah, in that sense, I'm just saying that there's no way to be cut and dry. So when people try to force this concept on to me, and I was raised with parents the same way, you can't force that concept onto anybody. Nope. And so we got to look at how does the world view these things. We can't be on an island recreating definitions and recreating meanings of identity when no one else is doing that around the world.
Right. Thank you.
Nisha, you got a question?
I do not.
I wanted to answer Dot's question real quick. I want to start with the first part that she said about people not speaking on the Africans their role in slavery. And that's usually something that I see people they look like a deer in the headlights once you mention it. Is that a lot of times the Africans, and during that time frame, let's talk about mercantilism. So being a merchant, some people didn't have barriers at selling people. So being able to sell to people across the river, or say over the river and through the woods, it was fair game. And I'm surprised nobody started to challenge when I brought that up last time, besides Gemini, that there are stories, like actual documented stories of Africans being embraced for selling other Africans. Also, there wasn't a movement in continental Africa to come get their family back. Even during this day, it's more political. The governments are doing this more for it's kind of like a campaign, like where you get cookies, you get a pat on the back for telling Americans to come home, just come home. There hasn't been any type of international lawsuits. There hasn't been any of these things set up to get their family members back. I find that kind of strange, because if Dot's got some Jordans, I'm like, Dots, them shoes hard, no cap. Look, I'm gonna throw you $150 for them shoes, and Dots give me them shoes. Dots, did I steal your shoes?
Nope.
All right, so
Wait, you said that you paid for them? Sorry, I wasn't.
yes. So I give you $150 for the shoes that you got.
Okay.
And you give me the shoes, I give you the money. Did I steal them?
No, you did not.
So when people take that narrative and run with it about the kidnapping of people, I think people are using that to their advantage to push their own agenda and their own narrative. A lot of these things were trades. Now, I'm not saying it was fair. I'm not saying it should be done, but putting things in their proper context to understand what's really going on, I feel is very important, and people dodge around that. And then to the second part, I'm gonna be very brief with it. How long does it take for you to no longer be African? I asked that question last time. I still haven't really gotten a definitive answer from anybody. I think that it all matters to the person who's projecting that onto people. They care more than the people who want to identify by whatever they want to themselves. Because again, these same people that say this, I asked, well, isn't everybody in the world a descendant of an African? And they said, yeah, you go back far enough, we are from Africa. So then why don't you call the Asians Africans? Why don't you tell the Chinese, all 1 billion of y'all, stop claiming China or whatever little name y'all came up with thousands of years later, and just be African? The whole world would just be African if that was the case. But everybody having their own unique identity never was a problem until colonization. So that's the real problem, is that people were being classified during this time period for caste system and oppressive purposes. We never had an issue being different up until that point. So I don't think their problem is with us or, you know, the family abroad. I think they have a problem with colonism and the systems that come from that. And sometimes we're not as, or sometimes we are reluctant to fight colonization head on.
Yes, and I had a question about that too, as far as it, because we can go from thinking of the African portion of it and talk about, you know, African sold African, but let's go into like the European portion of it, where a lot of us are European, but we don't want to, or mixed with European, but we don't want to adhere to that. Even if, you know, March 17th, some of us will go out and can drink people under the table when it comes to green beer because they're part Irish, or they have a lot more Irish than they think, or, you know, they want to river dance or yodel or anything like that. How do people come to grips of their identity, but knowing, you know, having European? And is it okay for them to actually adhere to some European cultures?
Real quickly, Nitro, before you answer that, just real quickly, chat, just so you know, now that we have people joining us, we're going to go around. Each person gets 3 minutes, okay? That way, you know.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Systematic and organized, okay? So time starts now, 3 minutes each.
Y'all want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, cool. I think people should embrace being European. You don't have to embrace, like, your family might have came from a very racist culture. They might not have liked anybody, including other people that was in the United Kingdom. I think you have a choice to adhere to certain tenets of your culture. But again, if you have the ability to represent something and do it on a grand scale for the others in that culture that don't represent the BS, I think we should. I think that's something unique that we have here in America. A lot of us have different backgrounds that we can be a better representation than others who have disgraced their families and their culture and their lineage. So I don't think people should be ashamed of it. I think people should embrace it.
And Rootz, and then we'll go around. Can you answer the question too? Oh, she might have walked away. Okay, if anybody else wants
I think
to.
we should just go around like we said we were. That way it's not out of sequence.
I'm still here. I can answer that question.
Okay.
Okay.
I can talk about it from a personal. Okay, I can talk about it from a personal standpoint too, because I have researched my genealogy and I have found many different European nations down to the address. Okay, in England, in Scotland, in France, and in Germany. And there's more to come because there's definitely a Southern European connection that I have that I'm working out as well. So I don't really have a choice but to embrace it. And also I wasn't raised in a family that didn't embrace it. You know, my mama used to say, we know, you know, we got some European ancestors. And during that time frame, she thought they were just Irish, but through research, I found that they're Scots Irish. So they were Scottish. Kilgore is their last name, that were then sent to Ireland. Then they came to America. So I don't have that issue, you know, because I wasn't raised in a family that, you know, hated certain sides of their ancestry. So yeah, I embrace it. It's not that I claim to be Scottish or French or German or English, you know. Because again, I claim Georgia all day. I'm Geechee, and I say that proudly, and I can go into that too during another round. But that's just to answer that question. You know, embrace it, and ultimately be who you are. Every little piece of you came through in some way. So my mama got a certain type of phenotype that looks different from mine. She knows what side of the family she looks like because they all tell her. She got a sister that's darker than her, you know, but they still got the same mama, same daddy. She don't look like the same grandmama that my mama looks like. You get what I'm saying? There's nothing that you can do but embrace it. My mama got the hair color of the Scots Irish, and then my uncle got it even worse than her. My uncle was the redhead running around the house. 10 aunts and uncles, 10 children, I say 9 aunts and uncles, and some of them have certain phenotypes that match certain family members and others don't. If you looking at it in the mirror, you gonna see it, and there's nothing you could do but to embrace it instead of hating it, because that's when you get to self-hate.
Thank you. And just so people know, Rootz is actually here with Nitro. She is the one that's going to let us know about her genealogy course as well, because it is her course that we were talking about. So that's why I just went to Rootz from there. Sister Freedom just came back, so she didn't hear the question. I don't know, Dots, Nisha, do you guys want to answer or go to Mrs. Legit?
I can give my time to Mrs. Legit. It's fine.
Yeah, go ahead.
3 minutes, Mrs. Legit, okay?
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna stay long. Peace to you, ladies, and everybody listening. I just had a question because it seemed like my comments weren't popping up. Was I blocked in the chat?
No, you shouldn't be. I was able to see you, but I'm not sure. Let me.
I've seen every comment you put in there. That's why we was able to speak to you. Did you see us speaking to you, Miss Legit?
Yeah, but after a certain period of time, my comments stopped showing up because I made.
Now you're here, so you're not blocked.
Well, I mean in the chat.
Yeah, no, I hope not. She's gonna check.
How that's possible.
Yeah, but what would you like to say?
Possible, but
okay, I was just wondering because it stopped popping up and everything. Because I made. Yeah,
we have no reason to do it.
I'm blocked.
We welcome you, so we wouldn't have spoke to you and then blocked you. That don't make sense.
No, it's fine. Somebody did block her in the chat, but it's okay now. So just go ahead on with your question.
Okay, I'll just say this and then I'll be gone. I definitely agree that we should embrace all of whom we are. Most Black people, aka African American people, or Negro, or whatever term wants to be used, we have still a fairly significant percentage of European DNA. I know I have about 20% European DNA to this day, and most of that is because of the chattel slavery of African men and women on this land in our African ancestry. And so most Black people, like I said, still have a significant percentage of European DNA to this day. And then aside from that, mostly sub-Saharan African DNA as well as like I had trace amounts of like maybe like 2% or about 2% Indigenous American, but overwhelmingly sub-Saharan African DNA. And I absolutely agree in claiming, all that you are. That European DNA is there for a reason. It speaks to what happened to our ancestors, that it was not by their choice of mixing with Europeans. It was by force in the ownership of our ancestors for quite a long time. So we still have those amounts in us today. And that's one of the reasons why there's can be varying complexions within the same family of mother and father, because it will display differently genetically because of that European admixture that most of us have. So I was just gonna say that, but okay, I just was wondering, but I won't, I don't have to come and comment or anything like that. I was just wondering, and I was like, just making sure I'm not crazy. I'm like, my comments wasn't showing up, but I just wanted to find out.
I'm fixing it now. I just have to do it.
I don't know who did that. I have no idea who did that because I wasn't down here anyway. But I don't know who did
block
that.
y'all.
Huh?
No, I was asking them to please not block. Don't do that.
But that's okay. That's okay, y'all. Y'all have a good night. Thanks for letting me come up.
Mrs. Legit, I wanted to respond. I wanted to respond.
Yeah, but I don't know what's up with that. I'm not. Because we already said we didn't do it. We don't know. I don't know. It's going to start getting on my nerves. Right.
He's going to say that. I wanted to respond to something that she said. Is this Uncle Black, Yusuf Samora? Yusuf Samora, are you still there? Who is this, Uncle Black or not? Or no?
Yes, ma'am. This is Yusuf Samora. Peace to you, ladies and gentlemen on the panel. Thank you for letting me up. Would you like me to speak?
Peace.
You're more than you're more than welcome to. You know what? You rock. I wanted to say something to Miss Legit's comment though.
Please go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's gonna be less than 3 minutes, I promise y'all. I want to, you know how, well, Miss Legit, right? Respectfully, but I oftentimes when I listen to how you tell the story about how our people, you know, are diversified with different ethnicities, be it European mixed with African or African mixed with whatever, it often reads like a novella. I know I said this to you before, but I mean that. You just said something to the effect of, there's European and please, I'm not going to quote you word for word, right? So give me some grace. I'm going to summarize. But what I thought I heard you say was, you know, that the European that show up in quote unquote Black people's DNA is because of rape, right? It's because of force. But that's not the story for 100% people of quote unquote Black descent, if that's the term we're going to use. I'll say melanated. That's not the story. That just isn't.
Facts.
That's not my story either about how my European came up into my DNA. And that's the whole entire fact. It's not through rape. But these are the stories that we hear. From how many of them survived the passage, to how many of them were placed on boats, to how they stayed alive. It reads like a novella. It reads like a freaking novel. And that is not the story of everybody. It just isn't. That's all I want to say. Yasaf, you got it.
And then also too, just one sentence. A lot of people got killed for being in lovers. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people were willfully falling in love. So I agree, Dots. We gotta stop projecting that and really find out what happened. Was it rape? Was it open love? Like, what was it?
Right. And let me say this right quick. I agree with that because I've been trying to avoid my great granddaddy's parents. I was like, this white man cannot be his daddy. But I've been trying to avoid that for about a year. And I keep getting stuck. But once I accepted it and looked at everything, it's true. It's true. I got great aunts and uncles with green eyes, light skin right now. So it's not just because of rape. It's not. It's because that's who they wanted to be with. And we got to look at it for real and stop just carrying on that narrative of that with everybody because it's different.
Straight up.
Go ahead, Samora.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering, because I know when it comes to America and the West Indies, UK, etc., there's a lot of mixture going on, and hence the confusion of where or who we are, so to speak. But my question is, if we take away the geography, who would you say you are?
Who? Anybody can answer that? I can answer that.
Please go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so that's why I said earlier that I'm Geechee. And a lot of people don't know. They think that Geechee is just a language. They think Geechee is an ethnicity, but before all of that, Geechee was a tribe. Just like the Lumbee call themselves Lumbee, named after the Lumbee River, people who are Geechee name themselves Geechee. It was the name of the old Geechee River. And we were made up of many different bloodlines. This is why you hear about the Wale people. It's why you hear about the Uchi Wale people. It's why you hear about Hittichi people, Yamasee people, Appalachian people. Our culture is indigenous to Georgia. This is why you don't see it anywhere else in the world. So if you take away geography and all in everywhere, no matter where I go, I'm ingrained in my culture. The foods I eat, they Geechee. You get what I'm saying? Passed down from my mama's side and my daddy's side. So take that away, and I still have my tribe.
That's all right. Cool. So where does Geechee come from? Where does it originate from?
The old Geechee River.
And is that connected to the African or the black or the white, the Mexican?
Georgia.
What is it? Okay, Georgia. And who were the people predominantly in Georgia at that time of your ancestors?
So on my dad's side, the bloodline that I come from, that's Geechee, is mostly Uchiwali.
And who are they?
Uchiwali. That's the tribe.
No, I mean in terms of skin color.
They were described in the early, 1500s as being people with dark skins.
Right. So you say dark skin. Does that mean
Copper colored people is how all of the Georgia Indians were described.
okay? So that's black, we're saying in today's terms. Correct?
I mean, yeah, if you want to go with that, yeah.
Okay, so then in today's terms, when we say black, who are we talking about?
I don't know who everybody else is talking about
Yeah,
because
yeah,
that's
you,
what I
you
mean.
losing me, bro.
I'm
You had me at the genealogy. I mean the geography, but I'm kind of like, where you going with this?
No, I'm just asking because I'm trying to connect because there's groups of people on this planet. Which group do you belong to?
I think can I come in, because I think that's where you're confused a little bit, Yasef, because you're saying groups of people based on race and skin complexion, but there's groups of individuals in India that have darker skin than you and me. So
Right.
we can't actually put together who you are based on your skin complexion. That's why we're pushing this genealogy to actually know where your family comes from, to know who you are.
Right. There's no way to group us all, if that makes sense.
I got you, but I mean, in a sense, don't you think that if we were connected to those people in India, we would have grouped ourselves all together as one? But as you said, there's some people in India. That means that they're different to us, so to speak.
Well, think about it this way. A lot of people didn't travel further than what they had to. So we weren't the ones that grouped ourselves. Again, this is why I mentioned that. The grouping of humans like that didn't start until the colonists decided to do that. So the concept, the ground that you're standing on with this is not something that was around before European, pale-skinned Europeans and other Europeans started their conquest to create racial taxonomy. So there were dark people all over the earth. They didn't have a need to connect to other dark people because they had their own culture, their own language, their own tribes, their own religions. So we could connect with trade as merchants, but there wasn't this yearning to group everybody like crayons, bro. So
I disagree because I believe that, or I know that everything on this planet connects. So when you say that everybody had their religion and so on and so forth, that I can't agree with that, because when you look at religion in itself, it connects. So everything connects. We cannot be on the planet and you doing one thing on that side and I'm doing one thing on this side. Everything connects, my brother. So that's what I'm trying to say. As
so
a
you
group
saying,
of
so you're
people,
saying every religion on earth connects. That's what you're saying.
yeah.
Elaborate.
Well, I mean, if you go into Sumeria, you go into Kemet, you go into Christianity, you go into Islam, they all connect. That's what I mean. I mean, they connect. So everything connects.
Yeah.
Human beings connect. Everything connects.
I would agree with that, and that's called syncretism. And human beings connect, but that wouldn't be one race or the other of what you were saying, Yasef. So that wouldn't be solely that's for the black people. No, so-called white people's religions are going to connect. So-called Asians religions are going to connect. So when it's talking about syncretism, that's going to be a human thing of why it connects, and
Right.
the fact that the earliest religions would influence the religions to come.
Right. That's correct. I agree with that. And hence why I'm saying what Rootz is saying, being a Geechee as black people, if it comes from black people, then it connects to all black people, because there will be something in Geechee that is probably in the African culture and traditions, and probably in the West Indian or in the South American or wherever black people are. And that's the point I'm trying to make, that look, you can call yourself European, whatever, but at the end of the day, we all connect as one people. And that's the point I was trying to make. That's all.
I mean, if you're saying that we all connect as one people, okay, theoretically, that's a great theory. You get what I'm saying? But you know, that shouldn't take away from people's identity. So you wouldn't go to a Tamil person in South India and tell them you should no longer be Tamil. You should just be, you know, Indian, because their cultures are also ingrained in being Tamil. You get what I'm saying?
No, but I got what you're saying, and you are Tamil, but you are a Tamil part of a group, a bigger group, a wider group, so to speak. If you understand what I'm saying, like being a tribe in a country, so to speak. So this is what I'm saying. As Black people, you can't get away from yourself when you try and say, okay, I'm European, I'm this, I'm that, I'm that. At the end of the day, wherever you call yourself, that our ancestors said, no matter where you come from, as long as you're a Black man, you're an, they use the word African because of the modern construct, whatever you want to call it, but you understand what they're trying to say. You understand the moral of what they are trying to say to us.
But you do understand that everybody's ancestors didn't move the same way, right?
What do you mean?
You have so-called African tribes that will go to war with anybody. Like if you came on their land or in their village uninvited, you might not leave out. So this, again, I feel as though you're projecting a narrative or this concept that was not popular. Like you cannot prove that this was a known human structure around the globe before the 1400s, because the way that people had differences with each other could be something as simple as y'all taking all the apples. So if y'all don't cut down on how y'all taking the apples, because it takes time for these fruits to grow again, we going to war. It's very simple things like that. The way that you wear your garbs, the languages that you spoke. People created different languages for a reason. So I hear what you're saying, but these concepts are very modern, and I feel like you're projecting them onto more ancient times when it comes to why people were identifying themselves the way that they were. People will name themselves after a river that is in that area. So I feel like what she said kind of went over your head a little bit, where they named themselves after a river in Georgia. So regardless of the things that they had within the culture, again, these things can be conferred. Somebody can move into my land and we don't have to have the same bloodline, but I adopt you into the family and the tribe, you good, you one of us now. These things can be given and taken away from people at will. So it's not as just cut and dry. Like my ancestors didn't say what you just said about us just all being Black and African. So that's something that you may have experienced, but you can't tell everybody that that's just what it is.
Right. Okay.
Let me just jump in really quickly. I don't know, Equal Flow. You're not blocked for us in the back, but yeah, like I would say stop blocking now. If not, I'm just gonna start removing moderators because we don't know which one is doing it, and we're just gonna go down and build our way back up on moderators. So I would suggest y'all, they're not saying anything offensive. It doesn't matter if you don't like what they said. That's not why you block people. You only block people if they're saying something really offensive in the chat. Sorry, carry on. I think it's actually Sakina after this, and then OTK.
Yeah, please carry on then, if that's the case. Yeah.
I think Sakina came, but yeah, stay on your stuff. We'll definitely get back to you. I think Sakina left, so OTK, peace. Did you want to add or?
Yes. What's up, goddesses? How y'all doing tonight, man?
Hey, OTK.
What's going on? Hey, another beautiful bill tonight, man. Great study session. Shouts out to you, Nitro. I seen you the first time. This the second time. Sister, I can't hardly see that. What's that? Sister Rootz. Sister Rootz. Appreciate you too. You say you Geechee, so I'm from South Carolina. I'm in South Carolina right now, so I want to build with you with that too. Yeah, man, it's a great build. But Yasser, I got a question for you, sir. are you a Pan-African? Because the questions you ask, you trying to say like, I feel like you're trying to circle us around back to this evolution thing, like we all came out of one place. So this is why I'm starting to say, tell everybody, man, and we might need to leave this word black alone. Because when we use that word black, we leaving too much room open. Because now when we use the word black, y'all trying to say, oh, it's black everybody, it's black everywhere. We know we was classified as that on these censuses and misclassified and reclassified over and over again. We got the documents. We already know that for ourselves, American Indians or Aboriginals or Indigenous. But I think to get away from all of this back and forth with this right here to where we still got to end up proving ourselves, I feel that we just need to might need to get rid of that black word, because we're leaving the door open, because when they say black, it automatically goes back to Africa.
Sorry, I didn't catch your question.
Are you a Pan-African? Or you a West Indies or what? You from the islands?
I'm an African, and when you say Pan-African, Pan-African is something that well, they want to group everybody together into one box. Yes, we are one, so to speak, but I wouldn't say Pan-African in the sense that secular people will say Pan-African. I would say we one under our own different supreme deities. Because if you look at it like this, if you say, and if the facts point to America being the land, so to speak, and when you look at the ancient buildings and stuff like that, they're all over the world, and they're all in places except for Africa. So then you have to ask yourself the question, why is it that they don't have these buildings and so on, these old ancient buildings in Africa and so on and so forth, but they have them all over the world? Could it be that black people were all over the world and were chased into Africa because of racism and slavery and so on and so forth, and then made to look like we don't have nothing, if you understand what I'm saying, and then brought some of them back from Africa to America, basically, to
I will.
come and
Dulcie, we
work
talked
this place.
about that. Dulcie, remember
So
we
then,
talked about that? Like
yeah,
they could have
go
gone
ahead.
over here and went over there. Remember that, Dulcie?
Yeah, you know, when we talk about the old world, it's just been told to us that's the old world, this the new world, and all this other stuff, but we don't really know for sure. So when it comes to the old world and knowing which one's the new world, then yeah, the old world could have went into and influenced the new world at any time. Just which one is it? Which one's the old world? Which one's the new world?
I've always said I think that people of color were already here all over the world. I think to
It
just
really don't matter at this point. It
wait a
really
minute.
don't matter at this point. I
I just
think that, you
I
know
want
what I
to
mean? Oh, go.
okay. I was going to say that to make melanated people come from one place is disrespectful to nature. It just eliminate the like minutes the abilities of nature, being so nature done made all these different trees, different plants, different insects, different animals, different birds, different fish in the sea, all over the world, but we have to be just from one particular place. That don't make sense to me. I'm saying, I know you saying it doesn't matter, but it does matter, obviously, but I'm going to listen to why you say it doesn't.
Yeah, okay. I was saying at this point where we at today, it doesn't matter, because nobody can tell you who you are and nobody can tell you who I am. So at this point in the day, we know who they are. They know who we are. I'm pretty sure this brother know who we are over here in America. Just like we can recognize other people from other countries. We know who everybody is now. So we don't need to keep going through this same thing where we have to keep on and on and on and on and on and on with the same thing. That's taken away from the information that needs to get put forth. You know what I mean? So I knew he was trying to say that, you know, he kind of messed me up, and I'm not sure that I heard all, but he said that, is it truth that everybody got chased into Africa? So are you saying that people from America got chased into Africa also, or are you just talking about over there in that region?
I'm saying that because there was an exodus, there was a movement of people all across the world at a certain point in time, from Europe to the West Indies, from America to Africa, from Africa to America. There was a circling of movement of people going round at a certain point in time. So you have to decipher where, when, and what, basically. And well, I personally believe that we were all over the place, just like Sister Freedom was saying, because I mean, there's buildings and artifacts all over the world, some of which they've melted and burnt down and so on and so forth. We were all over the place. So I mean, to claim that we're from America alone, or I mean, I'm just saying we should concentrate on the group rather than the geography, because
But that's not what she said, just to make it clear. That is not what she said when she said we were all over the place. It just means like the darker skin complexions are all over the place. Just because you're dark skin complexion does not mean they're African that's in America. So it doesn't mean Africans are in America. No, what she was saying is there were dark skinned Americans from America that were already indigenous to America, not from Africa. I just wanted to make sure you were clear on that.
Plus he sounded a little religionist, because he said Exodus. So you know what I mean, he might think we are Hebrews.
Right. Well, it was sounding like we're all Africans, but go ahead, let Sakina go, and then we're gonna go all the way around answering this question on the screen. Peace, Sakina.
Hello, how y'all doing? How everybody doing on the panel? So, I have a question for those who've done ancestry.com. So, I recently decided to do it. You know, they do that little free trial, and then where you can start your family tree. So, with that, I got a whole bunch of hints, and I was able to go back to my fourth grandfather and grandmother on two different sides. Now I'm stuck in the 1700s and the late 1700s.
That's wonderful, though.
Yeah, I was excited. I was obsessing over it. I couldn't stop. Just kept researching and researching. So now I got to a point where I'm stuck and I can't go further. So my question for you guys who already did it, I don't really see the benefit. Is there a benefit in me doing the whole sending in my DNA? Because if only thing I'm going to get back is a map of percentages, even if they put me over in Europe somewhere, unless I can take my family tree back to Europe, I'm still not going to have any kind of, knowledge of my family. You understand what I'm saying? Do that make sense?
Yeah.
It absolutely makes sense. So that means it doesn't make sense to do the DNA. Well, that's why I
I would say a better application for that is if you wanted to find cousins in a certain lineage that might not be as obvious. That way you can reverse engineer your way back to maybe find siblings or relatives of that family member that you're stuck at. It would work that way. But the map and all of that, those things are you don't have to use those things when they show you where your centimorgans or haplogroups, what part of your or certain parts of your DNA may match with a certain percentage of records that they have. That's not going to help you find your family. But when you do take the test, they will start to connect you with cousins that you do have that are alive or have also taken the test. So then you can maybe look through their tree or research their lineage and then start to find relatives that may have been hard to find. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, that kind of do make sense. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it yet. I'm gonna do some more research, just the way I've been doing, searching death certificates and marriage licenses and things like that, to see what I can find. But I was just wondering about the
I can
DNA.
speak on that too. I think your best tool it's not even one tool, but all of your triangulation tools, once you get to a certain point, those are the tools that are going to help you fill in the gaps. And I know that from experience too, because I took the 23andMe test. And I've also uploaded my DNA to several others after that. So Family Tree DNA, GEDmatch, and MyHeritage. And even though I haven't taken the ancestry.com, the ancestry DNA test, I do still communicate with a lot of my relatives who have on Ancestry. So when you use triangulation tools, this is how you pull together certain relatives. And now what helps is that they also have a tree. And I'm not just talking about for the sake of seeing who is in that tree or and match your tree. That also helps. Those are like, through lines. But I'm talking about also who you match in particular on certain chromosomes. So there is one triangulation tool that's on Family Tree DNA called Matrix. And it kind of does the same thing that Through Lines does, except it's not just connecting you to see who's in somebody's tree. It's connecting you to these people who all of you share segments on the same chromosomes. Make sense? Make sense?
Yeah, that's deep. And you said that one is on
Family
which
Tree
one was
DNA.
Family Tree DNA. Okay, I'm gonna look into that.
Can I
Thank
just ask
you.
quickly?
I have to look into that too. Okay, so we're just gonna go around answering this question on the screen. Do y'all think that Black people romanticize Africa because our country has denied us so much? I would say absolutely. I mean, there is this thing of we have this perpetual thing to want to be against America. And even when you hear like I'm American, it just sounds Republican. It just sounds like you turned into Trump. Make America great again. But yeah, people just despise that. Like, what, you're American? But it's because like we don't know what's happened to our family. And I agree with Rootz. Hurt people hurt people. We don't know who we are truly. And because we feel like searching into who we are is like a lost cause, or we're not going to be able to find it. We just kind of take it out on this whole I'm never going to be American, I'm African. So that's why I think so. What do you think, Nitro?
I agree. I do think that we romanticize it, especially not knowing directly where your ancestors are from, because you have a lot of ancestors. So not knowing, again, it becomes very gang-like, where your op has claimed a turf, a land, a color, all of these different things. And especially when you have people recruiting you. So they don't ask you what's your lineage. They'll tell you the Europeans are the op, and you could be a whole European. You just melanated. So I do think people really romanticize Africa, but they don't get into the specifics of Africa. It's 52 nations. They don't get into it, 54, 52 nations. They don't get into the specifics of exactly what part of the lineage do they want to attach to and help grow and enhance. Some of these places don't have water, drinkable water. They're still trying to get electricity and generators in these villages. So I think it would really help people to help their people instead of trying to tell everybody else what they is and what they ain't.
Can I just say though,
Wait 1 second. We're going to get to you, Dots. I think Sister Freedom may have walked away.
Wait a minute. Let me just say yes, and I'll make it quick. I agree
Okay.
with you, Elsie, and I agree with you, Nitro. That's it. Go ahead, Dots.
Oh yeah, you're so low, Dots. You may have to go out and come back in, because yeah, you're like real underwater now. It sounds like try now.
How about now?
Yes, much better now.
Okay. I think it's a bit of cultural appropriation, I think that, it's like for me, my model,
It still sound low.
Yeah, you still low.
Yeah, you came back and then you went low again.
Okay, I'll drop down. Go to the next person. I'll drop down.
Nisha, and then we'll go.
Do y'all think Black people romanticize Africa because our country has denied us so much? Romanticize. I would say that the reason that it is Romanticize. I don't really want to use that, but I understand what you're saying. But I would say it's because that's the only place as a whole that everybody over there look like me. And I think that's why a lot of people does that, even though I don't agree. But I think that's the reason why that's a because Scottish people that's in America, they could go Scotland, you know, so on and so forth. But the bottom line is where we gonna go back to, so we pick that, not knowing if people that look like me was already here. So that's the only thing that a lot of people has to go on is phenotype. Really, that's what I think. Done.
Okay, Rootz.
I agree with what everybody just said, and even how I don't necessarily want to use the word romanticize either, but it's like Nisha said, that's a place where you can look in the early 1900s when you start hearing people use the terminology like we're African abstracts. You get what I'm saying? Meaning that we see people who look like us over there, and so we then claim it. Yes, it is oftentimes because we were denied. You could hear them, you could read all of that early writing when they were going back to Africa movement, where they were literally expressing the hurt that they experienced in America. So yes, to answer that question, yet at the same time I think it's a little bit more than us being denied. I think it's also just because certain people, we've just been taught that, and we repeat what we've been taught.
Thank you. OTK, you go, and then Yosef right after.
I don't know what else to say after that, man. I came from that. Uh, we didn't romanticize it, but I'd be damned if we didn't love it because of what we was taught. You know what I mean? At one time we hated it. Then when they started bringing out all the greatness that was over there, then we started loving it until we find out about the greatness that we was doing over here that they was hiding. So, you know what I mean? It's been a back and forth thing and with my era. You know what I mean? I'm just glad to be where I am today, though. You know what I mean? I'm glad I was able to see what's going on now today. And I want people like Root, Nitro, y'all boys keep on doing y'all. Excuse me, not y'all boys. That's how we talk in the South. But y'all keep on doing what y'all doing, man. Keep bringing this message.
Definitely will.
Yeah. I I'm a bit confused because when the lady came and she spoke about DNA, and that's something I've found within the DNA, and correct me if I'm wrong. When everybody does their DNA, we always hear, oh, I'm Scottish, Irish, German, whatever, Danish. But what about Russian? Black people are from Russia too. I mean, if you go and you look at those cathedrals and those things that Putin brought out about these monuments of black people that they worship in private and so on and so forth, but yet nobody claims to come from Russia. Nobody claims to come from around those regions in Russia, like Romania, Poland, all of those type of places. But yet black people were all over those places. So is this DNA really true? Is it really factual? I don't think so. But people are going with it because I understand there's a mix. And that's the problem. The problem is the mix, because there's so much mixtures. Everybody is speaking to what resonates with them. And I understand that. But if we're looking at the whole picture, you can't escape the fact that we are one people. And I keep saying that regardless. So no, we're not romanticizing Africa. Africa is just a name they've given to us. But the people, we're one. And that's it. That is it. Sorry.
Peace, Anton.
Hey, peace.
Go ahead. You can you
Yeah,
can
I'm.
answer this, or we can go to the next.
No, I wanted to. That's why I jumped on. I wanted to answer that question.
And Delcy, skip me again too, baby, when it comes down to my turn, okay?
Okay.
Go ahead, Freedom.
No. She was saying skip her. You can go.
Oh, okay. Now I'm gonna say no a different way, because I don't even think he answered the question. And the reason why I say no, they're not romanticizing uh, Africa because they have just ignored us. So how do you say it? Denied us so much. I don't know who they is, but I'm saying no for this reason, right? The reason why and I wouldn't even use romanticize. I agree with Nisha, and it's not a romanticizing of that. It is a horror story that they're selling us of this transatlantic slave trade and that we come from somewhere else. I think the whole thing about Africa is to tell us that we're not from America, we from somewhere else, and that way we don't have no plant or no footing anywhere, not just in America, but just anywhere, because nobody can understand. Just like this young brother was just saying before me, we from everywhere. We was everywhere. Okay, good, no problem. I mean, but at the end of the day, it's not a romanticize of it. It's just a story, and it's not a romantic story. To me, it's a horror story, and it's a fictional story that we've been told all this time. I mean, that's why people like this guy can come up here and still try to question the whole fact of who we say we are. So it's not a romantic thing. It's a fictional thing. It's a novel. It's something of that fact to where, they're just trying to uh, make sure we have no footing on this earth. More importantly, in America.
And then real quick, I wanted to ask, I can't see his name. Was it
Well,
Yosef? Something like that?
yeah. Can you ask him right after this? I just want
Oh,
to
no,
give
go ahead. My bad.
Sakina
Yeah,
the
yeah.
chance
Go ahead.
if she wanted to answer the question on the screen or not, and then we'll go right to you to ask your question. Sakina, did you want to address any of this? Do you feel like Africa is
Yeah,
romanticized?
I don't know if it's romanticized, but I think that the reason why automatic emphasis is put on Africa without much research and things to back it up is because, whether, just logically speaking, if you look at the world and you look at not saying I go with this science of the three different humans, the Negroid, the Mongoloid, etc. But if you look at the continents like Europe, Asia, and Africa, till this day, even though the Asians differ, some slant up, some slant down, some slant back, difference in colors, but you can all look and tell that they're Asians. And then the same thing with Europe. The Scots might have some differing from the Greeks or the British or the different French, whatever. But you can look at them and you know that they're white men. And when you go to Africa, yeah, you might have some variances. And, down in South Africa, there's white people now. And up in North Africa, it's the Arabs. But the majority of Africa is melanated dark people. So if we not questioning, are Asians really from Asia? And the people that look like them from Asia, people that look like them, white people are from Europe, why are we questioning where the most people that look like us occupies the land? And to this day, when we look at it, the Americas is like a melting pot. We're not the dominant people here. So what happened?
Good point, Nitro.
Can I?
Go ahead. Yeah, you
I
can
would
answer and then ask
love to
your question.
answer that.
Well, let
Love to answer
Nitro.
that.
I think, and then you save it, and we'll go to you afterwards. I don't know, Nitro, if you want to answer, then ask your question. But it will be Nitro, Yosef, then Aton. Then we'll go back in order.
Yeah, and I
So,
would like to say something at any time, please.
Dot's back. Now go ahead, Dots. Yeah, we didn't get to hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead, Dots.
Thank you, guys. I was gonna say to the question about
romanticizing Africa. I think it's a bit of cultural appropriation too. You know, I know I've been guilty of it, right? Where I I remember when me and my sister went to Tanzania, East Africa. You know, so we got our little, dashikis on. That's cultural appropriation, right? First of all, we're not East African. Let's start there. But it's the whole culture, right? So, we got the dashikis and the outfits made, but we're not that. Even my best friend is Ghanaian. I always say that her mom always laughs and says, even if they say that you have 15% Ghanaian, that, we chuckle because we don't identify as such. We identify by our last name. That's the first thing you're going to get asked is like, what is your clan's name? Because that's how they identify you to your region, your culture, your language. And that's why I had asked the question initially. How long do a person or a person's kinfolk have to be in the Americas? Because that's where we are. That's the nation that we're in right now. How long does a person and their kinfolk have to be here in the Americas for them to be respected or identified, right, as indigenous or Indian or whatever, whatever, however that. But like, how long are we going to keep on focusing on the past? I mean, it's 2024. Like, my grandmother is born here, but all my grandmother's mother graves and her mother grave is in Barbados. That's in the Americas, right? That's when we I pay homage. That's the grave sites that I go to visit. It's here in the Americas. I keep saying that. So at what point do we kind of, see it as such and move forward? That's all I wanted to say. I think it's a bit of cultural appropriation too. That's all.
So yeah, I dropped the link in the chat, and I think it'll kind of help us mentally to uncondition ourselves as I'm talking
I'm
about
sharing it
this.
now.
Yeah, I want to show this as I'm talking because I heard the sister Sakina say that in Africa in general, this is the place that we know where people look like us. And again, if we all don't look the same here, then I think we should have a more open mind to the earth and where people everywhere look. So this is Papua New Guinea. A lot of the indigenous people there, from my experience, look more phenotypically similar to my family. And when people start pulling up different people in West Africa, I mean, I just did a quick Google search. There's over 3,000 different ethnic groups in Africa. 3,000. Most people can't even name 10, let alone 3,000. So I think, again, the age of information and the internet has helped us be able to broaden our horizon on the different ways that humans can turn out. Because I don't know if everybody's aware of this, but the way that you get a phenotype is the activation of DNA. So remember when they taught us the Putnam square, where you got like big B, big A, and then when you cross these, you get to pick dominant and recessive genes. All right. So we think it's a myth that we've been taught a myth that if you have blue eyes, it's because you've made it with a European. That's not true. Blue eyes is a form of oculocutaneous albinism, which is a recessive expression of your eyes, the pigmentation within your eyes. You do not have to mate with Europeans to possess that DNA. So I think that even answering your question, these people here did not get there during slavery. They have been there for a very long time. They have their own languages, their own customs, their own names, and they wish to be identified as such. How will we look landing on their island, telling them who they are? They will look at us and say we're brothers and sisters, we're family, because we humans. We don't have to trauma bond with them. That's what it is. It's a trauma bond that we're projecting on people, where if it's almost Holocaust like, where I have to bond with you based off of this atrocious horror story, like Anton said. You know what I'm saying? But if you don't want to connect to that, then something's wrong with you. And here's an entire island of people who look the way they do. So I just feel like, a bigger question to ask people is, do you think people that look like us could have been here before slavery? Yes or no? And it's that simple. It's not about finding bones. because again, you would have to dig up almost 9 to 41 miles of earth crust to find all the bones to then collect them. What about the ancestors that bones withered away because they didn't get the proper burials? What about them ancestral bones that's in these museums? Even when Brett said something about Russia, bro, they have to have a certain amount of tests samples in the database around the earth. And unfortunately, even with the pale skinned Russians, they don't have a monolithic DNA, meaning that there are different expressions amongst their centimorgans and haplogroups. So this is why it varies based on percentages. Because they even some of these people we think are pure are not the same. They don't have the same DNA. That's cap. It's not real. So I think that as we start to broaden our mind and intake information minus bias, we can accept who people are. We're the only people that had this conversation. We the only ones. Like they're not fighting over there about who they are and what they know. It's a deeper fight. They want their land back. They want invaders out. They want that progressive technology. This is what they got going on. Real human problems, not stuff like this. Like again, you can keep scrolling through the pictures and show people. Like we have to uncondition our minds and understand that there's people everywhere that look like us. That's not the issue. Who are we?
Yep. And my thing is this, is that, and I'm gonna be real quick, Dosey. The thing is, I'm gonna add on to that. That's
You
just
got
what's
it.
up. That's just what's up. Because the bottom line
We'll go
is,
back in order.
we could take a quick survey right here on this panel, and you can raise the question over there into the chat. How many of those how many of those countries that we talking about, even this brother Yusuf, where people were going over there telling them who they're not, and what would happen to them if they did? This is the only country that is having that conversation, and that's what's up, Nitro. That's what's up.
No, for sure. And Dosane,
Exactly.
I dropped another link in the chat too. This one is of the Indigenous Australians.
I'm gonna add, and then I'll put that on the screen next. But keeping Guinea up, because I think this is a powerful picture and showing how these people looked and how they reclassify Africa to misrepresent what was happening. One, we see that in sources we can see that they went here and took some of these people and enslaved these people, and we can see in the 19th to 20th century they started to take these people that they were enslaving and call them West Africa. The place that's Guinea in Africa, that was named Guinea in 1978. So we can see the misappropriation of who people are. And I think that's where we have to get back into that DNA isn't complete and we got to complete it. I think Yosef made a great point earlier about Russia. Why you won't find Russia is because Russia is put with Finland on DNA tests, and they have 90% of the reference panel being from Finland and not Russia. Well, I think that mindset is incorrect even for them. We need to first do a reference panel that's Russian and a reference panel that's Finland, and then see how close people are to each other and compare and contrast and do different things like that. But the real main portion of it is you cannot build reference panels without building genealogy, because you need to know the present day people and what their story is completed before you use them as a reference. Because if you're using them as a reference and they just migrated to Russia from Scotland, then your reference panel is not a Russian reference. It's a Scottish reference. So that's why we cannot keep putting it as a one or the other or anything. It has to be done together, and it has to be completely done together. And that's not what DNA is right now. That's why I'll never talk down on DNA and say that, oh yeah, the science will never work. But the science so far has just been to misappropriate the actual people and to disguise who people really are. And what we need the science to do is maybe build our own science things so we can really see where people are and build upon their genealogy. I think that's where we're getting this Kemet argument as well, where we really need to have people's genealogy and their DNA reference panels and build individual reference panels based on tribal affiliations, locations, and different things like that before we try to lump them together.
Can I also just say quickly that personally, I use these ancient buildings as a guide, because when you look at these buildings, they're everywhere from America to Russia, and they're all the same, similar buildings. So that means that people built them. The same, one group of people built them. It wasn't like a mixture of people or a collaboration of people. It was a group of people who built them. So these people had to be all over the globe, basically, except for in Africa.
That's incorrect, because they're not even built in the same time frame to say the same people built them. You can have a 3,000 year difference, and you don't know if that's if it was someone's great grandfather that built something and then they came to build it later. What you can know is that a transfer of information has happened all over the world. I think it really shows that this whole banging on each other based on who you are only has come recently and through race, because we used to share information. And I think pyramids and buildings being all over the world proves that we weren't just like, oh, I have the science, or I have to be the first one to go to space, all this other stuff. We collaborated to be like, we want the world to be a better place and not just our little notion. I think that's what it proves.
Facts. And we had boats before the Mayflower. So it just seems that, you know, we discredit how technologically advanced our ancestors were. Like, they didn't have a need to want to build boats and go talk and holler at other people in other land.
Right. And too, I want to add to that too. And I'm just say this. If you are surrounded, if let's say, I'm saying like this, if you've never been around groups of people who are not trying, who don't feel the need to one-dimensionalize us as a people, then I really do feel sorry for you. I went to Spelman, right? I graduated from Spelman in 2014. So I have sat with, you know, people who are supposed to be at the top of this whole Pan-African game. Going to a school like Spelman is supposed to be where we champion being Black. But there are people, thousands of women, let me add that. There are thousands of women who know that they are not just one bloodline. I went to school with people who were from multiple different tribes from the West. I went to people who are half Russian, you get what I'm saying? Like, that is where the center, the AUC is the center of where everybody who has one drop feels supposed to feel, welcome. It's supposed to be where we cultivate this environment where, regardless of what you're mixed with, you can come here and celebrate this, you celebrate being Black, so to speak. I disagreed with it when I was there, and mainly because they pushed the African diaspora onto us. That's a mandatory class for every single freshman. So I'm sitting in the class and I see people who are allowed to identify themselves as Cheyenne or as Cree. Some of them are named Cheyenne. Some of them are named Cree after their tribes. But I'm sitting there and I'm like, why aren't we talking about, the Indigenous American diaspora? Because every single continent has a diaspora. And so I really do feel sorry for anybody who hasn't been around a group of people who embrace what they are outside of just being Black. And then I also had to look at the institution a certain way and say, I realized that there's a certain brainwashing going on, because again, you got all of these different people who know exactly who they are, but when we come together, it's the school, it's the curriculum that begins to make people feel like they're not Black enough because they're not African enough. So this is not a concept where individual families just walk around all day saying I'm African, I'm nothing else. I went to school with people who never called themselves black, and they are brown skinned people. I've sat and had intellectual conversations. It was like, wow, so your mom, your dad, they never identify as black. They like, yeah, we didn't know we were black. We didn't know what that concept was. And then they learned at some point, and then they started feeling obligated to go to an HBCU because they want to be accepted as black. And then the school furthers that concept, pushes that concept on us. And then you still have people who are going home and they cussing out their white, quote unquote, white or pale skin mama for the trauma bonding, because we trauma bond on these campuses. And so I was over it by the second semester, freshman year. I don't quit nothing I start. So I went ahead and I got my degree. But I was over the discussion by second semester. I wasn't one of those people who went home and tried to push being African on my mama when she's never called herself African. I wasn't one of those people who went home and tried to, tell people, okay, y'all, we're going to start at the family dinner. We're not going to eat soul food no more. I'm finna make some jollof. I wasn't one of those people either that was like, y'all, we gotta get in tune with our African ancestry. Because I don't know if I do have an African ancestor, I don't know if they even ate jollof. So I didn't bite that, bite into, or as I say, drink that tea. But I will say that, I get around, meet new people, man. Meet new people. We're very diverse as a people, and we generalize way too much.
1 second, Tom. We're gonna go, Sister Freedom. Are you back yet, or we'll go to Dots next, and then Nisha after that? If not, I think Sister Freedom said she's gone. Dots, go ahead. Dots, unmute. Do you have anything to add? Okay, I think she may be gone too. Go ahead, Nisha.
So I brought up those same people last week, the people of New Guinea, Papua New Guinea. I brought up those same people because, and my whole, and I guess why I ain't really had too much to say tonight, because it's like we keep beating a dead horse. That's just how I look at it. I mean, what more else can you say? Everybody is not the same. We are not all from this one place. How could that be? And I reiterate it again. So did the colonizers drop Africans? They went to the land down under. They go all the way over and drop them off in Papua New Guinea. I mean, let's think about this logically. So why is it that far-fetched that it wasn't people that look like me already here? Why is that a problem? Why do we have, even though I know I have African descent, but that's not everybody's story. And that's only an ancestor. It's not my whole story. I don't understand why is it so hard to fathom that we are different. I don't have to be from where you think I have to be or should be from. You don't have to be from where my ancestors are from. But for the last couple of 100 years, I know my people from Georgia. It is not a question.
Facts.
And looking through the census, it's only a handful of people from Africa on those census. Like it actually says Africa of where you're born. You know how it has where you're born or where your mother or father was born. It's only a handful of the word Africa on there. So if it's only a handful and everybody's supposed to be African, there's something wrong. This not making sense. The math ain't mathing. What's really going on? We have people here that been in the Americas for hundreds, thousands of years. It's just what it is. That was here. If all of these other places can be populated with melanin people, why can't this one be? What I don't understand that. And we keep having these same silly ass conversations about, no, you African, you should respect that and you should know when you hate yourself. No, you hate yourself. Get your mind right. Open your mind and stop being so closed-minded and one-dimensional. Come on, man. This 2024. I'm done.
Yep.
Population, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
OTK.
Hey man, my cousin Nisha done said a lot. Wild Indian gang, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Yosef, you want to unmute?
Yeah. I'm just gonna say in a nutshell that look, I follow what my ancestors did. They walked before me, so they know, and they put down stuff, and the stuff that they put down is a guide for me, and I know that the bulk of my people who look like me are in Africa. So that's who I connect myself to. You can say you're American, whatever, but the majority overrides the minority. And the majority is in Africa. And regardless of what you say, Africa has the tradition, the culture, which the whole world possesses or the whole world uses today, or has a portion of it, or a portion that comes from it. So at the end of the day, like our big people said, no mind your nationality, you have the identity of an African. Peace.
My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Before I say something, I want to ask. I want to ask the brother just talk. I want to ask him a couple questions. How long you been in the UK?
Over 20 years.
Okay. All right. And you are from where? Where are you from in West Africa?
I'm from Ghana.
You from Ghana? Shanti, where are you from?
Shanti, yes, sir.
You're Shanti. All right. So, do you understand geopolitics and geography? You understand some of those things a little bit?
I'm not interested in that, my brother. I'm
You're not
interested in
interested?
facts and truth, not what is being projected to me.
No.
What I know and what I can see.
Nah. Well, when you're dealing with geopolitics and geography and things like that, those things are what you would call hard, concrete information, hard truths, because it's not dealing with
According to, hold on,
fictions.
according to who?
Because it's placing things and it's dealing with actually physical things. That's what I'm saying. Now,
No, but you said when you
the
do that.
reason why is because West Africa, right? You talking about that area because you mentioned earlier, way before. This is why I had to jump. I had to take a break and I had to come on here because you mentioned that why West Africa don't have the pyramids and all the things that all the other places have. Why? Because West Africa was underwater for a long time based on the Atlantic. Now, if you want to find some of the things, you got to go underwater. You're going to find a lot of pyramids. You're going to find a lot of things up under there. See, because what I'm hearing from you is you got a one-track mind here. You're just on this Africa thing when I know a lot of West Africans. I know a lot of Ghanaians, Senegalese, Nigeria, Igbo, Yorubas. I know Malians, Mandings. I know a lot of them. And they use the word Africa by popular demand. They don't use that term amongst each other. So you can't tell me that you sitting in your house amongst your people and y'all saying Africa. You can't tell the panel in the chat that farce. If you are, then that's why the brother asked you, are you a Pan-African? Because you're pushing a line over here, and you're trying to push that line. That's why I had to come over here, because I had to just ask you a few questions. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knew that you was from the UK but me. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, you've been there 20 years. You've been educated up there for a minute. So you have that mentality, and you have that popularism that you're giving us. So that's why I asked you, do you understand geopolitics? Do you understand geography? Do you understand the history of what all these things are? If you don't, then you kind of, you in quicksand, you're on shaky ground, So I just want to ask you that question. But
okay.
Well, I want to get back. I just wanted to get back to that thing. You answered the question because you didn't answer it. So, what I just want to ask, I'm gonna be like 30 seconds, is that, with what Nisha is saying and what this the other sister was saying, I didn't catch her name. Is pretty much straight up. I mean, that's straight on point. That's just what it is. And the bottom line is that the fictional novels and all the different things, the horror stories that have been given to us, and he mentioned something about that the whole entirety, the larger outweighs the lesser. He used a different word, but you're going off of percentages of what they say that we are on this continent. You're misfacting. You're not even incorporating the fact that people, all of our people, they got locked up in prisons. We outnumber everybody here. Now, I'm gonna end off and say this, is that I just listened to a pale skin on the news say that in the early 1900s, their little immigration plan, they were sending over 200,000 people per year since the 1900s. 200,000. Right now, what they're doing, they're sending over $200,000 people per month. And you know what? A lot of them are Africans. So a lot of people is running up over here. Boy, but y'all the best at sliced bread over there, though. I'm not getting it. Stay where you at. But you're over here. And then you're over there in Europe. Why don't you stay where you at? Build up your own community instead of coming on platforms trying to tell people who they are. But everybody's been running over here to America, my brother. Everybody. But we the low on the totem pole. We the lesser, as you would say.
Right. Okay. Right. Yes, brother. All right. So let me just say this. First and foremost, you said something about Africa being underwater. I don't know where you got that from, but unless you show me. West Africa, yeah. Well, West Africa, yeah. You have to prove that to me, because my ancestors never told me about West Africa being underwater.
They never told you that you guys originated in America either, though.
Wait.
Maybe you misinterpreted the story.
I'll let you speak, my brother. Can I speak?
Oh man,
okay,
we double dutching, man. It's all good. We flowing. Let's go.
All right, brother. You got it, man. You got it. You go ahead, man.
I think he's talking about
I'm not going to argue with you, brother.
Well, Yosef, he's talking about on old school maps. Are you familiar with old school maps that show what parts of land were underwater and what parts of land weren't? And when I mean old, I mean very old, millions of years old.
Well, you have to show me that. I mean, I've never seen those maps.
I asked you, are you familiar? That's what I just.
No, I'm not familiar with those maps at all.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I can pull that up. Sakina, go ahead.
Please, I'll wait for you to do that.
Sorry about that. Unmute yourself, Sakina.
Yes, I'm here.
You can go ahead and go. I'm just pulling up those maps.
So I just have a general question. I know it's an answer to it, but I haven't studied this stuff like that, so I really don't know. So why is it that most of us, we only find our peoples going back to the East Coast? So what was like going on, you know, this was our land prior to the slaves coming. I'm sure we wasn't just occupying the East Coast. Like what? So I guess that's my question.
Can I answer that question real quick? That's because of the colonialism of everything. Everything was focused on those 13 colonies and everything on the East Coast, but we was everywhere. I mean, that's just a whole deep thing. But when you're dealing with history, they only dealing with the colonial areas because basically a lot of those melanated people that was sent over here, that was kicked out of Europe, that came into West Africa, that went over into the Canary Islands, that came into Canada and came over on the into New York and all those different type of places. You know, it came on these islands. Some of them came over on the San Francisco side too, on those ports. So a lot of them came through Texas. You know, anywhere there was ports, that's where they came through. You know what I'm saying? But they just focused on those 13 colonies. But it was way bigger than that. But it only, the history that they're talking about pertains to them. Those people that they call Moors, Sephardic Jews, cryptos, you know, those type of people that was exiled, you know what I'm saying, during the what you call it, what was that called? I forgot what it was called. I can't think of it right now. But when they got exiled, they was actually prisoners and they was actually sent over here. They were sent out of here and they went into Brazil. They went to a lot of different places. But that's just the history of what they're telling. It's their story. That's what they're telling us.
Okay.
Can you ask that question one more time so I can hear it? Well, can you say that again one more time, please? And how you doing, Queen Goddess Sakina?
OTK,
Sakina, you're
OTK, she was
muted.
asking.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, OTK, she was asking about why is everybody coming out of the East Coast? You know what I'm saying? Why was they more focused on the East Coast when they was talking about our people?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is she talking about as far as like migration stories, or she talking about as far as like American Indian story?
I took it as migration.
I'm
I don't
talking
think it
more
was.
so us as Black people today. Majority of us, from everybody I've been listening to, and myself as well, when we try to take everything back, it's going back to Virginia, Maryland, North Carolina, South Carolina. So I'm saying, I'm not fighting y'all and saying that you're wrong because I have no clue. But I'm just asking, if we were here prior to the colonization and stuff, I guess that would make sense because we wouldn't have the states to really be able to go back to before the colonization. So I guess I'm just asking, why does most of the Black people only on the East Coast of the United States? And I guess that coincides with the whole slave story. So I'm saying, I mean, you know, the whole ship story because of the East Coast and the shore. So I'm saying with your guys' story saying we was all here prior to that, I'm saying, well, where's our history covering the whole United States, like other than just the East Coast, if that makes sense?
Okay, I thought that's what you was asking. That's why I asked the question. When you say the East Coast, and I know that's what you was hinting at when you say Virginia, South Carolina, and those was so-called the major slave ports, right? That's why you said that.
Correct.
Okay. Well, did you also know that those was the major export of American Indian slaves?
Exports to
Okay.
where? I didn't, but to
Okay,
where?
all right. Well, I'm gonna leave that like that because I don't want to take up the show with that. But I just threw that out there for you. So now, when they say the East Coast, now from what I researched, they say that when that people started coming up from like South America, or the Southeast from the mound builders. Those are some of the oldest people that they find in South America. So that's my only correlation I can say to it. But now, one thing that I do know, yes, everybody do has family that's from South Carolina, that's up north. That's because of migration. Just like everybody that's in the Midwest, their family is in Mississippi or somewhere down there. That's because of migration. Now, also, the East Coast was also the easiest for the military to come in at. This is where they started at. This is where they started doing their war at, on this side of the 95-degree line. So this is where the 13 colonies, we started the 13 colonies, and we created the United States of America. We didn't know nothing about what was going on the other side of the 95-degree line, because during the Indian Removal Act and all of that, that's where everybody got taken at. So the only people that knew about that was the people that was going about wars over there with the military. You know what I mean? Whilst we were still fighting each other, whilst they had us turning against each other here on the East Coast, Southeast, Northeast, we could say light Midwest, you know what I mean? And then on down to the bottom, Texas, all that. They had us fighting against each other, top and the bottom. While over there on the West Coast, the military was strictly fighting those people over there. But, that's another story, because they turned around and gave them everything back, and some people who didn't even deserve that. But that's my only coalition with that, with the East.
Okay.
Can I hop in on that real quick?
Yeah.
So I think another important factor about when it comes to getting into the history of American tribes is that the different waves of invasions is the word I want to use. I want to be specific. It's one thing when you openly invite someone to come in and y'all kick it, blend, and it's all good. But when you have forms of invasions, a lot of tribes had oral traditions. They did not write books. It wasn't an institution of education that encapsulated what was going on. So even within the time period from the 1400s until the 1600s, you had a lot of tribes that moved out of their their homelands, for lack of better words, the lands that they occupied unimpeded. You had tribes out west that moved out east. You had tribes on the east that moved out west. A lot of tribes went south and vice versa. No one really sat still the way that we kind of envision it, or the way that it's indirectly taught to us in history. A lot of our ancestors were sent to the Caribbean. A lot of our ancestors were sent to South America and to Africa. So the reason we can't find some of these things is because we have to look for the history without trying to find phenotypes. Sometimes we always want to find people that look just like us the way we look now, but some of our elders are very light-skinned. Some of our elders are very dark. So you won't find as many clear-cut indicators about what was going on and how people were getting mixed up and sent around. The Mayans came to Georgia and built mounds and pyramids here, or they're mounds, but they can be classified as pyramids. They were in Florida, and the one place specifically in Georgia you can look is the Okmulgee Mounds. The Okmulgee Mounds in Macon. You know what I'm saying? So when we're able to look at like no one ever talked about Mayans traveling from Mexico to Georgia. You had the Mississippian culture that was basically everything on this side of the Mississippi. And like my mom said in the chat, one of our ancestors is from Nebraska. He was registered as an Omaha Indian, and his son ended up in Virginia. And that's a long way. If anybody look at the map and see, Nebraska is a long way from Virginia. So a lot of these places had ports. It was easy to send people back and forth from these ports. And again, we can't misconstrue the registration of them or the writing down of them on paper where some of their homelands were. Because for one of my ancestors, again, his family was from Nebraska. But if we didn't go back that further generation, we would have thought he was from Virginia. So we'll be looking all through Virginia records trying to find his lineage, but he wasn't there. They were really from Nebraska. So when we get into the migration and the human trafficking, we'll start to see that they had to move from lands. Like a lot of people who claim Cherokee. The Cherokee, one of their homelands was around the Great Lakes. And as invaders came, they had to get pushed. They got pushed further south, and they made it in with tribes that were in those areas. And some of them even made it with Europeans, like the Dutch. the Irish, the Scottish, who weren't elites, but they still had white privilege. So that's why you'll find a lot of the people on the East Coast is because a lot of those tribes were interacting with colonists in a way where they were able to have documentation of their heritage before they got annihilated.
Can I also add to that too? Because, and I'm gonna keep it real short. I'm talking about real short. Hey Sakina, we spoke a couple times in the chat. I just wanted to address that question because what I had just said about the diversity speaks to your point. I think we need to reevaluate where we get in the narrative from that most of us are anything. Because most of it, we can't look at 40 million people and say most of us are anything because we do not know. Because I met there are thousands of people who I have literally met who do not identify at all with East Coast culture. And I'm not saying it's because they got one or two ancestors who are from the West Coast. It's because most of their ancestors are from the West Coast. And that's for centuries. They've been going back centuries. They know they're Indigenous American too, who mixed with different people. You get what I'm saying? So I do think we need to reassess where we getting these notions from, and how do they hurt us?
Right, right.
Okay, Yasif. So I have the first interactive map for you just to show the difference, and this is gonna show like ancient times. Hold on, and then I'll go and show you what they're saying as far as it, because people talk about Noah's flood all the time, and they use these things to try to say, this proves Noah's flood. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is there was flooding. We know of flooding and different things being underwater. So let's go back to 300 million. So as you can see, it's like a completely different, landmass 300 million years ago. People say, people don't exist yet. So I'm not saying that, y'all calm down. But when we get into 66 million, we start getting closer or anything, but we can still see like differences in the land masses, of what's underwater, what's not underwater. So that it changes as far as how it is, and it goes in million stints. So it won't really get us like a close representation between the 20 million mark and 0, but you can still see there is a change in the terrain. So let me go ahead and quote really what Tom was talking about. So they went to the plateau high above level from the highway stop of East Pretoria. The plateau was eroded with sediments of Karoo Basin by floodwaters receding wide sheets, after the ocean basins began to open and deepen. The sediments of the Karoo Basin exposed across the plateau contained vast coal deposits used for electricity generation at numerous power stations. About 4,500 years ago, the African continent was completely covered with water. We know this to be true because humans witnessed the event, recorded what they saw, and they document what they wrote available to us today. And so geologists, are going into Africa, and they're going through the erosions and seeing different parts and being able to calculate the flood waters and different portions being underwater, and which ones are above sea level, below sea level. And there's a portion where they're saying West Africa would have been below sea level at different points in times in history. I'm sure, I don't think your family would pass it down. Really, genealogy is not going to go that far back, Elsie.
So therefore, that means that it was pointless him even saying it. It didn't add to the conversation.
No, it's not pointless, it's not pointless of even saying it, because there's still going to be migrations because of that. There's still going to be different people in different places because of that, and you still can't assume, you can't look at a place and be like, those are my people and that's not my people and stuff like that just based on race, because it's really proving the migrations that to know genetically who people are, we would have to have way more genetic study. But you can't look at someone and say you know their migration path just by looking at them.
Right. I mean, yeah, you can make an argument, but it's not one that I would subscribe to. That's all I would say.
Well, we get that. I mean, you're not. We've gone as far as in this argument, and we understand that you're going to agree to disagree when it comes to that. Sister Freedom, were you saying something?
No, I was saying I agree. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we know, Yosef, that you're agreeing to disagree, but I wanted to show something and get us back to the topic because someone mentioned, you know, the schooling and how things have been taught to us. So I wanted to do this clip that recently Big Chief Top Cats was showing, which shout out to him. Everyone should go subscribe to his channel. So he was just showing, you know, the effects of the teaching this on to us. So
you know, had all the necessities and everything to run a household and to raise a family in. And, you know, they get up and go to work. Now, we talking about early in the 60s and 70s. Now, hold on, let's go to 69 right quick. Let me get this book down. Let's go to 69. Let's figure out what happened. What the hell happened? He said the Moors woke him up. Well, shit, nigga, are you sure you woke? You know, these black niggas think they woke too. Shit, what is waking me up? I want to know what woke is now, because these black niggas say they woke. I want to know what woke is. Woke look like sleep. Woke look like sleep around in motherfucker, man. The Moors haven't produced a Moor under 25 years old. They don't even make them no more. Yeah, I heard the Moors got discontinued on the market. They don't even make Moors no more. Just all the Moors that are here now, you know what I'm saying? You know, they don't even create Moors anymore. Yeah, they like gas vehicles. Them niggas on the way out of style, nigga. Yeah. So look, 69, what happened? We finna show you, kill the Indian, keep the man. It was a psychological. Black is not no damn identity. You're not black, nigga. Shut up. These light-skinned niggas even come out here. You got SETI, light, bright, damn near white, out here talking about black power. Nigga, you need some melanin first. You need to go talk to God. You need to go talk to your God, nigga, tell him to give you a melanin pill or something. You start popping the melanin pill, nigga. Let's walk.
You're a Negro. No.
Yeah, you done dropped the baby off at school and you going to go get that money so you can keep the household going. And this nigga got your baby at school, right? Check out this program. You're a Negro. Check them out.
I am your teacher. You are a Negro. No. Suppose I threatened to beat you. What would you say? Aren't you a Negro now?
No.
What are you?
I'm black and beautiful.
What is your last?
Huh? So right here, when I say they killed Negro in 1969, they took Negro. How did they take it? This is not no white man sitting here doing this, bro. This a nigga. Now he probably just left out the room with a white boy who pulling his pants back up. But he out here talking to your kid with the dick on his breath. Yeah, he out here, he talking to the babies with the dick on his breath. And so he out here programming these babies, right? So they don't want these babies identifying as Negro. They not even giving the parents the option. These niggas gonna catch them at school, drop them off, and hide behind that teacher label. But you colonizing. Let's just call it what it is, niggas. And niggas and black folks, y'all need to stop playing, bro. And nobody, but I can understand him. Nobody came out here and told you what happened or showed you what happened. So let's walk.
Nationality. My nationality is Afro-American.
Afro-Americans. And so this is what I'm saying.
I have another clip too, because I used to have to watch Bill Cosby. So I have a clip of him. But what do you guys think of like the school portion of it, and like why right now we keep going back and forth on this of just it's not going to matter to some people because of the indoctrination that they have?
Well, I can say, because I was born in the late 60s, that, yeah, that's why I was laughing. Yeah. I mean, and the one thing is, you know, I got a lot of patience for foreigners, you know what I'm saying, when they be talking, you know, because they talking as if they know, but this is like a remix. So now they already know that a lot of the people that's here in America that's talking that, you know, we kind of like, watch out, man, get out the way. So if they think they could bring somebody in like these days on a YouTube, on panels and things like that, and they got a certain little accent, or they saying they African and, you know, and they black and all that stuff, you know, this is just another form of like a recolonization. Like, hold up, nah, you need to do this. Like, stay here. We don't need you over there, because it's about sovereignty. It's about you claiming your birthright. And your birthright ain't in the Bible. Is what your parents told you, and what your bloodline is, and what your line is. Because if you want to revert to the Bible, that's all it talks about is bloodline. And you know, a lot of these people, you know, I'm not here to disrespect nobody, but at the end of the day, you gotta check you at the door. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't even believe what you're saying. You just trying to sell something to us to see how far you can go. But that's what was going on. I mean, my mama is almost 80. My pops is 83, 84. Like, that word will not come out their mouth. They will fire on you. Real talk. Black? Nah. African? Nah. You getting fired on. That we don't do that. I mean, we've been in the system, me and my brothers and sisters, so that word comes out every now and then. But if they respond, they not gonna say the same thing. They gonna sidestep it and say something else. I mean, they don't say Indian, because back then they couldn't identify as that. So they just started using they used that word Negro, colored. Like, my mom is more on the colored realm, you know what I'm saying? What was on her birth certificate was colored. And you know, so I mean, that right there is, you know, shout out to Top Cat, you know, he do his thing.
Thank you. Yes, Nitro, you want to come in? And Rootz?
Yeah. And it might not align directly with that, but somebody trolling in the chat. I dropped some links in the back chat real quick, because I see sometimes like we've become very emboldened in ignorance. Like my mama raised me, don't talk if you don't know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? So the brother asked a question about people that look like us, if they could survive in the cold with primitive tools. And I find that very disrespectful, as though we don't have the intelligence to adapt to an environment. So I want you to just click on the first dark person you see. Anybody who's just dark, just click on them and let's see what comes up. Because you know, sometimes you could type this in and it might not be what you say it is. Here we go. So again, this is the Inuit, or what they call the Eskimos. All right. There were documented dark Eskimos or Inuit people. Very dark. So also there's a brother named Matthew Henson. You can there's another link. Let me see which one is it. It's the second link. So if you click on that, this is the brother that they used pretty much to explore Greenland in the early 1900s. So he was able to explore and map out Greenland before they even had a chance to know what it was, how big it was, what was going on there, or anything like that. You see what I'm saying? So the concept that phenotypically a melanated dark person can't survive in that environment without primitive tools is unintelligent. It's an unintelligent statement.
Right. Both
And
of them are coming up as search engines for me. So which one is it? Is it the Lost Tribe one or this one pulled up?
Hold on, let me I'm about to drop it in there real quick. Hold
Okay.
on. All right, yeah. So yeah, so I just dropped it again in there. Let me know if that come up. Cause yeah, like he's even saying stuff like that's Asian people. Again, bro, like we can go to Asia and pull up dark people. That's there's a lot of goalposts moving with this, and I wanted to do this because this is a teaching point for everybody. Like we can't have this intelligent conversation with some people. Like this will be a barrier to create a form of peace. It's not even about unity. It's about peace. You know what I'm saying? Like he will say that these people are Asian, but again, if I have ancestors that look like this, you know what I'm saying? Or even people today that look like this but aren't of Asian descent, then what? You know what I'm saying? It's like these are very unintelligent talking points. And this is why I want to display this publicly, because I invited him to click the link and don't be a finger warrior and come up here and address this. You see what I'm saying? But there's a comfort that we get speaking ignorantly without pushback, without having to like have a dialogue with each other. Like let's be like, I respect the brother's name, Yasef. I respect him for actually coming up here and speaking and saying what this, he didn't get disrespectful. Bro ain't start calling people out their name, doing none of that. You know what I'm saying? But then you get the people who feel very comfortable saying things like there's no way we could survive in the cold. Where's the proof? Like, bro, you can drop a link. Like, show me, like, enhance me, enlighten me about what about our DNA prevents us from surviving in the cold, because everybody don't have good heat in their house. So he's saying about primitive, like there's people today that are still living somewhat primitive. Like my mama's from Detroit. You know what I'm saying? Like it get cold. Even with primitive folks still die from the cold. And it ain't just us. So I just find it very, like, at times it's hard to have these conversations with our people when that rhetoric is being thrown around. You know what I'm saying? And especially when it comes to when we talking about conditioning, the rabbit hole gets very deep, very, very deep.
Yeah, it paused on me. That's why I couldn't bring it up or see the next one. Sorry about that. But
No,
yeah,
it's
I
all good.
agree. And that's why sometimes yeah, you just can't argue with certain people, you know. They have their beliefs on what people are. I knew some people that lived in Alaska, black people that went to Alaska to live. Like you don't die because you moved to a cold climate. I have
Right.
cousins that lived out in Russia. Same thing. You don't die because you move to cold climate and you're dark skin. So people don't understand melanin, and you can call them dark Asians and all this other stuff, but you have to prove that they're Asian. So
Right.
yeah.
All right, that's a better link. I just went ahead and pulled up an article. And everybody look him up. The brother name is Matthew Henson. It's a very interesting story people don't talk about. This is the man who pretty much we can say discovered the same way they do Christopher Columbus, we're gonna say he discovered Greenland. So yeah, that's the brother right there.
Is that right?
Yeah. So, you know, again, I put no limitations on any humans. I feel that if we can accept the omnipotence of humans, then we can embrace what really happened and not what we believe or what we're being told. You see what I'm saying? That's just like, I guess light-skinned people can't survive in the heat without air conditioning.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm done. We can go to the next person. I just want to address that because I ain't responding to him no more.
Yeah, I just
What was
want to
the
say
question again?
before I go. Sorry, can I just say one quick thing before I go?
Sure.
If you don't mind. Yeah, thank you. Now, I'm just going to say that, look, I mean, regardless of everything, the lady Sakina, she said she's a Choctaw, or however you pronounce it. I'm an Ashanti. With different tribes, but we have a connection because there is a connection. They probably pour libation, or burn fire, insects, and so on. And there's connections, but we under one family is the point I'm trying to make. If you're in today's construct, black, so to speak, yes, there's mixtures, and you might have an affiliation to certain other groups, and so on and so forth. I get that, but at the end of the day, whoever's the mix has that choice to go left or right, whatever way they want to go. But you can't be sitting on the fence in this year time. You choose where you want to go and you go. So there's no confusion, basically. I mean, the gentleman down, well, I won't say gentleman, but the dude down that was calling me names. I mean, look, brother, I connect with everybody. I connect with Americans because they have a similar culture. I mean, we're talking black. I connect with them. I connect with West Indians. I connect with all the black people because we have a connection. There's a connection in culture, in ways, identity, so on and so forth. You can name it all. We connect. So that's my point. I'm not trying to bring no doctrine, whatever. We all have our all supreme deities, which we all worship, basically. But we understand within the science of the planet that it's one supreme strength, one supreme source, one supreme root. And that's what we go by. And so, yeah, with that, I just say we're one people, and you can break it down into whatever tribes that you feel you come from. It's not a problem, but we still connect as one people. And yeah, that's how I feel our ancestors connected and, got along with each other, basically. And with that, thank you very much for letting me on. I appreciate all of you. And yes, peace.
Wait. Don't go nowhere yet, because I didn't call you a name, brother. Did anybody hear me calling it a name? Anybody on the panel?
No, I didn't hear you call him a name.
All right. So correct yourself, brother.
No. Okay, I said it wrong. I'm sorry. I said it wrong. But you're trying to insinuate certain things, but it's cool.
Okay, yeah.
You said what you
You cool. You
said.
cool, brother. It's called
No problem.
debating.
That's cool.
Going
That's
back
how
and
you feel
forth. You
against
know
you.
what I mean?
It's
Yeah.
cool.
Nah. I ain't got nothing against you either.
Anton, what was your question again?
For real.
Nah, because he said I called him a name. I just said wanted to get it record straight for the panel. Did I call him a name? If I did, and I missed it, I was going to apologize to the brother. You know what I mean?
What was your question before Nitro was speaking about the Inuit people?
I don't know. Did I have a question? No, I just made a comment too, because Dosey wanted us to comment on what she showed, what Top Cat put out. I don't think I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I did have a question for Yussa. That's why I came up here, because do you have oral tradition, brother?
Yes.
Without going into detail, does the oral tradition have an origin in West Africa or somewhere else?
somewhere
You
else.
guys have your jolly, you have your jollies, you know, you have your jollies, you have your orators, the people that are responsible for, you know, telling you guys sit down and, you know, you guys play music. You got your guy that usually playing the talking drum or something like that, and they tell a story. All the youngsters sit down at the table, you know what I'm saying? Sit
Yeah,
on the
that's the
floor or
Anansi
whatever, and they
stories.
listen.
That's the Anansi stories that's
Right.
different from oral tradition. Anansi stories is different from oral tradition. When they say oral tradition, they say oral. I don't know why they say oral, but
Yeah,
there's a
you know what
practice
I'm
to
saying.
it
I'm just giving a popular
because when
term.
you're
Yeah, I know
born,
what you're talking about.
right? Okay,
I just said that. I just said
right.
that for the
Okay,
people on the panel. Yeah, you know what I mean.
And you said your origins are for
okay.
somewhere else. Is it South Africa or East Africa?
Well, they don't say. They say North Africa. That's what that my ancestors tell me. They say north of Africa, but they don't say exactly where. Some say Egypt, some say Ethiopia, some say da. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, that's the basic I was trying to get. Was it Egypt, Ethiopia, or Sub-Saharan Africa? That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. So yeah.
Right. Some say in Morocco. I mean, all those places, Algeria and all those places are places too that they claim. I mean, it could be that all that was one big area. I don't know, but yeah.
I do. But yeah, come back. Have him back, don't see have him back, sisters. And when he come back, we had another conversation. I just came up here because I wanted to talk to the brother. There was some things that was left out. I'm a bounce out too, sisters. Hey, peace to you, Yosef. Hey,
Peace.
OTK.
Yes, sir. Peace to you too. Peace to
Nitro.
Nitro. Peace to all the
Power
sisters.
brothers. I'm out.
Peace. Hey, look, before y'all leave, hold on, Yasef. I want to say this. From one brother to another, I feel the highest form of love is unconditional love. So I don't need to see you dance around the fire. I don't need to see you pour out libation. You ain't got to have cornrows or locks for you to be my brother. The fact that you're a human and we both are a part of the same species is the beginning to real love. I don't need conditions to show love to somebody. So I respect your position, everything you saying, bro. Like, even though you said we all African, I accept where you coming from, what you got going on. You know what I'm saying? I am who I am. You are who you are. But at the end of the day, I don't need no reason to show nobody no love, bro. So it's all good, man.
I accept that. Peace, man.
Peace to you both, Yasef and Aton. Thank you guys for coming up and sharing. Sister Freedom, are you back? I think she's still gone. Dr. Nisha, y'all still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I'm still here. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. I was just making sure. Okay, people were leaving. But Rootz, did you want to add anything? I know you were asking a question.
Well, we can get into something else, or we can get into the course. I do think, the fact that he was talking about us all being one, and then he mentioned that he's Ashanti, it's kind of ironic because we're not all Ashanti. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna just leave it right there.
Right. And that's why I kind of asked about the origins and the oral tradition, because I know a lot of them have different oral tradition, whether it be like, the framers, they're all from Ethiopia or all from South Africa, and the Umbuti people, or they just have different oral traditions about what's the beginning. But it is ironic that everyone else has these oral traditions and is allowed to be from their landmass, but seems like to be the biggest place to be like, oh no, you cannot relate or be from this particular landmass. So it's very interesting.
Right. And that's actually how I got my middle name. My middle name is Avanti. And at the time when, my mom was pregnant with me, my dad, I guess you could say, he was romanticizing Africa in a way. And he felt like, he was kind of, I guess you could say he admired the Ashanti tribe. And so he wanted to name me Ashanti, but my mama and his mama said no. They said she is not, Ashanti. But it was a big deal at that time. So, the compromise was to take out the SH in Ashanti and replace it with the V, because my mom's name started with the V. But the reason why they said no was because my grandmama said her tribe is Geechee. And my mama knew she was, multiple, tribes, but mainly they claimed Blackfoot because that's what got passed down orally through my grandfather's side. So I just thought that was real funny, because even, I talk to my dad all the time about our genealogy now, and we laugh about how, he was on his Pan-African back, all those years ago. And he admits, he was like, there was nothing that my grandmama could have told him at that time, because he was going through a phase. But that phase is long gone now, and we are not all Ashanti.
I definitely can relate. My family was very Black pride family altogether, and my mom was gonna name me some crazy stuff that her and her friend had decided to name their children. And I think there might be some girls out here with these names, bless their heart. I'm so glad that my dad stepped in and was like, no. But my mom was like, oh, we're gonna name you Afrika Nakima. And I don't even understand. I was like, Mom, why not Africa then? you just went straight for I would have been teased my whole life. Or Sue Conda LaShawn. Lo and behold, my dad was like, spell it real fast. And she couldn't. So it was like, so if you can't spell it, how's she gonna learn to spell it? So then that's when he named me Dulcinea. So I'm glad he always had a plan. He always knew the goals. But my mom wasn't quite there. But I heard her friend may have named the daughter Afrika Nakima or Sukanda LaShawn. Pray for them. I'm sure they go by a totally different name, because all my friends that have these names, they be like, my name Kim. My name is Sarah.
Yeah.
I would have never introduced myself as any of that. But yeah, I definitely understand. And then is your dad in that same age range of kind of like where we see them teaching like the Black pride, the say it loud, I'm Black and I'm proud, and African studies?
Yeah, he was in the 6th grade when they integrated. So he went through, changes in the curriculum that were countywide, statewide. You get, what I'm saying, the changes in Georgia. And so he went through that phase where they started teaching them about Africa, and then he started doing some self-studying. And, again, we laugh about it now, but he said it himself, like there was nothing anybody could have told him back then. He definitely was indoctrinated. Even to the point where he would argue sometimes. He admitted he had whole arguments with my grandmama sometimes. It was like, yeah, I just don't want to admit who you are. But he said she stood firm all those years ago. Like, she was firm about, Geechee is a tribe. She never ever said it's just an ethnic group. She never ever said it's just a language. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with the historian and anthropologist Richard Thornton, but I don't think anybody has done the type of research about Georgia's history, as much research, I say, as Richard Thornton has done. And they don't, in the academic, in circles, I say, they do not like him. And it's because he is exposing the old narrative. Matter of fact, I'm going to put a link in the back chat. And this is a good one. This is a very good example of how multiple organizations, governmental organizations, have worked to distort the history of Geechee people. Give me one second.
As they say, been ya, you know what I'm saying? Been in this thing.
Exactly. What does that mean? That means been here. Anybody familiar with the show Gullah Gullah Island?
Yep.
Binya.
That's my show.
Okay, let me find this. Okay, here we go. It's about Fort Caroline. Here you go. Yeah, let's pull that up real quick. And I'm glad I found Richard Thornton because, you know, what my grandmama was saying in terms of it being, of us being one tribe, one big tribe, nobody else was saying that. They was just saying we a Creole, we just mixed Africans. And, you know, that's about it. They never really talked about, you know, I would say Georgia's history of being Geechee. They always move it to Florida. They always say, you know, Seminole and all of this history was in Florida. So as you can see, it says, this is a map. 1794 map proves that Fort Caroline was located in present-day Georgia. The ruins of Fort San Mateo were visited by William Bartram and discussed in his famous journal. But I want us to go, you can read right under that. The fake location in Jacksonville, Florida is one of the biggest scams ever foisted on the U.S. Congress and National Park Service. These are French maps showing Fort Caroline to be in Georgia. And if anybody know anything about Geechee people, our Creole also includes a lot of French. So French people did touch down in South Carolina and Georgia. So I just want to go all the way down because it's a lot. And I would say everybody at your, you know, read this at your own pace, do your own research. But I want to go all the way down to where it says, yeah, keep going. Keep going. And there's a few bullet points. If you keep going down, where it starts with the St. Johns River. It's a long article, but every single sentence is important. Okay, we close right here, right there, where my bullet points at. Okay, all right, I'm just gonna read this part, and well, first I'm gonna read just right above that first paragraph where it starts with, you know, the section is new. Jacksonville creates a tourist attraction from nothing. Just a little bit. That's just that paragraph right before that. Now I want people to be able to see it too, right? Yep, right there where it says Jacksonville. Yep, right there. Jacksonville creates a tourist attraction from nothing. Eventually, I figured out that a man named George R. Fairbanks had moved to Florida from Watertown, New York in 1842. He bought large tracts of land for resale near St. Augustine in Jacksonville. Fairbanks wrote Florida's first history book to promote his real estate sales. The borrowed the legend of the Fountain of Youth. They borrowed borrowed the legend of the Fountain of Youth from the Bahama Islands to promote St. Augustine properties. He, quote unquote, dreamed up the location for a Fort Caroline near Jacksonville to promote his land sales there. His history book became Florida's standard school history text for the remainder of the century into the 1920s. Generations of Floridians grew up thinking that these two myths were factual history. The St. Johns River was not accessible by ocean-going vessels until 1860, after being dredged by the U.S. Corps of Engineers. In 1564, it would have been impossible for French ships to reach the fake site of Fort Caroline. In the 1920s, the Jacksonville Chamber of Commerce arbitrarily picked a site for Fort Caroline because it had a nice view of the St. Johns River. They wanted something to lure tourists off of Highway 1A. The Daughters of the American Revolution paid for an inaccurate museum model to be built. In 1940, the city of Jacksonville gave attractive land at the mouth of the St. Johns River for a base. The U.S. Navy was told to name it Mayport after the May River. In 1950, Jacksonville offered to give their empty 25-acre tract of land to the U.S. government for a national historical site. Congress was shown a photo of a small Civil War artillery emplacement and told it was the ruins of Fort Caroline. Congressional staffers got wise to the ploy, so Congress only approved designation of a Fort Caroline National Monument. By 1961, there was still nothing at the site. Congressman Charles C. Bennett agreed to support the National Civil Rights Act. This is the big one. Agreed to support the National Civil Rights Act in return for President Lyndon Johnson allocating discretionary funds to build a 1/12 model of the fort on that site. They placed the fort too close to the river, and so far, more money has been spent since then to keep it from being washed away. In 1988, the original national monument was expanded into a 46,000-acre National Park Service ecological and historical preserve. So as we can see, there has been a lot of moving histories around to fit certain narratives that when I say they, I do mean the U.S. government and local governments and local business people and national organizations. They've all played a role in moving history to, and let's just be straightforward, to control resources. Because Georgia has every resource that you can think of, from gold to diamonds have been found in Georgia, to kaolin clay that's $1 billion industry today. A lot of that clay comes straight from Georgia. We're the largest exporters of kaolin clay that people use and put all over their body, beauty industry, all of that. Who does the land really belong to? It's not even about contracts and this is mine or this is yours. It's about the resources.
Wow. That's crazy. I have my mom's side is heavy Georgia, and I always heard about the Florida and some of the Georgia, but I thought it was like just her dad, but it's like both sides of the family. But it's crazy because I've actually found like the great grandmother that was part of the Daughters of the American Revolution. I can see them marrying into the Indians. It's crazy to see. What's up, OTK?
I got an ancestor whose offspring became Daughters of the American Revolution.
Right, exactly. What'd you say, OTK?
I said, yeah. I had to come back up once she started talking about the Geechee in Georgia and all of that. Go ahead. I was letting y'all finish, and then I was gonna come in. Yeah, I was gonna talk to her about that about Georgia and the Geechee and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, we can build on that. I just wanted to read, I wanted to read that because a lot of the history has been moved around, and that's from place to place. And from what I understand, I spoke to a man who is from Florida, and when I mentioned this to him, he didn't get offended at all because he said that's something he already knew. He used to work the grounds at Fort Caroline, and he said that the original history of that area actually got moved to Miami. It's just cover up after cover up.
Mm-hmm. But okay, well, you know, during the time where it got the name Fort Caroline or whatever like that. Okay, so from Jacksonville, so in between Jacksonville and Savannah, in between those areas, we still trying to figure out exactly where the marker is at, but that's what separated Florida from Carolina or Caroline. Now you talking about North and South Carolina together, it was no Georgia then. That's why it's telling you Florida, Jacksonville, Florida. And where's Jacksonville, Florida? Right on the borderline of Georgia.
Now I hear you, but that's
No,
not what
no,
Richard Thornton is saying. You get what I'm saying?
Huh?
That's not. I hear you, but that's not what Richard Thornton is. That's not basically his
Okay.
premise. What his
No,
premise
listen.
is
I'm
that
not going against your info. I'm not going against your info. I'm just giving you more insight to the Fort Caroline. That's how Caroline became Carolina.
So when you say that though, OTK, and you said there
It's
wasn't
for her
a
because
Georgia, is Georgia where the landmass, what they call Georgia today, is that partly in the Carolinas, partly in Florida, or how is
yes. It was divided. So it was after the Yamasee Wars. You know what I mean? That
yeah, now
you
I
know what
get
I
what
mean?
you're saying.
Yeah. So
I
that's why
100%
she got that
agree with
Geechee. I'm
that.
saying that's why you got that Geechee. That
But
you
at
know
the
what I
same
mean?
time, what
Yeah.
he's saying is that it was an entire pick up and move history to a whole new location. Not necessarily dividing the lines and then renaming that area. What he's saying is the real Fort Caroline is in modern day Georgia, and it was always in modern day Georgia. It was never in modern day Florida.
Yeah. I wasn't going against the information of his article. I got to read that again. You know what I mean? It was beautiful. I need to read that again. I was just telling you about the Caroline and then the Geechee connection. You know what I mean? Because I'm right next to Charleston.
Oh yeah,
And then
now
when
I
you say the
agree
and when
with
you
that.
say the French, see a lot of people don't know when they say Geechee. So I asked them, is the language based on Creole? Is that based on French? If they don't say yeah, then they don't know what Geechee is.
Right.
You know what I mean? And now they like you said, they like to throw that African construct on there. But in South Carolina here, they will tell you, you know what I mean? They ain't just no French mixed with no Africans. Nah, they French mixed with the indigenous people that was here too, that was misclassified
Right.
at that time. You know what I mean? So yeah. So anything about South Carolina up around this way right here, I love to build with y'all on that because I'm knee deep. When it come down to Charleston / borderline Georgia and all that, because my peoples don't come from Beaufort, so that's right on the borderline of Georgia, and then I got people right on the borderline of Florida, which is Kingsland, which is in the Jacksonville, so I can see them moving it. You know what I mean? From one spot in Georgia and then moving it to Florida because you know to them it's about who was controlling stuff. So the Spanish, they tried to settle in the Carolinas, but they couldn't. That failed. So they stayed down in that Florida area. That's why we're not heavily speaking Spanish up here in South Carolina and on farther up. But you go down parts of Georgia on farther down, you see that Spanish starting to kick in heavy as like a second dialect or sometimes first. You know what I mean? Mixed in with their native language. So that's what you get these different dialects from. So, but the Spanish didn't colonize South Carolina. They tried, but they didn't. So, you know what I mean? That's how Georgia became. Georgia became a major state because that was like what pretty much the peace treaty state. It was like the intermediate point, you know what I mean, where tribes could come together and let's say, let's piece this out and all this right here, because you know during the Yamasee Wars, you know there was tribe against tribe also.
Right.
You feel me? And then after that war, they got disbanded and they all joined different tribes. You know, you got the 5 civilized tribes that come after that. So a lot of tribes lost their natural and their indigenous tribal names because they joined a different tribe. You know, some took the money and went to the reservations or whatever, and some stayed and converted into Christianity, and their name changed, but they got to stay on their land. But you got to pay taxes.
One of the connectors that you can investigate is the dialect. Like on the coast of Georgia, like Chatham County and Savannah, it sounds very similar to like Louisiana. Even in some places in Florida, when you had the interaction between different Creek-speaking families, you see that the change in the dialect or the exchange in the dialect, like you said, mixing with the French. All of these things are like modern investigative things that we can look into to find those connections. Like you said, when they got disbanded, some people join those bigger nations, but still maintain their tribal affiliations. And it was more of a political move that they had to do more so than a cultural move. You see what I'm saying? They still maintain the culture, like the Choctaw, the Choctaw. A lot of them, the Alabama, a lot of these different tribes maintain their culture up until the Creek Wars in the early 1800s.
Facts.
Then that's when a lot of the disbanding of the culture and assimilating into the American society happened. And that's what I talked about earlier in this bill. That when we watch the transmutation from purely self-sustaining indigenous to more of a crypto-American style culture is how we can start finding our families. And when did they start straightening their hair and passing? Some families passed as Negro, some families passed as white. But the culture sometimes stayed the same, and they didn't lose that until the 18 or 1900s. So it's real interesting. You know what I'm saying? It's a story that tells itself.
Right. And I feel y'all. That's why I was saying I just want to bring my information to correlate it with what y'all was saying, so we can be like, yo, hold up. Boy, this story bigger than what we think. And because what y'all was bringing out the first time you was on the Nitro, and then this time right here, and then the queen up here, the goddess up here, the stuff that y'all bringing out now, like Dulcinea say, wow, now we starting to connect stuff, because you know what I mean? And we're going to see that we all connected, and we're going to see how we got split apart, because at the end of this, we're going to see what happened.
Yeah.
And to add to that too, one of the main reasons, and this is a major point, the Bureau of Indian Affairs says that in order to reclaim your tribal affiliation and to be recognized, you have to prove that your ancestors never left. This is one reason why they pick up whole histories and move them on paper. It's because how many Geechee people never left South Carolina? How many Geechee people never left Georgia? How many of us can right now just, come together, file our paperwork, show through the census that our mama's mama was born in Georgia, going all the way back to the 1700s. And then be recognized.
Right. So they had to put those lines up. I wanted to show it too. But Nisha, Dots, did y'all want to say anything?
That's
yeah, I think so. So this is what they were saying where it is. Fort Caroline is actually on this river.
Oh yeah, I just you know what I mean, I looked it up myself, and I was like, damn, they moved it. My shit said they moved it like 4 times.
Yeah, can y'all see this one on the side where it shows where it is? Sorry, it showed where it is, where Jacksonville is. So you can see like how Jacksonville is right next to the water, and it wouldn't even last there. And you can see where the river is. But hold on, let me exit out, and then I'll show it again.
Yes, that's all you see when you travel from South Carolina to Georgia and Florida. Nothing but water on both sides.
So, it's sometimes I get upset when I hear people, trying to push the African narrative on to Geechee people. And it's because let's just be very clear. It doesn't matter if you was from Liberia, Sierra Leone, Angola. When they came to America, even the Geechee people who moved down, you know, who were sent, I would say, rather say, sent to the Caribbean, all of these groups of people had no problem mixing with Geechee people and then calling themselves Geechee. So now, why all of a sudden, 200 years later, do I have to force Geechee to be anything other than Geechee? They never denied being mixed with the indigenous people of this land. They did not feel the need to then continue to call themselves whatever they was calling themselves. The Gullah and the Geechee comes from America. Both terms comes from America. You get what I'm saying?
Facts. We have a Gale, or however you want to pronounce it, coast that starts from Florida and comes all the way up to North Carolina, parts of modern day North Carolina. It's called a Gale, Guale.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
And
so
then Richard Thornton talks about that too. If anybody ever heard that chant Uchi Wali Wali, Uchi Bang Bang,
go
that
ahead
is
on.
the original pronunciation of Gwali. It got, you know, later on it became Gullah, but the original pronunciation was Wali. And so you had the Uchi people and the Wali people who were both in that area, and they began to mix amongst each other. And this is how you get the Uchi dash Wali people.
Yeah, you need to come do. I'm sure my sisters would love for you to come do a bill. Yeah, man. Y'all got a channel, man, so we can like, share, subscribe. I know my sisters them said it earlier, man, but put it in the chat or something so people can like, share, subscribe to y'all, man. Because I don't know if Dulcinea done told you, man, but you know we got a bloodline movement over here. Genealogy is the highest form of spirituality over here, man, and we got a not over here on their channel per se, but in our community, man, and we love to hear y'all information because y'all just more pieces of the puzzle, man. And that's what we doing. We trying to get people to stay within their state. Like me, I stay within South Carolina. I know other history. I can go outside of my state, but I'm conquering South Carolina, so I can know everything from beginning to the end.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
So
please tell us
and that's
about
why
the
I'm gonna be
course and
powerful.
how people can sign up for the course.
Okay, so I'm gonna put the link for the course in the back chat, and it's just the home page. It's still in the works, and that's why, you know, it's offering it so inexpensive right now, because it's still in the works. The reason why I'm creating this course is because it's like, this is my 1 cent for all. You know, this is like 1 cent for all, people. Let's, for one, stop generalizing. Let's be very clear. Let's be very direct. Let's find the addresses. Let's trace the footsteps. Because there's so many questions that I've gotten. I've helped so many people trace their ancestry, and there's so many questions that I'm answering over and over and over again. And I just wanted to put it all in one place and give people the end goal, because I know, you know, I think Docs asked earlier, what's the end goal? And also to help people identify the end goal and where, you know, quote unquote salvation for Black people is really going to come from. So these records are my ancestors' records. The picture up at the top, that's my actual, you know, family. That's my dad in that picture, and those are his maternal line, his maternal mother's line. And I say grandmother because I'm saying that, you know, that little boy right there who's looking, the short one, that's my dad, and the one right above that is the lady right above him is my great grandmama. So this is actually history that I have traced, and I'm just trying to help other people. I can name all my great-great-grandparents by name, maiden name as well, and I'm working on my great-great-greats. I'm 19 down and 13 more to go. What it is it's a way for people to start understanding and tracing and researching unbiasedly. That is the main goal. I'm helping people with all of these different tools that I have used, from GEDmatch to Family Tree DNA, and these are for the people who have actually taken the test. Before I took the test, I had already done a lot of the preliminary work, which was talking to my family members. When I first started doing my research, I knew nothing about my dad's line. Never, not a thing. My dad didn't know anyone past his grandparents. And this is how I found out that my father's line was Geechee, because again, I told you, we laugh about it now, but my dad was on his African stuff, so he never asked anything about my grandparents, you know. And it was actually my mom and my dad's mom who bonded, and my grandmama gave my mama the oral history of her family and being Geechee as a tribe. And she said she wanted me to always know where I come from. And she repeated this history when my brother was born. So my mama heard it multiple times. So by the time I started researching my ancestry, my mama gave me the history of my dad's family, because my dad was so, into Africa, he never really asked. And from there, when I told my dad, he was like, "What? I ain't never heard that." So he went and asked my aunt, my great aunt, actually, his aunt. And she was at the time, she was the last sister that my grandmama had that was still living. And she confirmed it. And she gave us all this history. She was actually born in Savannah, whereas my dad didn't know nothing about, that connection, because my grandmama was born in Dublin, Georgia. And so, she talked about how they knew the language, and it was a joke because when they moved back, because my aunt, she the youngest, so all the other ones were born in Dublin, but she was born in Savannah because they moved back to Savannah. And then when they got to Savannah, the joke was, I need to get them out of Savannah because they too Geechee, so they moved them back to Dublin, but they all spoke the Geechee language. That language didn't really pass down to me or my dad. So I'm learning the language, but I was raised in an environment where most of the people there were Geechee, because like I was raised in Monroe, Georgia, where my mom's family is, where they're from. But she also has Geechee roots on her mama's line, and most of the people in that city, I'm gonna say it like this: most of the slaves in that city were either Seminole or Geechee, and I can trace them back. My the way my dad ended up in Walton County, that's Monroe. My dad ended up in that city meeting, and able to meet my mama going to school out there, because my I call her my grandmama because she raised my dad, but it's really his aunt. She actually married a man. She met him in school, in college. She met a man who was also from Monroe. And so she moved to Monroe with him amongst his family. And my dad was raised by her and not by my biological grandmama, but I knew both of them growing up. I knew my grandmama by name. I knew she was my grandmama. I knew the other one was my aunt. I just called them both grandma. So this is how, I came to understand and do my research. Oral tradition is never going to go away. It's very important, and we can't ignore it, and we can't just take a DNA test without it. Then that brings me to my next point. I also want to help people really interpret these tests, because I see way too many people interpreting the test incorrectly. And I also have seen way too many of us in particular be so quick to generalize. When I watch, and again, I've watched at this point, I don't know, hundreds of different DNA result videos. I'm subscribed to 23andMe and Ancestry on Reddit. So every day I'm looking at different results, everybody's different results. And when we see our big chunk of Africa, we automatically go, woo, I knew I was from Nigeria. I knew I was from Sierra Leone, or I'm shocked. I didn't know I was from Cameroon. You know, we're saying that kind of stuff, yet at the same time, I see other people going, I know how I got that Mali result, you know, and these are also pale skins. They're saying, I know how I got that Mali result. My German ancestors were Black Germans. And they're tracing, and they're not just guessing, right? They are looking and at the results of their family members, and they're using triangulation. And they see that their relatives were in Germany at that time. Some of them already knew that they had Black ancestors out of Europe. But a Black European is not going to necessarily have the same DNA as a pale-skinned European. Now, if the only people who get to claim being European are pale-skinned people, then what result are you going to see for a Black European? Because at the end of the day, it's about classifications. It's about who gets to claim what. Everybody, your DNA has no name. Not one person's DNA has a name. So if I take a test and I say I'm Geechee, my results come out, they don't say this person is Geechee. This person is at least, you know, over 50% Geechee based off of her DNA. You get what I'm saying? So it's all about interpreting. It's all about looking at your results. And I'm gonna give y'all an example. I'm gonna pull something else up and show y'all what I mean. And this speaks to anybody who has Choctaw ancestry.
That's me.
Yeah, peace, Urban Engine. Thank you for coming up.
Oh, hold on 1 second, y'all, real quick. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, but what she's speaking is straight flat facts. That's why I try to say all the time with the DNA, and I definitely want to build with you more on that too, because I actually do have my ancestry DNA, and they do have the separate, like they give you the origins and everything, but they give me the full DNA profile. So I'm looking to actually speak to someone that I can like be like, okay, let's break down this profile for ourselves, because yeah, what they just did is like, you know, with the alleles, and they'll just be like, okay, we see you have this change in an allele here, and it's like, oh, okay, well, these people have these changes in an allele, but do the people in South America have the same changes? You know, they'll say they're African if they do. So there's a lot of questions that come with those DNA profiles.
Right. And while I'm pulling this up, y'all can build on that. I know Nitro, I'm pretty sure he got something to say about this. And I don't want to be long-winded. So while I look this up, y'all can go ahead and build. And then I'm gonna put it in the back chat.
Absolutely. What's up, Urban Engine?
What's good? Just getting in, you know, on a Friday night, going to Saturday morning.
None of us are from Ghana right now. It was Yosef, I guess, that was from Ghana, but I got 10% Ghana. No, the majority of myself got Nigeria, and everybody said I had Nigerian eyes, so they could see it. But I used to say the same thing about Mali. I used to be like, oh, I look exactly like them. I have their eyes, their nose, everything.
Nah, and when you look at us in our natural state, you can definitely tell the difference between us and the majority, you know, for the most part. It only gets, I guess it gets 50-50, like when you, not even 50-50, but some of the Eastern Africans, like the Ethiopians or Madagascarians, there are some admixtures, I guess, that some people confuse, like, you know, Tavis and Renee Saunders. They've been in the indigenous community for a very long time, but the sons, he kind of, a lot of people compare him to Nipsey Hussle, and we know Nipsey Hussle was half Eritrean. So
yeah, Eritrean. Yep. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm. yeah, people confuse them. The Eritrean, which is I think that girl Rose, if I'm not mistaken, she's Eritrean too. Then there's Somali that looks similar, and then Ethiopian.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference. And it's crazy that we probably just started noticing this or paying attention to it, like probably what, within the last 7 to 10 years, since this has been, you know, picking up steam and more people have been awakening to this, to themselves. You start noticing different things about our people and the things that make us, you know, unique. From hair textures to complexions to, you know, dialects, everything about our culture.
Right, I agree. It is a thing, and we've just kind of, because we're taught a certain thing, so we kind of just lumped it all together as far as the dialects and different things that we are. I've since I got to Florida, I was like, I don't know, Geechees are dark skinned because they said the Gullah Geechee and the African or anything. So I'd be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm Gullah Geechee. I just know about the Creole. That's definitely passed down that I'm part Creole. But the thing about that is like the Creole has always been seen as like this light skin, green eyes, and I do have that in my family, definitely. But it's like, no, you're dark skinned. You can't be as Creole,
Exactly. I mean, well, hey, I showed you that, in the
in the Discord.
Discord. Creole don't mean light skin, so
facts, exactly.
But yeah, the Geechee, the Geechee speaking tribes, well, to be technical, more specific, the Hichiti speaking people, that lived along the Ogeechee River, Yamasi, Gwale, or Gwale, later now known as Yamasi. I cover a wide range: South Carolina, Georgia, even in the North Carolina. Shit, we got Waxhaw, where my people from, and then there's Yamacraw. Those are 2 Yamasi towns.
Yeah, that Yamacraw story is deep, man. When you get into what's that boy name? Dang, what's his name? Tamachichi. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, talk about Tamachichi.
Yeah, how Tamachichi started catching his own people and the other, indigenous people in that area to be enslaved. You know what I'm saying? And he was honored and revered, but eventually had a change of heart and went to repair the same tribes that he had broken between the Yamasi and the Creek and fused them together to create the Yamacraw. Even like the brother said, a lot of people spoke Hitichi, and they later were labeled as Muskogee or mixed, because there had been a lot of intermixing going on throughout Georgia, South Carolina. Just a lot of us were moving around and we were getting pushed out from our lands. This is why you have a very strong Geechee presence that's not on the coast. You see what I'm saying? A lot of our families moved from the coast to get away from all of the trading that was going on. It was just so much going on that coast. They moved more inland to get away. A lot of the explorers weren't as comfortable going inland, so we would go and basically hide inland. So I know in Georgia, this is how we get a lot of families in like Bibb County, Houston County near Macon. A lot of families moved to Albany, Columbus, Atlanta, that area. Some of them even kept going up north into the mountains, and they got pushed back down again and settled in certain areas around Atlanta. You get a presence in Augusta. A lot of these cities and towns, when you look at the history of it, you'll see that we've been moving around. There's nothing new. We've been teaching each other languages.
Same migration patterns, if you think about it. That's South Carolina, like Trick said, Florida, Georgia, South Kakalaki. that same migration pattern. I mean, it's travel daily.
Yeah.
You know, people still today have family in Florida and South Carolina, Florida and Georgia, Georgia and South Carolina, and then the entire Carolinas. So.
Okay, let me go ahead and expound on this.
Rossi was definitely on some slave raiding shit though for a minute. that was get back though. That was get back, nigga.
Okay, so all right, y'all. Here we go. This result, right? This what I'm going to talk about is for anybody who has gotten the result Mama, Senegambian, and Guinean on any 23andMe exam test, right? Mama is a location, right, that they point most Asiatics to from the southeast. Call us Asiatics, call us Black Americans, whatever. We all get pointed to that area, Mamou. Now, and it's spelled Mamou, exactly the way y'all finna see it right here. So I'm gonna go. So the myth of Mamou being unraveled by one of its pioneers, by Myrtle Reed. All right. All right, so they talking about how this word has been a mystery, right, for a very long time, but through research, and we talking about hundreds of dollars of and years of research. It says right here, I'm gonna go down. I ain't gonna read the whole thing, but I'm gonna go down to where it says LaHaye states that another 6 months of research is needed before he has completed his documentary history on Mamou and its early pioneers, the Choctaw Indians. Okay, by November 11, 1962, he hopes to have completed his research and plans to unveil a monument honoring the father of Mamou at the annual Mamou celebration observing Veterans Day. Mamou is also a location in Louisiana. Still to this day, it's still there. Small town, don't get a lot of love, don't get a lot of publicity, but there is an article out there where somebody who considers herself to be a journalist, a freelance journalist, she traveled and she met a lot of people, met a lot of the people there. So now you can ask yourself, what is the common denominator? How did Mamou, that originates amongst Choctaw Indians, end up being a whole area with the same name sitting, in Africa? And then you look at the regions and you see the common denominator are the French.
Yep.
Not no slave trade. You get what I'm saying? The common denominator are the French people who occupied that area in Africa and who also occupied Louisiana.
I think it's fair to say some of our people also traveled over there too, at least to do some work.
And that was gonna be my next point. You can go ahead and expand on that because they also don't often talk about how many people who are of Choctaw descent that went into slavery.
Yeah, over there.
Exactly.
In the regions where the French colonized. So that's something to consider, definitely, to those markers. But the history is there, and it follows that.
Right, and I just kept that short, but I have a lot of documentation that goes into the course about this particular result, especially because, like I was saying, I've met a lot of people, and I've just even outside of meeting people, I'm just looking at Reddit, results, people sharing their results, and I tell you this. A lot of people with ancestry in Mexico are asking the question, why do all of us get Senegambian and Ghanaian results back? Why do all of us have this result back on our test? And there's a lot of people coming up with a lot of theories, but ultimately it's because we have yet to really expand and expound on Indigenous American history in a fair and unbiased way.
Now, Brother Ishmael Bey did a presentation on the Mexicans because they were, they've been kind of attacking us, those who are ignorant, obviously, and hitting us with the African BS. And so in his presentation, you know, he revealed that the Mexicans actually have the African lineage. And yeah, maybe we can play it one day. Those
Now I know there's Garifuna, the Garifuna people. They are.
Garifuna would be their own separate entity. I think he was speaking on some African connection, obviously through actual Moors, through Moors that, you know, traveled up through the Iberian Peninsula, Moors out of North Africa. So that's the connection I think he was speaking on.
I also speak about that in the I also speak about that in the course too, because you know, once a group of people leave a continent and go into another area and they've been there since 711 AD, their DNA, we cannot assume that their DNA would be identical to a person who is still a native African. So when we're saying Moors mixed with Moors and we're saying African, what does that speak to the test though? How does that, you know, speak to the test in the results a person gets?
Well, let me ask you this. If we migrated, would you look at it the same way from our perspective? Like if as American Indians who set out, you know, and traveled the seven seas, would you view that lineage of that colony, would you view them as American Indian? Because I mean, if their origin is ultimately coming out of Africa, then
because see, and that's another thing. The origin of the Moors is not just out of Africa; it's also out of the Middle East.
Yeah. Totally agree. I'm just saying there are some that came out of North Africa. So I think the ones that came out of North Africa.
And see, that's what I was talking about earlier when I was talking about the difference between when we're talking about, you know, calling a person something or identifying a person as something, where are they indigenous to? I think there's a difference between culture and DNA. So, you know, we can talk about how Moors went into Europe and cultivated their own culture, but also mixed with different people. And so their DNA is not going to be identical to someone who never left Africa. And that's the same as when we're getting our results back, our results don't look identical to a person who never left Africa. That makes us a unique group of people at this point. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I dig it.
And so this is, and I'm gonna wrap this part up, but I just want everybody to see how sometimes you cannot look at the surface level of these results. Again, you know, 23andMe gives you a timeline, and yet I can name all my second great grandparents, you know, and I could tell you exactly where they lived and where they were born. So them saying that I have a direct ancestor that is, you know, my third generation grandparent that is Nigerian brings me to, you know, ask, well, why, like Africans are asking, why is Black American DNA overrepresented by Nigerian DNA results? Or rather, I say that the other way. Why is Nigerian overrepresented in our community? And it's because they're diverse. They have a little bit of everybody. They have Indigenous Americans there. They have Europeans there. They have, you know, a lot of different, you know, DNA. And so we can't just look at it at face value. But I want to show people, then after you don't look at it at face value, what's the next step? What do I do?
I agree. And I would say that too. That's why I don't feel like, you know, because going into DNA, I went into it kind of believing, you know, it could help more than it really can in building your family tree. And it can only really verify, I would say, when you're building your family tree, but it's not going to give you like insights to be like break through a wall that you're doing. So I was kind of disappointed in that because I'm stuck. and I thought my DNA would get me unstuck, and it doesn't. But what I would say about what is good about different things, especially if we can go ourselves and build on uh some of the stuff that they are giving that you can tell is accurate versus some of the stuff that they're giving that they would actually have to surmise. Like they gave me a whole bunch of last names to be like, oh, these are most likely your common last names. Well, how would they know that? What they did is they went through people I was related to, but that's not going to show last names that are in my family. That's just going to show their present day last names and be like that. So I was finding more so doing my genealogy, the last names that my family has already given me is more accurate than what ancestry gives me as last names. Most likely because they're married or they're out. They don't have the same last name as the family member that we're connected by. And through lines will pull that up, the family you're most likely connected by, but that's only if they built their trees and you built your tree. Other than that, they can't tell you how you're connected because you guys don't have your family tree done. But this part I thought was really cool. So it told me my DNA is connected to 4 communities. So it says the early North Carolina African Americans, Deep South African Americans. So it gave me like North Carolina, Virginia, and Alabama, Mississippi area. Then it said the Georgia coastal plain to Central Florida African Americans, the lower Chesapeake Bay to Northeast North Carolina African Americans.
Hey, this shit, I'm sorry, this shit is comical. I don't see none of that in all they list for these different regions, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's different African groups. I don't see none of that in any of them regions. But
oh, right, exactly. Like, oh, connected. Because all they did was they connected the people that I'm related to in those regions, and then they see what their DNA most likely comes up or anything. So of course they had to be like, oh, this is the farm of Africa to tie in the African origins to that. But I thought this was interesting of the places it's giving me because I am starting to see these places in my genealogy. Yeah. I haven't got to Ohio though. I see a lot of Virginia, a lot of South Carolina, a lot of Georgia, stuff like that.
This is.
But yeah, you see how they connected possible ancestry connected to your regions, not Nigeria, Cameroon. How they get over there?
Right? How did they get over there?
This shit is made for dummies to believe. Like it's so sophisticated. Like.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, and what you're supposed to do, and this is the thing. What are you supposed to do with this? Virginia and Southern Ohio. You get what I'm saying? What am I supposed to do with that? Like Virginia is not diverse. You get what I'm saying? Right. So it's like it's cool, but if you find your ancestors born like their actual footsteps, they lived there, they were ingrained in the culture, then that's fine. You get what I'm saying? But other than that, these are very broad categories.
Yeah, that's a broad map. Like that's I show people too, because I can't show the actual people. But first off, the amount of white people you're gonna get, you're just gonna be disheartened. Like you're gonna be like, the hell, I have all these white people.
You know how many tribes? You see how many tribes that covers? Like how many tribal lands that covers actually, like that whole map. Exactly. North Carolina, all the way. Got you going from Croatan to the Attakapo, all the way down to the Texas Gulf Coast.
Yeah, like just give me the whole coast. It's like, oh, you were coastal
somewhere here.
But see, and then I showed this when I was presenting this, and I'm like, this should to me is discouraging because like if you really view yourself as African American, I mean there should be some Africans that pop up. Like you're telling me not even the Africans in the reference panels pop up on some DNA shared.
I understand you too. I understand you on that. The first thing I did when I got my results, I went to look at where was everybody born, and I saw 3 results, 3 people born in Africa. Now everybody else, all 1,500 of everybody else was born in America and Europe, but those 3 people, I contacted them first. They were all born in Nigeria. And 2 of them are related on the same line, and the other one is related on a line that's just like that's in the same cluster, but not, related to them. And so I asked all 3 of them. I just wrote them and was like, I see you see you born in Nigeria, or you got a grandparent born in Nigeria. I got a Nigerian result, and they were like, "Sorry, ma'am, you are related to me through my Alabama family." One was like, "Yeah, I'm first generation American on my dad's side, and I know you're not related to them. You related to me by my mom in Alabama."
Wah, wah, wah.
I was like, well, okay. And again, that was the only location of all my relatives. No other relatives had ancestors born, or I would say grandparents born in Africa.
Yep.
And so I would be very disingenuous if I'm meeting these relatives from France and from Germany, and I actually match them on their German line and their French line. And I just want to be African so bad that I skip right over Scotland, I skip right over Germany, and I skip right over France. Nah, man, I'm good. I'm just be American.
Okay. Someone asked, why does it only connect me to the East Coast? I mean, that's pretty accurate for what I've always gotten. I've always gotten, the Georgia, Florida. I know my family's in Jersey. Well, yeah, if you could connect, and why?
I guess the real main reason why is because that's the heavy concentration of our tribes, of many of our tribes. We were many of us were seafaring people, and we lived around water. So the entire eastern seaboard, the entire deep south, the Gulf Coast, and then you get up into the Midwest. When you look at much of the West, the Southwest, that's a lot of desert area, and then it picks back up on the West Coast. But to your point, a lot of the Ohlone, like the California tribes, many of them were enslaved by the Spanish. So obviously they got shipped to Spanish colonies, some in the Caribbean, some in Central America. You have the Shoshone. The Shoshone were very, very dark, and they have some I have pictures of them. They have some thick. I think, did I show y'all? Did you see that picture, Dulcinea?
Which of your great grandmother and grandfather?
No. It's in my Pinterest collection. And it's of the Shoshone. And I'm just bringing that up because he asked why the. You said your grandma is Shoshone?
Yeah. She.
Oh no, I was saying. Oh, bet. So is she from like Utah or Idaho or?
No, we got a line. We got a line that we traced back to that area, but she was from Detroit.
Okay, and then so she basically just ended up migrating over there. Yeah, later. Okay, all right. That's what's up. Well, yeah, they were a very dark skinned people. And they're far west, northwest. But a good majority of the remnant of us, of the American Indians that's left, the so-called African American, and for those of us who know that we are, a good majority of us, our lineage is coming out of the tribes in the southeast and on the eastern seaboard. Can't forget the Midwest.
I got a picture of my grandma.
Let me see.
Can I?
I'm gonna show a picture of the Shoshone. Yeah, there. Go ahead. Let them share.
Yeah. You can either present it or you can put it in a private chat, I guess, if I can share it that way.
All right, how I put a picture in there? I just drop it in there. Let me see.
It would have to be a link.
Let me see. It says present video file. All right, no, that's cool. I just show the picture. It's all good. So this is my grandma. She just passed last week.
Oh, I'm sorry. Rest in paradise.
Where's she at?
See, is it gonna let me do it? Let me see.
We're not all related to Black Too Strong, so you would have to find the people that are related to them. Many of them are still there. It's just I'm not related to the West Coast.
Yeah. I got a homegirl, Shawnee. You know what? Real quick, let me just say this.
I was gonna say maybe if you text it to me, Nitro too, I can possibly pull it up from that way and send it to myself, then pull it up.
All right, bet I got you.
I'm gonna say a lot of the many of the Lakota, many of them have the Shoshone line. I got a homegirl who's Shoshone Bannock, and she's actually a tribal member up there in Nebraska.
So yeah, I'm gonna send a picture when she was young and then when she got older. Cause I know for me sometimes that helps. Cause like I said, we all kind of got conditioned to say people look a certain way, so that's the only way they can look. But being able to see my grandma in two different stages in her life, you will start to say, dang, maybe somebody, that I knew older could have looked a certain way younger. Let me see. You should be getting it in a minute. Man. And I got a bunch of, I ain't gonna cap, I got pictures in the chamber. You know what I'm saying? Like when folks get to talking out that rah, I got them pictures.
Yeah. You gotta kill them with the pics and shit.
Yeah. That'd be the last thing. I usually try to
hold on.
I usually try to let people get all of their little info out and all of that. Cause then when I come with them pictures, you know what I'm saying? And them records, it hit different. You know what I'm saying? And she also gave us the information about our family being that was living in Gordon County in Georgia by the Unconditional River. You know what I'm saying? So that was actually that area is where the Trail of Tears started in Georgia. And I got like family that we trace back living in that area during that time frame. You know what I'm saying? Even up until almost the 1900s, really until the 1900s, and a lot of them moved up north.
Hold on, I'm pulling it up now. Too Black, Too Strong. Why would that be a coincidence of something that we don't say against? That's what OTK was saying. Where you see the largest regions are where you're seeing Indians are being exported out and Indians are being exported in as slaves.
Yep. Like that was a very elementary. If you were trying to be sarcastic, you might want to rehearse that shit more.
And I want to say something too, because I hear people keep talking about slave holdings, like, and I'm not sure. And Too Black, Too Strong is not the only person, but anytime I hear that, I feel like people are insinuating that makes them more probable of being of African descent. Of some kind of way, there's this probability that makes them that makes them African. But I just want to say this, and then you can discuss this picture. She looks so beautiful. But I just want to say this. On every continent, the majority of the slaves came from that continent. In Africa, the majority of the slaves were African. In Asia, the majority of the slaves were Asian. On a small little peninsula like Europe, the majority of the slaves were European. So what makes America any different? I'm gonna just say that and leave it at that.
I got one to show too.
And yeah, I have the other one too. But yes, this is a beautiful, beautiful picture. Again, rest in paradise. I know that she is in a greater place now. I don't believe in all those atheists. Oh, it ends from here. So I don't say that. I think
Yeah, for
she's in
sure.
a
Look,
much better place.
that was a dancing machine right there. She'll cut the rug on you. You cut
Oh,
some
she
music
looks
on.
like it. She
Oh yeah,
looks like she gonna dance you out.
yeah,
She looks like don't play with her.
yeah. That's the
Because
fucking
one
queen. When
lucky
she get to
woman.
moving, hey, that's a different machine right there. And she talked about the family being Shoshone and Blackfoot. That's what she was told. So me and my mom ended up doing research and looking into the areas, and wasn't no cap in the rap. Like it actually lined up. So we had to take the migration of our family and line it up with the tribal stories and the battles they had. You know, people just trying to leave and start new lives a lot of times. They just didn't want to get harassed. They just want to live.
Did they come out the Midwest?
So some one of her lines did, yeah, and the other ones were in Alabama, around that area. They had moved into that area, didn't stay long, and then end up moving up north.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so that's her when she got older, and it's crazy because I be one of my things is the purple Doritos. You know what I'm saying? I used to eat the blue until I went vegan. You know what I'm saying? But the purple Dorito is my thing. So, and they call her red. That's Little Red. So in Detroit, everybody in Southwest Detroit know my grandma. You know what I'm saying? That's Little Red right there. So, but I just wanted to show people phenotypically that everybody here didn't look the same way you see in other places. And we gotta recondition our minds to be open. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I got one too. Of some Shoshone in tribal wear. Let me see here.
But you got the press
I hear y'all.
present and then share screen, and then you should be able to share it. But if not, I can put my info in the back for you to message it to me as well.
Share screen. Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. It's asking me like I got it.
Yeah, after you do the share screen, it might be in the first, so you'll see Chrome tab or your tab window or entire screen. If it's not on the actual tab that you're on, go to Windows. Okay.
Okay, hold on. All right, here we go. I got it. Let me see. Here we go. All right, can y'all see that?
Yes, we see.
All right. So, this one right here, even though this is a black and white photo, you can still see this one. I've seen it actually in color as well. And they are what you see here in the picture. The hair, even though it's straight, or it looks like it's like styled that way, and it's very thick.
You probably had that bear grease.
Yep. But they are, very dark. Let me see. I had another picture where they were all lined up. Let me see. It was a whole village of them. Let me see. Do I still got it? Oh, shit. Yep. Here we go. Let's see here. I see that.
Yeah.
Zoom in on it if you can, so we can see a little better.
Yeah, you can.
These are all from Pinterest, right? So I'm like, some of these photos might be the, for the closest I can get. Yeah, I can't zoom in no more on that one.
Yeah, that's better. I can see him now.
bet. Yeah. That's some Shoshone. Let me see what else I got in here. Shoshone. I definitely got this. I got a Yamasi drawing. I think y'all definitely find interesting. Hold on. Since we was talking about the Yamasi as well. This is an interesting photo because of where I gotta find this book, but all right. All right, y'all see that? All right, can y'all see that? Let's see, view image. There we go.
Yeah, we can see
Full
it.
Blood Creek that was born on the Tallapoosa River about the year 1793.
Yeah. Keep on reading, fam.
Jim Boy. Yeah, it say he was familiarly known by the name of Jim Boy, but was properly entitled to that which we have placed at the head of this article. Tuatin, what is it? Tuatin Ugi?
Yeah,
I can't see it that good.
Tustenanugi.
Tustenanugi. All right, meaning warrior, and then
Imatha.
Which signifies next to the warrior. When the war broke out in 1811 between the Creeks and the Americans, he was too young to wield the tomahawk, but was permitted to follow the warriors. When the Creeks became divided into two parties, one of whom was friendly to the Americans and the other hostile and unwilling to immigrate,
Tustenanugi.
Ithmala, attached himself to the former party. In the Florida War, he rendered important services. His family consisted of a wife and 9 children, were among the unfortunate persons who were on board the steamboat Mammoth. The steamboat Mammoth, when the vessel sunk, and 236 of the Creeks, including 4 of the children of Tustamagi and Mach, were drowned.
Dulcie, that's a project.
Right.
Found out about that ship. Where the fuck was it heading? And look what it's coming from. Historic Collections of Georgia. So this is coming out of a book right here.
And he ain't light skinned, tell you that.
Nowhere near.
And then I want somebody to touch on Tamachichi too, because I'm glad y'all showed the image of what a Creek warrior looks like and what full blood Creek was said to look like back in those days. Because we can go all the way back and we can look at the history of Tamachichi and we can see in the history books, clear as day, that Tamachichi was the largest slave trader and he was trading other Creek people. Not Africans. He was trading Creek.
They were, to be clear, they were trading Yamasi. They were trading Yamasi.
Now, I just want everybody to, see, because we got to see it. It say was a full-blooded Creek. We know what that really means is Yamasi.
So at one point, well, I was gonna say at one point, they were many of the Gwale tribes, the Hichiti speaking tribes, were referred to as Creeks, and then the whole status reversal switch as the Creeks begin to as colonizers begin to mix with the Creeks. Obviously, those who are light skinned became known as the Creeks, and then the full bloods were the Yamasi, and they were enslaved and labeled as black.
I didn't want to cut you off, my bad. But when you said that, it made me think of something. Richard Thornton, if y'all go back and research Richard Thornton's papers and his work, his research, you'll see that the Creek Association, that association came from Scandinavian admixture.
Got you. Yeah, I know it was some type of
Scandinavians
Polish.
have a word in their language that is Creek, and they applied it to us here because it has the same meaning. When they were some of the earlier, voyagers, I say, out of Europe. And a lot of people don't know that, but that's one reason why when you look at the DNA, a lot of people out of Georgia have Scandinavian matches.
Yeah.
That's
Check this out.
interesting.
Y'all see?
Yeah, we can see it.
Damn, come back up. There we go. Okay. Damn. Wanted to. Well, probably was better on the other. I will keep it here. All right. Yeah, this is Wabasha, celebrated Sioux chief. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is images of a chief out of the Great Lakes region. Yep. Somewhere in Minnesota. This is interesting. Him. These are not the same two people. This is a different. He's from a different stock. Yeah. He's from an Aboriginal stock. He is like he could have some as well, but it's clearer in him.
Too black, too strong.
And let me show one thing, Urban Engine. But yeah, go ahead. You keep. I'll keep your screen up. No, you can go. Yeah, you can respond.
Oh, I just wanted to respond to Too Black, Too Strong. I just want to know what's biased about what we're talking about right now. Like literally, what's biased about it?
Good question. Good question. I just wanted to share Nitro. This is my grandma. She said Cherokee, Blackfoot. And I always thought like the Blackfoot she was saying because we were black. Or you just saying because we dark skinned. We ain't no Blackfoot. But anyway, yes, she was here. And yeah, like I was her baby, like for real, for real. I love my granny. R.I.P. to her. But then I have my grandfather. Let me go ahead. I'll stop showing this. And he said he was full blooded, like he passed down, like he was Indian, but because he's like so light bright, I was like, okay, well, you must be mixed, and that's why. But yeah, that's my granddad. And he would be like, yeah, just straight up Indian. And that's my uncle with them, young uncle, my Uncle Bubba. But
he definitely looks like his daddy.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's all red. I can show a more recent picture of him and my mom before my mom passed away, and she's like chocolate like me, and then he's just red, like literally red.
I got another picture. Actually got a group of my ancestors when they moved up north to Detroit. This is when is this? 1936. Let me see if I can do a screen share real quick. And those some good pictures too you got.
Yeah, I have one too of my grandma. Used to. Did y'all have grandparents that choose snuff or they use snuff in y'all's family?
Y'all got some uncles that
Yeah.
did, like great uncles.
Yeah, so my grandma, she would have like her little Hillsborough can It was so gross. Yeah. Spitting
Mhm.
that stuff
Be
out.
spitting it, yep. And it stank too. It'd be all minty.
Mhm. Why? What is that? Don't smell good. Why are you putting that in your mouth?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all have any ancestors who used to eat white dirt?
I don't know for sure, but I've definitely heard of, well, like people eating the white and red clay. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, we call it white dirt down here. It's clay though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my
Now, I
grandma
used
used to.
to know, but I have heard of it before, and I wouldn't be surprised. But
That's the
like,
kaolin
especially
clay
for
that I was talking about.
it's cleans you out. It cleans out your system, right?
Yep, that's the kaolin clay. It's Georgia's the #1 exporter of it, and my grandmama, they used to eat it, and they used to say, it has some nutrition in it, and the clay does have nutrition in it. That's why it's one of the top clays in demand in the beauty industry. But yeah, I remember I tasted it before. I was like, I'm good on that white dirt stuff.
Like, I don't need it. That's fine. Yeah, my grandma used to give me all kinds of concoctions too. And especially like how you had to drink the castor oil and fish oil and all of this. Like,
Yeah.
Mom, I'd rather be sick. Till you got sick, then you're like, oh, okay, I guess I gotta take it.
Yeah. And see now, that speaks to another. I'm gonna get
You
back to you
decided,
too,
yeah, we'll get back to him.
You're
Yes.
right. I'll get back to you. But
Them
that's
folks
another
never just want
thing
to
in
hit the
terms
link.
of.
Like they always just get in a chat with these long paragraphs and don't never just hit the link. And let's converse. Because I mean, we've been up here 5 hours now. We've been pulling up links. So and then they just nitpick what they want to talk about. That's wild to me. I don't know. My bad. Go ahead, y'all. This is crazy.
Now I was gonna talk about that oil and them old school remedies. I sat with my oldest uncle, and he passed away like 2 years ago. It feels like yesterday, but we talked for a long time, and he just named all the different you know remedies, natural remedies that my great grandmama passed down to him. And he was the one who, when we was outside, we fall, we hurt ourselves, whatever, we go in the house crying to him. Because, when we would get out of school, our parents would be working, but he would be there to get us off the bus. And he would be there to, patch up any wounds, make sure we ate after school, that type of thing. And we just sat and I'm talking about, it was a list of herbs and oils and all of this stuff that in our generation it's been replaced by Robitussin and Tylenol.
Right,
But
and ginger ale.
right, exactly. And some of this ginger ale ain't even got ginger in it. It's just
Right,
it's
exactly. It is
so
the name.
right. So it's like we do need to, I'm glad I had that conversation, and I'm glad I wrote everything down, because that's something else I get to expand on and expound on in my course, because there is a such thing as native remedies, because you don't see these remedies again. We talking about where a culture is indigenous. You don't see these remedies anywhere else. So
Yeah,
the
I didn't
remedies are
even
indigenous
know,
in there.
like, and I know we're gonna address this, but I didn't even know like these remedies were, native or anything. It was just stuff that was passed down that I was like, I know you're gonna think I'm weird right now. Like every time my friends had a fever, I do exactly what my mom did for me. So I'm like, y'all are gonna think I'm weird, but go take these potatoes, put them in the freezer for a little bit. I wait for them to get cold. I would cut them up in little pieces. I was like, you got an old shirt or some old fabric somewhere. I rip the fabric up, put the little pieces of potato in the fabric and foil it up, and then put it around their head, put it around their wrist, put it around their ankles. I had a friend in school and I broke his fever like that. And he's like, "What are you, some kind of witch? What is this?" Like, he's gonna break your fever, okay? Do you want it broken or not?
Yeah, man, that's like the tobacco here, like how and my mama and my daddy got a story about this. So this was also passed down. My uncle told me about this, but my mama had already told me about it too, was how tobacco used to be used to, clear up wounds, and it worked fast. It would work like overnight. She had, I don't want to say what it was. It was something like a dog bite or something that she had, but they wrapped the tobacco around her leg to heal it. And then my dad told me another, story about how he had a wound on his face and they laid the tobacco on it. It was, it looked like, in today's society, it looked like it had been healing for at least a week, when really it did that overnight.
Right.
Like that overnight. And tobacco is indigenous to America, so I don't want to hear nothing nobody else got to say.
Yeah.
Can I show some pictures real quick while we're talking?
Oh yeah. Go ahead and name one. Too black, too strong.
Yeah,
Don't just give us an
Indigenous
amalgamation of different
statements.
tribes. Give us one.
Yeah, give us one. Give us one. Name one of them tribes, niggas. Name no. Fuck that. Name three. Shit.
Right. Well, I was gonna get one at a time to get to three, but he won't even name one. It's just my many tribes. Then the next thing is I don't know, because of the slave trade. We were all mixed up together, so I don't know my exact tribe, but I want to take ancestry DNA and get that from her, whatever. Blah blah blah. Like, okay.
Strong, too black.
Yeah, but yes, snuff on wounds. Yeah, I've definitely heard that, the tobacco on wounds.
Mm-hmm. And the tobacco back then, not the tobacco today. Let me add that. Tobacco today, when you find it out the store,
Right, it's too full of chemicals and all that kind of
it's
stuff.
all kind of chemicals and preservatives. It's not the same. And I'll say this too, because I've done some research on the tobacco plant, and I found medical journals that have talked about the Europeans' interaction with Indigenous Americans and how Indigenous Americans use tobacco. We used it, to clear out bacteria in the air. We would just burn it, kind of like sage at different times. We would use it for wounds, like we talked about. They would also brew it for different reasons. And so because it was used for so many different things, Europeans called it a heal-all plant. They thought they had found the holy grail of medicinal plants. And they took, of course, this is why you had tobacco being the number one cash crop out of places like Virginia in the 1700s, where they were in by the ton cultivating it and sending it out to various places. And what ended up happening, like a lot of things that we've seen that went from being used by Native people to then being exploited by other groups, is that it got, abused. And I say, yeah, there's no other word to express it, but it's exploited and abused. And this is how you have, this mass production of tobacco today that's not grown the same and not distributed the same way as it was back then, when it was just us.
Yeah, somebody said somebody spider webs in the cut. Yeah, and cotton. It help you regrow them fibers in the womb. But yeah, Dustin, I sent you the pictures. It won't let me screen share. Every time I gotta restart Chrome and all that.
Hold on.
Okay, let me pull it up. Oh yeah, Urban Engine. Go ahead and go. I'm pulling that up.
All right, I'll do this and I'll let them go real quick. I was just showing this. Because
Hey, while y'all doing that, I just jumped on real quick. I was trying to I saw the sister, she had mentioned the Mamu people in Louisiana, right? That's
Not
why I jumped
doing.
that's why I jumped back on. Hold on real quick. Uh, Basically I want to ask the sister about that article because my father is from Mamu, Louisiana. And he used to tell me about that place a lot when I was a kid. Uh, is there anywhere I could get that article at?
Yeah, I shared it in the back chat. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna put it in the chat so you can get it. It's newspapers.com.
Oh,
And
okay. It's on that website.
newspaper.com is just an archive of different newspapers that were published at some point. That one was published in 1960s.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a snapshot of it. Yeah, because it's interesting. My grandmother, my mom's
And I
dad.
put in the back chat again too.
Okay, yeah, I just said I'm gonna take a snapshot of it. Yeah, because my dad's mom spoke French. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she was disowned for marrying my grandfather. Because you had that whole little get down. Like my dad's last name is Thomas, so you know how they get down. There's a bunch of Thomases in Louisiana, and they've been there for a long time. So that's the thing that's been
Yeah.
kind of trying to it's been kind of getting away from me trying to figure that thing out because he don't talk about it. It's kind of something he really don't like talking about based on the fact that there was that little situation. You know what I'm
And
saying?
that's why I
But
said French is the common denominator
right.
when it comes to Louisiana, Choctaw people, and people in Africa, because people tend to forget that a large chunk of Africa was colonized by the French.
Right, because on that side we are Choctaw. You know what I'm saying? So, but we have that mix of what's going on out there. Saint Landry, Evangeline Parish, the police jury and all that
Yeah.
stuff, all that
So this
going on
might
right
be
there.
just clicking for me now, but do you think in DNA that's what's coming up is the amalgamation, like the mixed people, and we're being mixed with the same thing? So that's why they're like, oh, your DNA is closer to someone in Nigeria or someone in this, is because they're comparing our amalgamations to each other.
Definitely, and that is definitely what I'm saying, and it's because when we look at 23andMe and ancestry, those tests are not designed like, let's say, like a DNA consultant's test, which lets which has different names for Black Americans. They might say Alabama Black American. That doesn't exist anywhere on a 23andMe test. So a 23andMe test is telling you that the category is being set by Africans for people who are trying to connect themselves to Africa.
Well,
So
see,
it's sure
that's
that's
the thing.
popping up.
Let me jump in real quick with that because basically I can tell you firsthand that's what it is because that's my dad's side of the family on his mom's side. You know what I'm saying? I can
Mhm.
give you the whole lineage traced back all through the Canary Islands into West Africa, North Africa, all the way up through there to the Sephardics, the Moors, everybody. You know what I'm saying? That's why I asked the brother from Ghana those questions because I already knew the answers. You see what I'm saying? See, those are the things those people don't like to share with you. But I can tell you from firsthand through my genealogy where I traced it back, not through a DNA test, through the
Right,
actually ancestry. It
right.
went straight back, and I'm talking about Ponce de Leon type stuff. I'm talking about like some real. See, this is where I can stifle that at the door. Anybody talking that shit, I can stifle it at the door. But when she brought up Mamu, she said Mamau, but my dad calls it Mamu.
I'm
And
from Georgia. That's just my accent. Don't excuse
yeah, yeah,
me.
yeah. No, 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 for sure, for sure. You know what I'm saying? But the bottom line is that it's Shatta, and then you have actually Muskogee in that too as well. You know what I'm saying? So, that's the only reason why I jumped on there, so I can kind of grab that. So I got that link. I took a snapshot. I appreciate y'all, man. I'm out.
Yeah. You're welcome on that. And then I got some other stuff for you too, that I can share with you on the research that I've done. And in considering that, a lot of African results, and I'm gonna say this too, the tests tell you that they don't have a lot of people in their reference panel that has deep roots and no admixture. So they cannot generalize. And this is why they tell you also don't take it at face value. You have to then do the research.
Yeah, it's almost unrealistic, like to be a full blood of any one tribe, unless people just stay in one area. You know what I'm saying? Because typically women didn't even marry in the same tribe.
Nope. So
So
it would be incest.
yeah, for real. And that's just not a reality. You think you're gonna go that far back in the lineage and like everybody, because you find that even when you go so far back in your lineage and you find more proof of your indigenous heritage, you'll see that okay, this person had, when you go further beyond them, you'll see that they had a great, great grandmother, great grandfather. Speaking of the many family trees I don't put together, they had that indigenous ancestor may have had a great a grandmother or father that was European or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dulcinea, I'm gonna say real quick, them pictures I sent, can you pull up the one that say Thomas Edwards with the old guy on there by itself? No, that's the woman, the one with the old head by itself.
Where is she?
That's I'm gonna get to her. So the first interview I did, I showed a record of my ancestor who was Omaha. His name was Roland Edwards. His Indian name was Nestamani. This is his son right here. He was born in 1833. All right. So Thomas Edwards was born in Virginia and moved to Elmore County in Alabama and had about 13 children. I'm a descendant of the second oldest. All right. So he was listed as a Choctaw by blood. I also have a screenshot of that Indian record. I got his Indian roll number and all that. But this is Thomas Edwards. This is my great grandfather.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
What's you say he's from Virginia, right?
Yeah, he was born in Virginia.
So how did can you explain his Choctaw lineage with him being born in Virginia? Like how did they get to Virginia?
That was his mother. His mother was Choctaw.
Okay, so like what they had there. What I'm saying is like Virginia is obviously not, even if we lived all over at a certain point in time. I'm just curious as to how they got up there. If you know the story, that's all.
Oh no, we didn't get the story on how they got up there.
Got you, because you know what I'm saying. Choctaw is out of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Georgia as well.
Mm-hmm. But during that time, they'll pack you up and send you where they want to. You gotta work for your freedom. You know what I'm saying? So that line. He when he ended up getting free, they moved around. So I'm a descendant of the old guy with the tan suit on. Is taking a knee. So if you zoom
the one
in,
with white hair.
Yeah, the one with the white hair.
Yeah, he looks like the Thomas Edwards I was gonna say.
Mm-hmm. So that's him and some of his children. Some of them. Now, I want to show people something too. You see that dark-skinned guy in the back there?
Mm-hmm.
That's that look. That's that indigenous look, just so people can know. You had a lot of our ancestors that look like that. A lot of them.
Got glasses on?
No, the dark-skinned brother, the tall one.
Yeah, very much. Very much.
So, he has a sister that I'm a descendant of. So also Charles Edwards, that's his name, Charlie. Charlie was also registered as a Choctaw or Creek at that time period.
All of them got, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like even brother here,
hairlines, all of them got their hairline. They all got that little mohawk. Like you see the one in the middle that look like Samuel Jackson standing up. His hair falling out on the side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So this was in Detroit in 1936. And then now you can go to the third picture.
They're running numbers, nigga. What
Mhm.
you mean?
Nah, for sure. All right, so this is my great grandmother that she about to show. So yeah, that's my great grandmother right there. You know what I'm saying? She got a chicken in her hand.
Yep. And broke his neck already.
Yeah, he done.
Holding him by,
You know what
yeah,
I'm saying?
she holding him by the neck, niggas.
Yeah. So and this is my family. So when people, you know, in the chat and other places, when they get to trying to tell people who they are and what you come from and all of that,
Yeah,
these pictures don't lie. You know what I'm saying? I'm able to trace all the way back from the records. My ancestor was born in 1811. He lived to be 100 years old, and his wife died at 106. I could trace them from all the way from him to me. You know what I'm saying? And I can do this through pictures as well. So I know what they look like, and it's not just names on a piece of paper in black and white. I can
That's
watch
dope.
the phenotypes go from generation to generation and how I look like them and how certain customs and cultures and stories was passed down from that family, or from that side of the family down to my mom and then to me. You know what I'm saying? So I know unfortunately all of us can't do this with every line, but you can, it matters. It's important to help all of our mental database be updated on the possibilities of what's going on. You see what
Yeah,
I'm
this
saying?
is why I really want to work with you guys and stuff or anything. And that's why I was asking the question earlier, because this is the furthest I can get back right now. But, you know, it's the European side. And it's like, it just seems like there's like different things. Like, I don't even know if this came from a book. I don't know, but this is an ancestor of mine. But I was like, I'm glad I'm learning it now, because this would have completely confused me. Like, get into this and I would have had a whole story of like, oh, he had to rape someone or something. But so look, this guy, Sylvester Prophet, was born in 1698 in Scotland and died in Goochland, Virginia. He married Alice Peasant. It said he had a quite colorful and eventful life. To understand him, it is important to know the Scottish Jacobites. Jacobites is a name given to the English and Scottish adherents of the exiled house of Stuart. The Jacobites derived their name from Jacobus, the Latin name for King James II of England, who was dethroned in 1688 by William of Orange during the Glorious Revolution. So it goes down. The Jacobites engaged in some futile plots to overthrowing the new Protestant dynasty. In 1755, the Jacobite nobles led an uprising in Scotland. They lost. After an indecisive battle with government forces, Jacobites surrendered to Preston, England, and Stuart returned to exile in France. Seven noblemen were sentenced to death in part of the revolt. Only four were executed. The high point of the Jacobite movement was the Second Jacobite Revolution, the 45. In July 1745, James II's grandson, Charles Edward Stuart, the young pretender, landed in Scotland and in September entered Edinburgh with 2,000 men. Jacobite forces subsequently won 3 battles in the Highlands. However, their forces retreated and were completely defeated in the Battle of Culloden. Says the revolt collapsed. 1,000 to nearly 1,000 others were condemned to death. So Sylvester joined the army of James III in his abortive invasion of England in 1715. He was a soldier under General Thomas Foster, and it says in the spring and summer of 1716, the prisoners were transported to the American colonies as indentured servants. At the end of 7 years, he was given clothes, a rifle, and some land. The usual allotment, called the headright, was 50 acres. His name was listed on the manifest of the ship Elizabeth and Anne, which landed at Yorktown, Virginia. the land grant from King George II in 1738. His land patent was for 300 acres on the north side of James River in Goochland, Virginia. Says in 1738, he sold 150 acres of land, part of the 300, to Mary Bichette and her son, John Tuggle, for 11 pounds of lawful money of Virginia. In 1743, 5 years later, he bought Mossage Plantation containing 100 acres from Marvin Duncan for 10 pounds, and record shows Sylvester worked for other men and was paid in tobacco. 150 pounds of tobacco was from Charles Toney for 6 days of work, 400 pounds for 15 days of work, 225 pounds for 9 days of work, and he bought 100, and then another guy bought 100 acres of land for 20 pounds. So I'm like an indentured servant to, how to get all that land? How to get all that tobacco? That's not the story I ever heard of indentured servants.
Right.
Hey, it was fun building with y'all for a little minute, but I'm about to call it a night. I'll get
Right.
with y'all next time.
Oh yeah, it was a
bro.
pleasure.
It was good building with you, man, for sure.
Yeah, it was. Peace. Good
Back on. I
night.
got plenty of pictures to show. I'll walk y'all through my pictures and all of that next time. All right.
All right, peace.
Peace. So what I'm invested in is finding like the marriage, the lines that these people came through, since it's my oldest line going back, and figuring out like who is Alice Pleasant, who is I see them like different surnames I have, like Joyce's, Walker's, that they're marrying into. So I'm trying to figure out who they are, but it's kind of like I haven't really perfected finding the Indian roles. And when I was younger, I thought the Dawes Rolls was it. So when I didn't find people on the Dawes Rolls, I was like, okay, that's it. We're not Indian. We would be on the Dawes Rolls. So yeah, now I'm like, okay, how do I find these other roles?
Right. Okay, so now I got family from Goochland too. So that a lot of those names that just was in that historical article, I have a lot of those names popping up amongst DNA relatives. Tuggle, Pleasant, or Peasant, are both, two names. Those are the two that stood out the most that popped up. But when it comes to areas like Goochland, and we're talking about certain time frames, we're talking about a time when a lot of Indigenous Americans have already been reclassified. It's already been, drained of a lot of we had already been drained of a lot of our identity. So this is why you don't find a lot of your ancestors in the rolls. It's because they had already been stripped of their identity before the roll was even around. So that's to everybody. If you don't find an ancestor in the roll, that does not mean that you're not Indigenous. That's one. That particular area is gonna require you to do some triangulation big time. One of the things that I did once my little African DNA matches told me that, look elsewhere on 23andMe, I went and found all of my relatives who had high percentages of Indigenous American results. And I just wanted to see, are you Indigenous American on both, your mother's side and your father's side? Are you on one side? And I found a lot of them. And this is how I was able to start tracing my Indigenous American side. I wasn't able to start with Virginia, if that makes sense. But after I did it in this way, and I started doing, using triangulation methods, I was able to find connections to many tribes in Virginia, not just one. So there's the Day family out of Granville. They were Nancemen. There's the Bass family that were also Nancemen. There was the Tuscarora who went into, that was actually the line out of Alabama I matched, where my I could say she's African because she's first generation American on her dad's side, but she was telling me I'm related to her through her family members on her mother's side out of Alabama. They were Tuscarora descent. And then when you look at the Tuscarora's history, you see that the Tuscarora, the Meherrin, and the Nottoway all had the same blood. So your test results could come out a certain way, but you could be either of those three tribes. And so, and that is how I had to break down my history. And I'm still breaking it down in that way because I've learned that they're not just Indigenous American. They are also European descent, mainly Scottish, German, and English.
Okay.
Makes sense?
Yeah.
Like Goochland is an area where they had already stripped them of identity. It was already all mixed up. Because I'm guessing these are like the 1700s for you. Because that's usually where people
the
get stuck.
1700s.
Right. Yep. That's usually where everybody gets stuck, in the 1700s in Virginia. But triangulation methods, triangulation tools are the best. And then also looking for different origins of certain, I say, surnames. Because they might take you back to Europe, but then who were they in Europe? I tell people all the time, if you had Indigenous American slaves being, or servants, quote unquote, either way, being taken to Europe, people don't disappear. Somebody has to be descendants of those people too. And a lot of them came back to America. That's a true and factual history. I have a side of my family that happened to. They're Williams, where the patriarch, I would say, the leader, the chief of that particular family was a slave in Europe that came back to America once he got free. And then once he got free, he was an Indigenous American slave holder in America. So this type of stuff happens all the time. And once I found one line like that, I found another line like that. And that's just kind of bottom line when it comes to Virginia, because by the 17, it's historical fact that by the 1700s, most of the slaves in Virginia were Indigenous Americans, not Africans. I know they say first Africans got to Virginia in 1619, but still they were not a majority at all. You get what I'm saying? So the majority of those pale-skinned men who were having babies and taking wives, there was no one else to be the majority for you to take up a wife with except Indigenous Americans. But they had already been stripped of their identity. Some people came over here with their identities already stripped. I've helped people also identify with that part of their history, where some of our ancestors were sold to Europe. By the time they came back over here, they were passing for white privilege. They wanted that. They had experienced slavery. They wanted white privilege. And then also, I can't even just say they wanted white privilege. In a lot of ways, they wanted to no longer ever go back into slavery.
Yeah, I'm sure it's that too. But for some reason, they were whitewashing also in a way that I don't know. I don't know why, but I know even Europeans, we tend to think, oh, they were all pale, but they're not. They're not all pale.
Right.
They were, they would say that they were swarthy or tawny, which are darker skin tones. But, why they whitewashed, I don't know. Mystery to be continued.
And it's in every single family I found it has its own narrative. So it's no way to generalize, but in particular, I can say that Virginia was big on reclassifying people. This is, Walter Plecker, reclassifying people. You had, I saw one source I was looking at was talking about Black Dutch. And me and Nitro was going over together. A lot of them were saying stuff like, I don't want to admit that Black Dutch, because Black Dutch, for whatever reason, I don't know, but for whatever reason, they were sending Black Dutch people to the reservations. They were forcing them to go to the reservations. So then I asked myself, like, okay, well, what does it mean to be Black Dutch? Because I can give you another line in my family that I've been researching, and they're the Hightowers. If you ask anybody with roots in the Muskogee culture, they will tell you that all those Hightower trails and the word Hightower itself is a Muskogee Creek word. But in records in Europe, they say that they were Black Europeans. So at what point did the word, how did the word Hightower get, how did the name Hightower get over there? Because Hightower, okay, we pronouncing it like that today, but the actual pronunciation of it is Itawa. That ER is in English rendition, is Itawa. And even in earlier years, if you go all the way back to the very first Hightowers in who came over here, they spelled it with an I, just like in the Muskogee Creek language, and it means nation. To this day, in the Muskogee Creek Nation, it means nation. That's why the Etowah mounds are named Etowah. It's Itawa. It means nation. It was town. It's the seat of the town. So all of it is there's no other way to look into this history, because I'm gonna tell you right now, the way pale skins are writing this history, they are not going to be straightforward with a lot of this stuff. They have hid a lot of Goochland's history in particular. I mean, this is where you get into, I saw in that document where they mentioned Albemarle, the tribes on the coast. So yeah, just to keep it simple, triangulation. Find all your relatives who have roots in Goochland, and together y'all will be able to trace it back. And you got to talk to them too. You have to talk to them people. Like, I see a lot of people try to interpret or find documents, and you won't find it unless you dive into it with them. I've been talking to some of the same people for years, and they have and not just ancestry tests, but I've uploaded my DNA to GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA and MyHeritage, and the tools on GEDmatch and the tools on Family Tree DNA, just the matrix tool alone, and you add that to GEDmatch and you add that to actually talking to your relatives, you can't compare it to anything else. You can't compare it to Ancestry either. Even though they have more people there, you can't compare it, because they're actually showing you based on your chromosomes how your lines how your lines came to be. But yeah, and I'm still doing my research on Goochland. I'm not even done, because I'm finding so much information. When I first saw it, I ignored it because I didn't like the word. I was like, I'm gonna come back to this. But once you get into the 1700s, you also see a lot of overlap, because a lot of your relatives are only popping up from back, going back that far, because they're double related to you. And that's how because you share so many segments, or even if you just share one chromosome, you share so much DNA. You share one segment, you share so much DNA on that one segment that is actually showing. Because again, the test might not even, you can have third cousins and the test might not match you to your third cousin, because y'all don't share that much DNA. But it connect you to this fifth cousin, this sixth cousin, and it's because you're double related.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know. It's just the certain things of people popping up. I feel like as I'm building my genealogy, it's popping up more people and being like, oh, and this person, you kind of share DNA with them, and this, because I'm like, okay, why'd you show me this before or anything? But I'm seeing like things, it kind of works with each other. Like they definitely don't know for sure, and then they're like, okay, well, based on her adding this descendant to her tree, I can say, oh, this too. So I need to figure out, because a lot of stuff on ancestry is like, I don't know, from books or something. I don't know, but I got to figure out where I can get like the primary source. But I have this source, and it says it's from the minutes of the inferior court. This is in Georgia. So it's an agreement, and it said between Elizabeth Boleyn and Curran Battle. I figure out that this is like the great aunt or aunt. She's an aunt to this Karen Battle, and he paid her $1, but it was like her will actually. And in her will and testament, she got part of my family, and it was like, I give you my Negroes. So I don't know. So I can get more information on what
There you
that
go,
is.
right there. And what time frame are we looking at?
This one is from 1846.
Okay, so now this is where you start here and you start doing your triangulation, and it may not be a process where it's just overnight and then you just know, because like I said, I have worked with some of my relatives. One of my relatives, we worked together for a whole year, and at the end of that year, this is why I say, like, don't, it's never too long, you know what I'm saying, to do the research, because at the end of that year, I found out through, researching the line that we're connected to, that I'm also a descendant of Francis Cook from the Mayflower. He's a
Right. I
famous.
know who he is. I had to write papers on the Cooks.
Yeah, so Francis Cook is my 11th great grandfather. So it's never too long of a time frame to search this information. I'm actually a descendant of his daughter, Hester Wright. She married a Wright. And so my great grandmother, my great grandfather, his mother, so my great great grandmother, her name is Nellie Wright. She is a direct descendant of Richard Wright and Hester Cook. So it's never too long of a time frame to do the research. You never know what lies at the end of that tunnel. But it is important, I would say, to do the triangulation on stuff like this, because once you get to a certain point, everybody at that point is just being referred to as a slave, and with names like what are these, the names of the slaves or the names of the
Yeah.
children?
Yeah, the Negro slaves.
The
So
Negro slave
Tony,
Tony,
Channing,
yeah,
and Charity.
Charity. With names like that, there's no way you could just look at that and say, "Oh, well, yep, I know they African," So,
Right.
but if these are your family members, then there are other family members that you gonna match. And when you do the triangulation, even if you just type, sometimes I start with, there's different ways to start. So sometimes I start with just last names, and I might type in a last name into Family Tree DNA, and I literally go through every single result. I might go to the one that stands out the most first. And sometimes I find what I'm looking for immediately, but then sometimes I don't. And I'll go through every single source, no matter how long it takes. And I've been able to find, that this is all actually, I found the Troop family. I don't know if y'all familiar, but with Governor Troop out of Georgia. I'm actually a descendant of Governor Troop. The slaves on his plantation, and I actually found, same way you found their names, I was able to find my ancestors' names. They were the oldest slaves on that plantation, and they made up the bulk of their children made up the bulk of the slaves on that plantation. but I was able to take that line back and find out, that one line, I would say one line, because I'm still figuring out the other line. But one line, his name is Lee Troop. His name was Lee Troop. He was the oldest on that plantation. But I was able to trace, his bloodline back to St. Simon's Island.
Oh yeah, that's right next to Jekyll or close to Jekyll in Georgia, right?
Right. Yes. So there are different tools. I would say once you get familiar with all of them, you're going to then know which ones to, pick up with first. And,
For sure,
I'll say this.
absolutely.
GEDmatch, if you haven't already subscribed to GEDmatch, go ahead and do that. Just make sure that when you do, they're going to ask you if you want to be involved in catching criminals, and please say no. So but I break all that down in my course too, with screenshots, so people know how to sign up for GEDmatch without agreeing to allow law enforcement to use your DNA to catch criminals.
For sure. And I want to build with you more, sis. And I'm definitely coming to the course. I'm sure other people, they kind of dropped off. They got tired, but they definitely are going to want your information too, to build with you more and for us to go and get on this journey. Because I think pretty much we're all on this journey. We want to know who our family is. And I think, just like you summed up before, a lot of people have been discouraged for so long. They hurt people. They're arguing in the chat. They too black, too strong, and don't know his great grandmother. So it's like, oh, well, you can't possibly know yours or have that information. Now, I love the fact that you're like breaking it down. Like, I got 13 of my third great grandmas. I get stuck on like a second grandma somewhere, and I'm like, okay, let me go over to somewhere else. So right now my lines are all discombobulated. Really far sometimes, not far at all other times.
I actually started working on all of them at the same time. When I first started doing my research, I didn't like have any type of preliminary information on what's the best way to do it. So I was researching all my lines at the same time, and I was definitely kind of all over the place at first, but the end result has been I can now name all 16 of my great grandparents and their maiden names, all the maiden names of the females. And I can see where I match them through the DNA. So it's not just hearsay.
Right.
But and that's the thing about it. Like, and I want to say this too, because my aunts had done some research before I started. So some of the information just was confirmed when I took the test. It wasn't, in any way a shock when my results came out at all, because my mama's mama is who she said she is. My mama's daddy is who my grandmama said he is, and the same on my dad's side.
Hey, and then real quick, I just want to add this. I just remember I be hearing what people be saying sometimes when they come on here. So I'm gonna repeat it again. Some people don't need to know the language because, as I showed earlier, the Omaha tribe, which I have an ancestor that was a registered member of. They only have 12 people that speak the language. All right, so that's one thing to keep in mind when it comes to that. Also, everybody wasn't registered in rows, so I just want to add that in there. And we all should definitely do our research. Like bro just said, he just ordered some records tonight. I would encourage everybody to do your research.
I was going to ask that too, because I have a great grandma that I'm stuck on, but on Ancestry, it pulls up her social. So I don't know. I'm like, okay, so I'll be able to go to her vital records, but do I have to go back to Georgia to get it specifically, or do you order them
Georgia
online?
tricky. Georgia is gatekeeping a lot of info because they know, like I said, if they start rescinding treaties, it'll get politically crazy in Georgia, and a lot of the southern states. But in Georgia, you would have to go to either Gwinnett County or the Decatur Library. and go in person and find those records.
Okay, that makes sense. Because like my great grandmother, she's born in Georgia. We have a census of them being in Orange, Florida, but that's by the time she's like older and living with my grandma and grandfather at that point, and they do truck farming. But prior to that, I know like oral history passed down. She was actually in Rosewood, Florida when the massacre happened. So that was been passed down. She escaped that, and but I just can't find like any records before that or really specifying, even though like it says like ancestry gave me that most likely her birthday is July 1st 1890, but it's just not pulling up too much other than that, or her last name. I don't know her maiden last name. I'm thinking all I know is her married last name.
Mm-hmm.
And then too, there's I don't know if you're familiar with the Monacan tribe, but they were the indigenous people of Goochland, and they are not
I've
like they
heard
don't
of
have.
them.
You said what?
I've heard of them, but yeah, keep going.
Okay, so there's a video about their admixture because they're a mixed tribe. So if you do some research on them, and one thing I also did as I was looking up my family's history was I was looking for surnames that match, and then I was contacting those people, and we would just dialogue and we would compare histories, we would compare trees. If they don't have a tree, I do the research for them. I'd be like, all I need are grandparents' names and birthdays or whatever you do have. You got locations, whatever you have, and I'll trace the lines back myself for them real quick, you know? And that's just to be able to have something to compare it to. Because if I see this person is a strong clue, but they don't have a tree, at least give me some information. You know, whatever you know, let me know so I can go out and I can do this research on Family Search, which is free. I always start on Family Search because it's a lot of information there. And then if there are no records that I can really find there, then I move it over to Ancestry. And from there, I'm contacting people who, if I see somebody that I'm looking up in somebody's tree, I'm gonna contact them. I'm gonna contact everybody who's got it in the tree, especially anybody who's providing pictures. I'm definitely reaching out to them. So, yeah, Goochland is a difficult one, and I know that from experience because they were already so mixed. Even if you just look at the history of the Monacan people, their history is so mixed up. They were supposedly that area was inhabited by indigenous people who then mixed with early Spanish settlers. And then Richmond is right there. And Richmond has its own history. You get what I'm saying?
Right. I get exactly what you mean. And peace, Rashad. Thank you for coming up. Where did you order yours from?
What's good? What's good, everybody? I'm Rashad out of San Jose, California, the Bay Area, and I appreciate this channel. And I started this journey probably back in like 2017.
Wait, is your family from the West Coast? Because someone in the chat was like, "How come all y'all's family from the East Coast?" Tell us if you got some West Coast on your side.
Well, my mom's from Watts, but her mom is from Oklahoma, and her dad is from Louisiana. So that was that migration. Everybody moved to the West or moved to Chicago and other places at that time. And so this is like I said, I was just peace to everybody again. This is a super important topic that people need to do, because if you people need to pull the vital records, right, and just and see for themselves. I like what the sister was saying about family search. I never used family search, so that's good. I'm gonna start using that. I guess that's new.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
Okay, yeah. I've got right now I'm using ancestry.com. So I started back in like 2017, and it does it gives you the hints. And I did one family member from my mom's side reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, are you Evelyn?" He said my mom's name. I was like, "Oh yeah, I remember your mom." And so we were messaging back and forth, and they were in LA too. So I say my mom's from LA. So and I'm from San Jose, North California. So I guess you could say, I would say I'm from the West. Absolutely. But when it comes down to these records, I use so what I do, I just Google the state vital records, and it usually comes up. Sometimes the state will have their own online processing system, or they'll do vital check. That seems pretty popular with some among the states. So tonight I was using that information to try to access the Native American rolls, but I've had some pushback. I've seen the names on the rolls, and they met some of my great grandparents on the rolls, but they still denied me, and that's a whole nother topic. But so I got frustrated, and I just took a break for a second. But I got it built out to about 1822 from my side, and so tonight it just hit me. I pulled out all my paperwork and family, and started putting the pieces together again. I was like, oh well, I could pull 2 more records, and I did. That's what I did. So that's what I'm going to continue to do, is just because those records will have misinformation. Somebody said, so you have a record that says you are Native American. No, I'm not saying I have a record that I have says that I'm Native American, but the Dawes rolls and the tribal rolls, these last names that Black Americans have are tied to those records.
Right.
Mm-hmm. And to add to what you were just saying, the records always have some truth to them. So it's about, discovering like what is the lie and what is the truth.
Check your phone, Dulcinea. I'm tired of these folks in the chat. Check your phone.
Okay.
I understand. It's like come on now. It's almost 4:00 and y'all still
I be trying to converse
to
with people
deny.
and just keep it information based, but they always want to attack your premise without, like, I asked the man, do you know any tribe or whatever it is? Do you know about any tribes? They said no. So if somebody asked me that, I say, well, let me go do my homework and then I get back with you so I can challenge you correctly. Then they start making it personal, saying that I'm making claims about my family that I can't prove. So I'm gonna just show one record. That's it. Like, I'm not finna get into trying to show every record to prove to this avatar in the chat, you know what I'm saying, that I am who I say I am. Like, go back and watch the whole thing. It's a whole nother interview on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, that be the thing, though, Sanel. Like, even when I showed the record last time, nobody came up and said, oh, bro, that's a lie. You put that together in Photoshop. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's always, people who are saying what we're saying have to defend their premise, but people like that don't have to. I just showed the picture of Thomas Edwards. Again, I got, come on, like, bro, this
because they like to quote the other people, the brother Jabari's extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. But it's not that going across an Atlantic is an extraordinary claim in a wooden boat.
Yeah, like,
that's not extraordinary.
With minimum water and food. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just crazy. But there you go. Too black, too strong. There go your record, bro. And
There
I
you
showed
go.
like you get what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I wouldn't get up here doing this if I didn't have that.
Right.
I don't know. But go ahead, y'all. My bad. I just
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
And then
I
I
thought,
wanted to talk about too when you was talking about how you got denied, because I have a group of a cluster who are porch band Indians. And when I talked to my relatives, they had already let me know that, you know, they had already tried to be recognized by the porch band. They down in Atmore, Alabama. They had already tried to be recognized by the tribe, but they had already been denied. So I don't at that point, I don't even want to be recognized with you, you know.
But didn't
Because
you say it was the Dawes Rolls, Rashad? Because wouldn't those Indians that are in cahoots with the government, don't they have to say that you're not to even get the resources that they're getting? Didn't they have to kick out all the Black Indians for those resources?
you talking about the freedmen?
Right, exactly. And they made them freemen after they kicked them out, and then they get resources as long as they don't. I think it's. I'd have to find the thing, the clause, but they get resources as long as you're not in there. You're not
yeah,
recognized.
that's what I was talking about with the porch band too, is because they get a lot of money. For one, they have their own hospitals, their own casinos, their own schools, and each graduating student gets $100,000.
Whoa.
So no, they don't want nobody else to come in and be recognized, even though it's contrary to how they were recognized to begin with. When the porch band, Indians first were trying to get recognized, it was through the efforts of half Scottish, half Creek man named Chief McGee. And at that time frame, he was opening it up to any and everybody who had, Creek in that particular area, the DNA, or rather a family, a relative, no matter where you were, if you had a relative that was from there, he was opening it up to everybody in Alabama with roots there. Now all of a sudden, he's dead and gone. Y'all getting checks, y'all paid now, you got all this land, and now all of a sudden you're cutting, you got all these parameters around who can and can't be recognized. All of these tribes are doing the same thing. It's in contrary to how they were first recognized. So there's motive in not recognizing us. Then I saw a interview with what's his name? Nitro, I know you know who I'm talking about. His name is Tom, but he was being interviewed by Chief Warhorse Shatta in Louisiana.
Tom Ackland.
Ackland, yes, Tom Ackland. And he verbatim said out his own mouth, and let me say, he said he's Cherokee by blood, and he also works with the Gina band of Choctaw. He said verbatim, they don't want no niggas. He himself wasn't saying this, but he's quoting everybody else saying he's heard them verbatim say this. So the way I see it is, for one, I'm not playing those types of games with the porch band Indians or anybody else. When I know I have roots right here in Georgia that can be recognized, I want my culture, my folks, to be recognized for who they were, where they were, because most of us have family members and particular lines that never left. And so there are ways for us to be recognized without them.
Okay. That's I like how you put that. Yeah, I started the process back in I got my paperwork right here, it was 2017 or something like that. And I was going back and forth with it. I don't think it was a long time. But I was going back and forth with the Cherokee. And then I finally got my answer in April last year, and from then, but I was calling like every other month and sending them on their website. First, they removed this information about tribal registration. They said, all you need is a birth certificate to link back to an ancestor on the dog's roll, so a certified vital record. So I did that, and then they said, then on the website they took it down. It said, if they died after 1950, then you don't have to worry about that. But they kept asking me for more things. They wanted an affidavit. They wanted information. I tried to pull the record. It said it wasn't found because the burden is on the person applying, and they asked me to pull the social security nubident record. I couldn't find anything. That I finally found one. I kept asking for it through California, and then they ended up stopping denying it. But I had 3 ancestors on like names that were matched on the rolls and the date. And you're right. That's what they do. They're the gatekeeper, but it's really the Bureau of Indian Affairs, right? It's not.
Well, the Bureau of Indian Affairs usually has representatives from those tribes that sit, on in those positions. So it's they're all one. They're all one.
Yeah, and they're definitely the gatekeepers because they came together just to gatekeep this information.
Right.
That's why they are heavily part of the paper trail and renaming Indians Negro, Black, Colored. Heavily part of that.
Story with them. Rootz to tell you. So when we had started finding a lot of this information, it was like concrete proof. You know what I'm saying? So I'm excited. I'm like, yeah, I'm finna call the Cherokees up there in North Carolina. So I had got on the phone. And they take you through the whole process. You got to talk to this person and get sent there. So I got on the phone with one of the chiefs up there. And I'm giving them the rundown. I'm like, yeah, this is my ancestor here. I found them. And he had this dry tone, like, oh, all right, that's excellent. So I was like, yeah, we thinking about getting admission into the tribe. We just need to know where to submit. And dude put me on hold, never got back on the phone. They pretty much hung up on me. You know what I'm saying? And when it happened, I was hurt. I ain't gonna cap. I'm like, dang, that's crazy. Like they just did me like that. Like I went through all this to get on the phone with y'all. We did all this research, and this is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So and that was years ago, like years ago. It was pre-COVID. You know what I'm saying? So like since then I started to look more into the gatekeeping that the BIA and a lot of these tribes are doing, how they are they don't want to, in their mind, they don't want to share. They like whatever goodies we getting from this status, we gonna keep it. Some of them look like Hank and Boomhauer off King of the Hill. They don't look nothing like what you think they would. You got your Iron Codys. Have y'all ever heard of Iron Cody? Matter of fact, I'm finna show y'all real quick.
Yeah, send it to me. I can pull it up.
This is a very funny story. So this guy right here fooled a lot of our elders. They had him in a commercial. He was an actor. And for the longest, they thought that this man was a Native American. Whole time Holmes is a Italian. And it's funny because his birthday is a day after mine. But it says Iron Eyes Cody was an American actor of Italian descent who portrayed Native Americans in Hollywood films, famously as Chief Iron Eyes and Bob Hope's The Paleface. All right, so again, everybody thought this man was a Native American, and the man was Italian, bro. A whole Italian. You get what I'm saying? So it be stuff like this going on where I would love, like, if we're gonna challenge stuff, let's challenge it all. Like, let's go ahead and just go down the list, challenging everything. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel at times there are people who do lie. There are times who people do force the truth in certain areas, but instead of keeping the energy there and even presenting the information to challenge that, they just start going around challenging everybody with it because they themselves say they're not biased, but they project the biasness onto everybody. So again, I always ask people a very simple question about boats, because one of the oldest boats found was the canoe. And they found this canoe, I want to say, in Europe. So were people here traveling to other places and vice versa? Because if you think Africans were traveling places, You have to ask yourself, as a Pan-African or a believer in just, all of these different things, could Africans have came here before slavery, and would they would they qualify as being indigenous if you also would accept the Bering Strait theory? Because in the scholastic field, everybody isn't unanimously just agreeing with that. You also have the theory about people traveling from Australia through the islands into Eastern Island into South America and then populating. So there's a lot of different theories that the people who go and do the research have been able to find evidence to back their theory up, but they all agree that they don't know. So I just find it very odd that when people on YouTube and other places just be knowing, it's like, bro, hey, put us on game, help us out. Don't tell me what somebody else said. Show me what you talking about. You know what I'm saying? And
but
then
you also have to realize, about the mindset that we have or anything, like with coming from an African-centered, Black-centered paradigm. Like I was very privileged just to have a family that would be like, okay, your schooling doesn't stop here. You go and learn Black history, and Black history was about Indigenous Indian history here. But for me, it was Black history. They were African, but it was all here. So I knew a lot of the stuff that we were building. And I think one of the main things that we lost our way on is like really trying to be accepted by these people, trying to get the government to recognize us, trying to get these reparations, restitution, and not building for ourselves, because our ancestors really got none of that. And right after like the travesty, and they got none of that, but they were able to go right away and build everything that they lost right back, only to be taken from them again and again.
Right.
So we just need to have the idea of like, how do we protect it now? But we need to just build for ourselves, make our own movies, write our own books. We want to be portrayed. It has to be by us.
Create our own courses. That was another big
you don't
thing.
even get credit for the Underground Railroad. Like I find, and I still want to be informed if anybody has information, but I want to know how so-called slaves from a whole nother continent were able to escape and know where to go. Like, I'm in Georgia, so if you told somebody just go north, I would love to see somebody end up in some of the places they stay by just telling somebody go north. Knowing the geography and the terrain and the topography, the seasons, all of these things, what crops to grow when and where. This is information that's compiled through generations of living in certain areas. We have very similar geographies in certain areas around the world, but you have to know what time it is. And there have been a lot of things disproved about the narratives that were taught. Like they say, oh, well, the Europeans came and then they were taught by the natives, and then they taught the Africans and the slaves how to do these certain things. And then when you start reading some of the actual excerpts from plantations, some of these folks couldn't even grow a lie, let alone grow some cotton, because the ones who could usually work their own land. You see what I'm saying? So when you start piecing a lot of this history together, it's not as ambiguous or generally spread as they say that it is. You see what I'm saying? Having a group of people in that land already that know how to work the land, is familiar with the land, has been there for a good amount of time, would help you if you were a slave master and you said, let me work this land. Well, let me get the people that's already there. I'm not going to bring y'all from a whole different continent and then bring you over here and let you lead the charge. Nah, I'm gonna have some people that's already familiar with this, and then they can teach you because they out there with you. They'll show you all that, and I can hold y'all accountable to doing what I say do. That makes more sense about just even like, it's not far-fetched from today when you had a job. The boss might tell you what to do, but it's usually the people that's on the floor with you that show you the ins and outs and the tricks of the trade on what's going on. Even tobacco being brought to Africa was another thing that I learned when I got grown. I didn't learn that in the school. You know what I'm saying? I was under the impression that everything was already in Africa and they took it around the world. You know what I'm saying? But then I got older and realized that there are some things that isn't native to Africa. There are plants and animals and all type of stuff that are indigenous to their own land. And through nature and human interaction, we've taken things around the world, and weather has helped for things to spread and transmute in new environments. But yeah, I just want to kind of throw that little sauce in there too. If anybody want to research the Underground Railroad, I have an ancestral story. I got an ancestor that they researched, and Rootz came with me to go out there. I have an ancestor that they revere every year. They've been honoring him for almost 150 years, I think 150, 60 years. He built almost every church. Matter of fact, you know what? Because hold on, I be getting challenged. So, and I was gonna save this, but I'm gonna go ahead and show it because I think this will be a good talk point for a lot of us. I'm not Christian, but our ancestors played a profound role in Christianity spreading, and we used our own sauce to help it spread because a lot of people wasn't going for it. So I just sent you that's the program that they have when we went up there. And when you pull it up, I'll read it at the bottom. It's kind of like cut off and blurry a little bit. But this is one of my direct ancestors.
And this is his ancestor who looks like him too. We was looking at the picture when we went, and it's hanging on the wall at the church. And I'm listening and looking at it, and then he took a picture side by side. I'm like, yeah, that's your ancestor. They actually got similar features, and not just him too. From the his mother side in general, they have similar features. Genes strong.
Mm-hmm. I'll make a comment after you pull it up.
No, I'm pulling it up. You can go ahead and make a comment now.
Hey, Nitro, you were tapping in on hitting a lot of good points there. Shout out to all y'all over here. You're on the late night graveyard shift. That's what's up. Putting the information out there. So hey, nothing wrong with gotta keep it pushing.
No, I appreciate you for being here and doing your own due diligence, bro. Like that's the most important thing, man. Like it's so easy to talk about it, but actually take the steps is major, man. So yeah, I'm gonna read what it said at the bottom.
It looks like Charlie Chapman was trying to. What was this? Your great grandfather or something? Because Charlie Chapman was definitely trying to copy off of him.
So it says Reverend Jefferson Milner. He was called the King of North Georgia, better known as Father Milner, was born in Lawrence District, South Carolina, July 22nd, 1820, and died March 16th, 1895. He was the founder of Thankful Baptist Church, Rome, Georgia. He baptized 3,300 souls, ordained 67 deacons, licensed 31 preachers, ordained 14 preachers, and organized nearly every church from Ackworth, Georgia, to the line of Alabama and Tennessee. He was one of the founders of Rome High and Industrial School, and then it kind of get blurry right there, in Rome, Georgia, and it says that he was the pride of the Negro Baptists of North Georgia. So the funny thing about this is that so growing up, we didn't know that he had all that going on. I didn't know that. My mom had found him, but we still had more research to do. So my mom ended up coming down from Detroit and going to the event that they had for him. And she was blown away. So she told me, she was like, you got to go up there next year when they have it, go. So I said, all right, bet. So I ended up going up there. And before my mom and them came, they didn't even know he still had descendants alive. They thought all his descendants was dead and gone, and they was honoring this man by keeping his legacy alive. Whole time we got whole blood descendants out here. So when they took us on a tour, I went to his churches. One of the churches had a broken sound system, and I grew up doing music. You know what I'm saying? So I got in there, got the engineering on the mixer that they had. I fixed the sound system, had it sounding good. It was like, oh Jesus, he back. You know what I'm saying? Like I had that little moment. They had a park that they do like a cookout and they play games. They had the children out there. I mean, it was beautiful. Like I ain't gonna cap. And it made me think like dang, this whole time I ain't even know about this man. You know what I'm saying? and he had a real legacy, but it just shows certain things that I inherited. Learning about my different lineages and ancestors and the stories that got passed down, and some that got kept alive, like this right here, it was unique. Because
I was gonna say, talk about what you was about to say, in terms of him and the slave trade and how not the slave trade, but the Underground Railroad and how he
So one of his churches, the same church that I fixed the sound in, the preacher at that time, he was the head preacher of the church. He said, walk down the aisle. So I walked down the aisle, and he said, you see the difference from when you at the top and in the middle? I said, yeah, it's kind of like hollow. He said these floorboards used to open up, and they would hide slaves under there. So when people would come and they would come out there, the angry mobs would come by the church, he would have whole families at different times hiding in the floor of the church. And he had a network of churches that he was using to organize, because he was born a slave. And when he got his free papers, he actually took the oath to vote. So we had ancestors, y'all, that was voting before the civil rights. So it wasn't as widespread as some of us think. They even had to use the literacy test a lot of times to stop our ancestors from voting. But in this case, he was so known in that area, he actually took the oath early to vote. Also another story. So when they took us on a tour, they took us to the depot downtown. This is where the trains come through the downtown area. This is in Cartersville. So they took us to this spot, and we parked. And they were saying basically that he was on a plantation teaching to people out of Deuteronomy that if they obeyed the Lord, eventually they would be free. You know what I'm saying? And the overseer heard that and said, nah, we ain't going for that. We finna hang that nigga. So they all rallied up, took him downtown, was about to hang him. He's on the noose. Now, this is the story they told me. Like I said, I didn't know nothing about this man. He was on the noose, and he preached himself off the noose. He got this preaching, and the mayor of Cartersville heard him up there and told them, cut that man down. That's a man of God. If y'all kill him, we ain't never going to live through this. You know what I'm saying? And they end up cutting him down. And he went on from there and built hella churches, you know what I'm saying, and just start going crazy. You feel me? So knowing things like that was inspiring, because it really wasn't about the religious aspect for me. It was more so about standing on business, like not letting people neuter you or being scared of death. You see what I'm saying? Like, if you really believe in what you're saying, then stand on it and build something. Literally, like build something. Like, don't just sit here and just keep saying what you do or don't believe. Build something. Make it tangible for other people to experience. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I took from that. You feel me? So, yeah, man. Father Milner, man, he got a deep story. You know, they celebrate him every May in Rome and Cartersville, Georgia. So yeah, I'm a direct descendant of him.
powerful.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, one of my college professors was a millionaire last name. That so
my cousin.
Stephen.
Yeah, I had to look too, because I was like, okay, how far is that from Daisy, Georgia? That's where my grandpa was born, and then my great grandmother would be born from Worth County, but it seems like it's closer to Savannah, the Savannah people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure who said it. So for the last couple hours, I wasn't even on YouTube. I was doing my genealogy, just playing with my daughter, just doing stuff and listening to music. And so I was like, "Oh, what's going on these YouTube streets?" And so lo and behold, this stream was up. I didn't even. That's crazy that this was that y'all was.
Yeah, that's dope.
Is this your first time here?
I subscribe because the algorithm been giving me some dope channels lately. So
thank you, and we appreciate it, and I appreciate you coming up and building with us. You'll see a lot of people, they'll stick in the chat that has so much to say, they'll be typing away, but I appreciate the people that actually click the link and we build and do different things, so that's really going to help people, honestly.
Yeah, so what I want to say is that what somebody had mentioned about and kind of what you said, Nitro, it wasn't about the religious. for me, it was really about like in the description, it was an identity crisis. It just hit me out here. Like, oh, I was joining so many other groups out here, the NAACP, All African People Revolutionary Party. There's the Black Chamber. I'm like, it just hit me. What are Black people? We have this identity crisis. Who are we? Where are we going? What are we doing? Are we Black? Are we colored? There's still the United Negro College Fund. That's still a thing that's going on. So that your description is on point. So that was me. From 2015, 2017, some identity crisis happens. I'm like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna go back to I'm gonna dig deep in the genealogy, and so it's just kind of on point with it right now. That's what's people are trying to figure out where they come from, who are their ancestors, and so that's what it was about initially, just knowing, and then it was about the commerce part, or the money, like there's money, there's these funds, there's these benefits, education wise, there's just these benefits to having that status, and so that was, now it's like, oh, how do you become tax exempt? How do you have all the how do we have access to that status? So I hear what's going on YouTube, people going back and forth, but now people who really understand what's going on, yeah, it is a financial opportunity too for people, and it's not. It is for the Black Americans who have ties to this land. There are immigrants, and I believe now what I'm saying is that the Pan Africans or whoever are going against that, they've done the work, and they see like, oh, I'm really not from here. But other of us have done it like, oh yeah, my ancestors are from here. So that's where that class happens.
Yep, I agree, and I'm glad you said that too, because these conversations that's had in the real world is different than what's on YouTube. And I would encourage anybody, if you get a chance to communicate with any tribal members where their tribes originate in the South, or I would say we're in the South before the Trail of Tears, ask them, did any of their relatives stay behind, or were any of their relatives enslaved? Like it's a simple question. And they'll tell you, yes, I have family members that stayed behind, and yes, I have family members that were enslaved. There were thousands and millions of indigenous people that were enslaved. So it's not a real hard concept to grasp that our ancestors were forced to mate with each other a lot of times on these plantations, and we're the descendants of those people, or they stayed in certain lands and mixed with the people that were around them. And when you see people have a hard time kind of even wanting to research these things, that's why I asked in the chat, I asked the person, can you give me a history of any tribe? Name a tribe and give me the history of them. Because without some of this, the prerequisite information, a lot of this sounds so foreign because you don't know. You get what I'm saying? You have no idea, and not like you're not challenging yourself to find out. Like I would want to research the opposition and see what they're saying. What is your information? What can I find? And I'm not going to ignore things that counter what I'm saying. I want to find things that say the exact opposite of what I think I believe in. You see what I'm saying? So another thing I want to point out is you have certain narratives that are saying that the only way you can look like us and be indigenous is because the indigenous tribes owned your family. And I find that very funny because when you get into the records and the research and you ask people that are still alive, they'll tell you the further back you go, a lot of times, the darker they get. We've all heard that. People say that about Europeans. Oh, y'all think y'all hate Black people until you look in your family tree and somebody got the big nose and the big lips. And we say these things, but I don't think we really be willing to stand on it sometimes. You see what I'm saying? Where we have allowed people to color code all of history. So I guess the first people of all lands were dark except Europe and America. Just really like sometimes y'all just gotta kind of just listen to folks and see what their premise is and where they're coming from. I guess the first people of Hawaii were light people. Because when they went to Hawaii just recently and made it a state, them folks weren't light. The last queen of Hawaii was not light at all.
Right.
So, you know, it's just some of these concepts. And last time I checked, Hawaii is closer to Asia than us. But let the status quo tell you there were pale Asians that seeded all of the Americas. And they are the progenitor stock of people that seeded the Americas. Just like they don't tell you that Central Asians are the ones who actually seeded a lot of the current groups that we see in Europe. That's why they call them Eurasians. A lot of them came from the steeps or the steppes in Asia, near Russia, Mongolia, in that area, and they migrated west and set up shop. So y'all be thinking these folk is some alien. I don't hear people say they aliens from a whole nother star system and them folks is Asians. Like, I mean, it's just certain things like that. It's just, man, we just really gotta have an open mind. We really gotta dive into the information, and you know, ain't nothing wrong with challenging. Like iron sharpens iron, so it's never an issue with a challenge. It's just that sometimes we be jumping out of windows and don't even have proper footing on our premise.
Yeah. I feel I just want somebody somebody who knows about this information to tap into it. And supposedly that's what Dr. York, that's what he knew. He knew about the names, last names, and to the role, to the tribal roles and that history. Because before the internet, I could see how this was just buried information. Now we're able to access it at will. But I can see how this was. If you think of seeing these roles were created in the early 1900s, I mean, how would you know how to even find this information? And
Yeah,
I
and
think
it's
that
funny. I didn't mean to cut you off, but it's funny that you mentioned Malachi York, because I actually have relatives who were living in the 1700s who were in Putnam County. You know, Putnam County became Putnam County later, but they were Appalachian people in that area. So when it comes to Malachi York, this is the only reason why I say we got to steer clear of anybody who's saying they're pointing us into a direction that's genealogical, but yet everything about how they're running their organization becomes very religious, or becomes very with him you can just say religious, because everything that he did.
a cult or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. When Indigenous American culture was the direct opposite. You were free to have as many bands under your tribe as you wanted, and each band did not have to live like the next band. That's why we were, the land of the free. So, how you dress, there was no dress code. You had a way of life where everybody kind of, doing the same thing, similar, but you didn't have to do any of the things that Malachi York was pushing onto the people who was joining him down there in Putnam County. So it's one thing it's one thing for people to know about the history, but if I'm being steered in a direction that's contrary to just this political struggle over here we having, this human rights struggle, I don't want no parts of it, at all. Even how he was saying Yamasi, yet the Appalachian River is the river system that's in that area. And then Yamasi, if you go back to the 1500s, Yamasi was a term used for all of us in this area in Georgia. So to be direct and to be, because that's what the Bureau of Indian Affairs are asking us to be, is to be very direct. So it was too general what he was teaching, and Another thing about that is because, like I said, my grandmama, she knows her family members down in Putnam. She ain't want no parts of Malachi York, you know, his what he had going on. And that was the same for a lot of people in Georgia. The saying in Georgia was that it was a cult. While, you know, a lot of other people was moving to Georgia and joining him, everybody else on the outskirts of Georgia, most of the people was like, we don't want no parts of that. Because a lot of the people in Georgia already knew who they were. They didn't need no man from New York to come down here and tell us nothing. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't know any more than what our actual ancestors who were from Georgia, had been in Georgia, South Carolina, Florida forever already knew.
Did he know about India's last names? From your understanding, from my understanding, Dr. York knew about the last names and the connection they have to the
you know, and see
tribal names, like, you know, Michael Jordan, Jordan Johnson, Epps, things like, you know, people like that. Our last names connect us there.
I'll say this: he is known as far as to have Masonic ties, so he tried to tie it to everything. Even though, yes, he knew of Indian, and I feel like he probably knew a lot of American Indian history, but he also was like, we're Jewish, we're Moorish, we're whatever I need to say to get to the people.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, I see.
Get them under my wings. Because once that, it was like a control aspect, which I always say, you know, when it comes to those people, that's always the biggest red flag, I think, when people end up changing their message from, we want to build the people and build you up to be gods, to you should see me as the god. Like, what? No.
Right.
No. Where did this message change? But yeah, that's where it is. And yeah, I'm sure he had some truth, but that's how they always have to trick people. They got to have some truth in it, you know?
Right. And that's the main thing. And that's why I'm also saying it was outsiders moving to Georgia who were the majority of the people who was a part of that whole organization, who was living on that land with him, because the majority of people in Georgia already had land. We didn't need, you know, somebody to come down here and teach us how to buy land and how to be self-sufficient. My grandmama had her own garden. You know what I'm saying? She got out there and did it herself. She, you know, paved her own concrete in the front yard, the driveway. You know what I'm saying? She did that herself. So there was nothing that somebody could come down here and really do for us. I know that's the narrative. There's nothing that, you know, they could come down here and teach us about ourselves that we didn't already know. So a lot of the history here, yeah, he might have some history. He may have even done a lot of the research once he got here. But you'll find way more people with way more information than him, and it don't come with, you know, having to, you know, follow his doctrine.
Yeah, I guess I was just the reason I was saying about the last name, because I just learned about his knowledge of that recently, probably within the last couple of days. Like, because I was wondering, like, nobody is talking about that. Nobody in the Black community is talking about these names. Right. The family names, the last names, and what that means. But it is.
Now I have a segment dedicated.
Rashad, you're not familiar, sorry, with some of the channels that talk about this on YouTube? Like,
I know Aboriginal Power. I know about that group. But they're not talking about like tribal, the tribal name. I'm not. I've not. The brother pulled up Nitro. He pulled up the chart, the roll. That's what I'm talking about. I haven't seen it. That was I applaud that. I had not seen. I know about the information, but I haven't seen it where they people are referring that to, except for young elder, him too. So, but I've never heard Aboriginal Power talk about that. or some of the maybe Sister Bethany. Go back in her archives. I know she knows about.
Yeah, and I
I'm sure she
understand.
knows.
And I think it's because there's like a difference. I know A1 talks about being an Indian, not taxed. I don't think he's gone in full detail, or I missed the one where he went into full detail of how he even did Indian not taxed. But I get it. Like there's a lot of Aboriginal or we're everywhere information. But I'm going to leave some people in the back for you to check their channel out and stuff like that, because I think it's just about having a diversity. You have the Aboriginals, but you do have like American Indians that are online and teaching the history.
There's also a comedian who's a known Indigenous American. I'm gonna let y'all know who he is right now. He talks about names, Indigenous American names. Let me get y'all his information. He's a famous comedian who I think he recently passed. Let me see.
Is it Paul Mooney?
No, it's not Paul Mooney. This man has the stereotypical look of the Indigenous Americans on the reservations today. His name, I got him right here. I just found him. His name it's coming up right now. Charlie Hill. Charlie Hill is his name. And if you look at him in old age, you will say like, okay, that's a brother. But then if you look at his, stand-up videos in his hair and all of that, you're going to see a stereotypical reservation Indigenous American. But he talks about surnames, and he talks about basically, he says it in a joking way, but he basically talks about how we, surnames get one-dimensionalized too. So, they asked him, is Thomas Indigenous American name? And he was like, okay, go to the rolls, look up the word, the name Thomas. And if you see people with the name Thomas, then that's an Indigenous American name.
That's crazy. That's one of the records I pulled today is Thomas out of San Francisco, but Arkansas.
Yeah. So, and that's what he's saying. He's saying, like, don't let people get all caught up in trying to say you have to have a name that is in the language of the people, because a lot of the language was lost. It don't matter what your name is, you still Indigenous American. So if you're looking up Johnson, if you're looking up Thomas, if you're looking up these people, if there are Indigenous Americans with those last names, it's an Indigenous American it's an Indigenous American name. Which tribe you belong to and all of that requires research. But it's that simple. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's where I was at when I started the process. I was excited. I was going back and forth. I need this, and I'm thinking like I'm this close. Me and my mom are doing it at the same time. And they said, "Oh, that person," and they finally got an answer. "Oh, that person is a different person on the roll." I would always appeal. I just want. So then I, got this was at a wall, and so I really just want one person I know that knew about our whole history, the stuff we got from parents, churches, and teachers, and then did a self-study and tapped into getting their status with, because honestly, for me, it's no elder in my family, nobody. There's as big as my family is on both sides. Nobody's talking about this information, and so I'm the family historian on the under. And I believe everybody else is on here too, who's doing the research,
yeah.
Has it do you know anybody, you yourself or anybody who's said, we found out last names, and then have been have been got the status as a Native American or American Indian or Choctaw or because there's 400 something tribes. I do know about Top Cats and Dan Calloway. I saw a video about Dan Calloway. He was going in on the names, and then Top Cats too.
I actually don't know anybody because most of the people who I have worked with are, considered Black Americans.
Yeah.
And we have the hardest time. But there are several different, names that I found to be associated with several different tribes that are in my family, right? Not,
Right.
just, either that are either I'm a direct descendant of or I'm also or I'm related to them on another line, but I've also helped them research that particular line. So that would be like Bass. I was talking about the Bass last name earlier. They're Nansemond Indians. And actually I found a relative because let me first say that my day relative, her name is Lucy Day. And so I found where there are other day relatives who actually moved to Liberia, but they are known Mattaponi and Nansemond Indians. So I found it very hard to, I've asked relatives that I matched about, have you gotten, what was the result that you got? And I've heard the same thing from most people. No, they got they got hung up on. They were left on hold by these tribes. I've heard the same thing over and over.
Okay. Wow, that's crazy. Yeah. Dang. Yeah. Yes. That's unfortunate too. I say that because that was helpful. That was helpful that you but it's still it is because it is still about doing the research and seeing pulling record on on that area, race or color. And you say it says Negro or color. I've seen it. I've seen so many errors on those vital records too.
Mm-hmm.
People who are giving the information, and so it's funny when they say, "Oh, it doesn't match up," but it's all about who's providing that information on that record.
Right. And I discovered that really early because my grandfather was listed when he was 2 years old. He's listed in the census, and the whole family is listed as white. If you look at my granddaddy, that is not a pale skinned man. So I had to learn really early. What does white and black mean depending on where you are? Because at the age of 2 in Cleveland County, it says he's white, but then 10 years later in Georgia, it says he's black. So that was one of the first challenges because that was, your granddaddy is the first person you research, grandma, granddaddy. So, 10 years ago, I went through the whole what is black and what is white, depending on who's, taking the test, where they are makes a difference. Who is actually going around and collecting the information also plays a role into how they get written down, and also the time frame matters as well. They were triracial people, and in that particular area that they were in, it was a lot of Indigenous Americans there, and there was a lot of pale skins there, in particular German descent, because I'm German descent on that line. So, in particular, they wanted to classify them according to how everybody else was being classified in that area. They were he's light skinned enough. You get what I'm saying? All of them, my aunts, all his siblings were light skinned enough for them to be classified as white if they wanted to be. Even though when you again, I got pictures of him, I can pull him up. When you look at him, he is not at all a pale skinned man in the least bit. I can show you pictures of my aunt. She's on Facebook. That's his youngest sister. You will never look at them and say that's a pale skin, even though they're light skinned. So in that particular area, and this is actually after the Trail of Tears, wasn't nobody out of that area finna be listed as a Native American. They wasn't gonna put Native American on there. They wasn't gonna put Indian on there for that particular area in that particular time frame. But they also wasn't gonna put Black because of where they were. Make sense?
Right. Yeah, I pulled my mom's birth record, and her name that she put on mine wasn't the name that they put on her. She had her dad's name, and she was going by her mom's name, and she didn't even know it. She never pulled her own birth record. I was just amazed, and I pulled my dad's mom, her birth record. Her name was different, then I talked to the Mississippi the department who issues the records, and I'm like, oh yeah, this record is different than what I got. She's like, yeah, during that time there could have been a midwife, and they probably didn't know how to spell or talk or and they just filled it out. I was like, all right, that was her answer along those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So those records are they provide a lot of information, and some information is surprising, and until you do that part, it don't even really matter. And then
there's always some truth,
right.
Truth to it.
And then there's this whole thing with the blood quantum, and it's just these loops, and but I know that there's some type of financial benefit on the other side. It wasn't like that for me initially. I know there's something on the other side, that there's some that they're holding on to, that they don't want black Americans to figure out. Tax exempt is probably one of them, like a clergy or religious, something like that. And then there's probably some type of free education or something like that.
The whole nine. I mean, a lot of municipalities and governments were set up after the execution or the alleged execution of treaties. You see what I'm saying? So think about it. If they rescind or retract a lot of these treaties, they would be like in this phase space where the government wouldn't have the legal standing or footing to do what they're doing now. And I just dropped a link in the chat. And it's another little thing I want to throw out before I forget too, is that don't let anybody tell you that DNA matters when it comes to a tribe. And the reason I say that is because according to the so-called Native Americans themselves, genealogy trumps all. I'm going to say that one more again. Genealogy trumps all. Some tribes will accept DNA, but most won't. Reason being, some of the members don't test in high percentages like you think they would. So the reason that the genealogy is important is because it's proven documentation of your relationship to a person. And it says it right there, number 3. Provide documentation of your relationship to that person using vital statistic records and other records a tribe may require or accept for purposes of enrollment. So at a time when the DNA test didn't exist, they knew who were members by blood. So they don't need to rely on a 23andMe. They just want to connect you to those people to see if you're actually connected to them. So when people throw up the let me see your DNA, your DNA would dictate whether or not you're, of Indigenous or Native American descent. It's funny how everybody who's not in a tribe will tell you what meets the qualification of being a member of that tribe. I just find that real ironic, because they haven't even found tribes in Africa or anywhere else in the world that they belong to and have joined and got membership or wanted to, work symbiotic with that tribe. We're dealing with something different here. We have people who have pretty much hijacked heritages. Even some of them are descendants of tribal members, but they ain't tribe in the way that their ancestors tribed. You see what I'm saying? Even like I told the brother earlier, I don't need a condition to show you love. So unfortunately, that got a lot of my ancestors in trouble. But now that we're generations later, I know how to love wisely. I ain't gonna just be a fool and love you. You know what I'm saying? It says unconditional. You feel me? I might love your neighborhood, but I'm gonna lock my doors when I get out the car. You see what I'm saying? So there's a certain type of what's the word I want to use? Misinformation that we have to be able to navigate around. You see what I'm saying? We shouldn't really put that much onus on the DNA test when the people who would accept you into the tribe aren't going to do that. And I'm not saying that we need to do that. You know what I'm saying? I personally don't feel that being recognized by a tribe matters any more than, you know, anything else. You feel me? I feel we should create our own. But having the paperwork and all of these things to prove who we are and what we are will matter in that process. You know what I'm saying? So
Right. Yeah, there was that whole red movement in the 70s, and they did accomplish, they did get some policy and things done. But to your point about, yeah, I feel the exact same way when you heard that take a DNA test argument. I'm assuming they know that they've done on the other side, that they know that the Native Americans, the tribes, do not accept that test. They must know that they're being funny. It's surprising that they would use that argument if they knew.
A lot of them don't, bro. I promise you. If you ask them, they don't know that. They think that is a valid milestone. Like if your DNA comes back 90% or more indigenous, they'll say, "Oh, you good." But I've heard people like Chris Harris say he got 25% indigenous, but he's still just African. You know what I'm saying? He won't even acknowledge the tribes, the ancestry. I'm pretty
Brother
sure.
Reggie talks about his too, and like,
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
yeah,
But
they do,
y'all
but
get
they
on
really
here and they so
don't.
African and proud, and they would tell somebody else that they ashamed of who they are. I just find that real ironic.
Right. Yeah. I heard on Chris, on his channel, Chris MVP. He was one of his videos was titled "American African." Like, oh, okay, he switched it. He's
Yeah, they're putting the American first because they're born in America, but saying African. But yeah, well, you really can see though, like once you really get into the schools, the history, what they went. I didn't show the other clip, but there's the Cosby when he was young. I used to have to watch that as well. Like he had his own teaching show, and he would come in and teach, about African history, Black history, how the pale faces came in and took our identity, but we have a great African history. There's just a whole bunch of indoctrination that's gone where there's pride in it. And there's a lot of hate for America. And people just don't know, like, about the stuff. I was really big on knowing, like, the Reconstruction era and all the patents and all the inventors and all the people, but just hearing like a lot of that stuff came before the Reconstruction era or anything like that. That's like you never hear those type of things. You never hear America was great before slavery.
Yeah, there's a big hate for America. Some from yep.
Yeah, because we tie it with the story and everything. But this has been great. Thank you guys so much for coming. I did sign up Rootz. So and I'll just reach out to Nitro and get your information again where we can continue with this. Because I think this needs to be like a series, especially with helping people, because we get stumped and we feel like, oh, we're never gonna make it past or I'm over this and stop. And, just being able to really work together and build out our trees. I think that is the best next step of really teaching people who they are. And leave the other one. Which one did you say for DNA to test or to not to test, but to show the JED one?
Oh yeah, JED match.
JED match. Okay.
Yeah, JED match. For everybody who's taking the test, that's a platform that has a lot of different tools on it that they pretty much licensed from GEDCOM. So
Mhm.
Family Tree has some of the same ones, and they're a lot cheaper. So it's like $10 a month to utilize their advanced tools, but they also have some free tools that also you can still get a lot of good information out of those free tools. The Matrix tool is free. It's not, one that you have to pay for on Family Tree DNA.
Okay.
So yeah, we
Yeah,
could definitely build. I want to when we do this again, I want to be able to go more into detail about all the different modules and everything that people will get out of the course. Because I'm building this course for it to be the most comprehensive course of all genealogy courses online, where I can kind of just combine my information, Nitro's information, and any information along the way that people want to share. That's why I chose Learn Worlds. A lot of people were saying don't put out the link yet because it's still just a sub domain. But I was saying I don't mind sharing the wealth. Learn Worlds is a great platform for anybody that wants to build any type of course. They also have affiliate program software built into the system, and that's another reason why I chose that platform, to be able to automatically give to other people who recommending this course. And also they have built-in forums, so so we can have discussions and make that a part. Also the open discussions and open dialogue a part of the course.
Oh yeah, that's awesome. So yes, definitely once that comes out, definitely we're going to bring you back so we can run through it, show everyone, and it is affordable, so it'll be great for everyone to really hop on board to get that and start building out your trees. Start knowing who your grandparents are, your great grandparents are, your great great grandparents, and we'll go one at a time. And I think that's the important part. Not we really don't care if you consider yourself African or anything. It's not something that we're banging on you like, oh my God, you're not African. We're just saying, hey, if you're saying that you're African and that's enough, and you're trying to convince other people that's enough, that's all they need, they don't need to look into their family, this is not the place for you. We want to learn who our family members are, learn our stories. So
Yeah, over here we motivated by truth and nothing else.
Exactly. Nitro, did you have anything to say?
Yeah. I just want to say, don't be recolonized.
I
That's
agree.
Rashad?
Nothing else to add, but the main thing is what you just said. What Top Cat always says: genealogy is the highest form of spirituality.
I agree.
Yes, that's a fact.
Peace, everybody. Y'all have a good rest of your weekend, and I'll connect with everybody next time.
Yeah,
too,
peace and
bro.
love, and
Peace, man.
don't
Good
be a
build.
stranger,
Y'all
please.
gonna have me sleep all day tomorrow. I'm up till 5 in the morning.
I know. Oh yeah, it is 5. It's 3:48 here. I'm in Texas, but it's still yes. And I'm gonna have to be up because once people up, I gotta be up. But at least it's the weekend, so you guys enjoy your Saturday. We probably not going on tomorrow, but maybe Sunday or so. But one of them, I sure like OTK or something. He's going on, so be sure to check him out too. The Open to Knowledge 444. That's our brother. He did come up to build about South Carolina and Rootz. I will get you his information too, because I know he's definitely gonna want you and Nitro to come on and y'all do like a specific build, all South Carolina, Georgia, because that's like his expertise too, and he really loves to build on those old maps. So when you pulled out the map, I was like, oh my gosh, where's OTK? He loves the maps. And he knows all the ports and everything. So he ties it together like that, like knowing how many people are coming through South Carolina, either to be shipped out or come in, and where those families ended up.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we could do that because I can build on the Indigenous American slave trade out of South Carolina, We could talk about those 3.2 million Indigenous Americans that were shipped out of Charleston. So yeah, we could do that. We definitely can do that, and I could provide sources for that one too.
Yes, that's gonna be a good one. I'm definitely gonna be tuned in. But peace and love, everyone. You guys have a wonderful evening. Well, it's the morning now. Get some rest, and we'll talk later.
All right,
All
peace, y'all.
right.
Peace.
Thank you for having
Peace
me.
and love, everyone.
Peace.